Let's break it down. The broken baker's coming to town. From Denmark with love, watching courts go wild. American drama got me hooked like a child. Twists in the courtroom, objections all day. Live on the screen, come and join the fray. Step one, grab your coffee, settle in tight. Step two, laugh at the chaos left and right. Step three, Danish take on the law so crazy. Step four, hit subscribe, don't be lazy. Oh yeah! He's a broken baker, breaking down cases, real truth shaker. Witty and fun from across the sea. The broken baker set my free. Hey, hey, broken baker, Danish style so smooth. Legal madness in the groove. Yeah, join the live today. The broken baker's here to slay. High profile trials, witnesses spin. Alibis cracking, let the fun begin. Outside of you with a humorous twist. True crime fans, you don't wanna miss. Even when it's broken, we find the fun. Danish baker baking truth for everyone. The broken baker, yeah. Hit that bell, let's go
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 4 in the Matheau Moore trial. We left off on the cross-examination of the lead investigator, and we're going to go back to that. 3 days in, I still have no real idea why they are thinking he did it, because I have no real inclination to what made them look at him other than him being the wife. I don't discuss politics. Hey, Ariel, and thank you for 9 months of membership. That's a whole baby. Going running in the sand moguls with dog and wild boars. Moguls? Yeah, there's no sand here today. It's snow. Well, it was snowing earlier, and I think it is a really bad idea that the last couple of days I have been trying to prove my inner Viking by still wearing shorts in below 30 Fahrenheit degree weather. As you can tell, my voice is a little So, and this is a really, really long day, so maybe I'll cut it up into just to try and preserve a little bit of myself. Because it's tough. Yeah, let's get some real evidence. Yeah, I'm wearing sweatpants and a sweatshirt today as well, because it's cold. But yeah, nothing much has happened in the first 3 days is kind of my take on it. Cougar class was good today. It was a lot of new songs, so we got a lot of new movements in. I also have the thick winter socks on today. It's 34 degrees, but it's that gray, snowy weather kind of gray where it's a little rainy and it's a little snowy. So, yeah. Well, I will. It's that time of the year where everyone gets something. But no time like the present, so let's get at it. Hey, Hulda, and you're probably having the best weather of all of us. Maybe Florida can compete with you. Hey, kiddo.
Just for the record, Detective, you took your oath when you testified last Friday. Do you still consider yourself under oath?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
But you're a crazy person. You live in Finland, so anything above absolute freezing, you're thinking, oh, it's toasty outside today. Florida is muggy and foggy. Blech. Yeah. 20 Fahrenheit. We have 34 on my computer says 34 Fahrenheit. Hey, Danny Mountain Angel.
Take your time.
Oh, I have to put the disclaimer or the rewatch.
Good morning.
At least this woman is entertaining. The other guy, he's so boring.
Just want to start with Defendant's Exhibit D and talk about the searches. Zoom out a little bit. Okay. Detective, a map, Defendant's Exhibit D that we've seen several times in this case. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Abbey Cross 46 is in this general vicinity where I've put an X. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is the walking path that's been talked about, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the general area where the remains of Emily Noble was found is where I've just put that red X.
That's correct.
I
Just trying to
love
reorient
to
us
see
to
all
this
of
new
that.
week. Want to talk about, and then of course up here we have the general area where the bloodhounds tracked on two different occasions. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
I want to talk about the searches. Fair to say that
Hey, Sui.
on the 25th or 26th, Matt Moore took you to this path right here. Which day was that?
Tuesday, May 26th.
And you, I believe, testified under direct that you actually drove there with him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you walked along this area right here where my finger is. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you agree with me that if you're walking from Abbey Cross to get to that path, that the most direct way takes you along county line?
Yes.
So you go there with Matt Moore. He says this is her favorite place to forage. What's the square footage of this entire wooded area?
I do not know that.
You never mapped that out?
No, ma'am.
What's the footage along County Line Road from the corner to where Miss Clark's house is? Did you ever measure that?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever measure the square footage from the electrical box to the entry point into the woods where the remains were found?
Not that I can recall, no.
Did you ever measure the exact distance from where the remains were found to County Line Road?
Yes, we did.
You would agree with me, 60 feet?
65 feet.
65 feet. And that was from where the
There's nothing to ask about. It's the same answer I've given all the time. You can get it. We pay $500 million to Greenland every year to keep a country of 50,000 people. There's more people in my county than there's in the entire country nation. Well, in the entire Greenland, and we pay them $500 million a year. It has some of the lowest literacy levels, some of the highest alcohol levels, and some of the highest incest levels in Denmark. So I'm not a big fan of them, and it's just political bullshit that I don't talk about because I'm not a politician. You're not a politician, and it's not going to change anything if half of you sits here and say, "Well, Trump's an insane person," and the other half is going to say he's a mastermind. it's not going to solve anything anyway. So let's just put a in that and put it out to the side because it ain't going to do nothing.
The remains were found to the edge of County Line Road.
Yes.
And I know the jurors went there, but that includes kind of there's a you walk
Oh, it's
up
snowing
it to
again.
get up to County Line Road. You know?
From down inside where.
There's nothing to be worried about. It's just saber rattling. It's going to end up with Thule base is going to be probably subsidized more by Denmark. Maybe it's going to be given a bigger area. No one goes there anyway, and probably some radar stations put up to make sure that the Ruskies can't sneak under the ice. It's not like Greenland hasn't been a hot commodity in international politics for the last 90 years, probably, when you started having radar stations, and especially after the 50s, where you had nuclear submarines that could travel under the ice. It's not the first time we have had these stories. 20 years ago, it was the Ruskies who wanted to take it from us. Everything's going to be okay. Let's just calmale. And I'm not going back in a uniform, so I'm not going to go fight Valhalla over Greenland. So everyone relax. Everyone relax.
The body was?
That's correct.
Yes.
So there's been a lot of testimony, and I know you've been in the courtroom able to hear it, about how this area was searched and this area was searched by both humans and dogs. But it's your testimony on direct, I believe, and tell me if I'm wrong, that you didn't actually go into the woods at all. Is that your testimony?
From County Line Road?
Sure.
Or period.
But I'm not saying you should do it, but if I can send you a list of politicians that I didn't mind you come pick up, could we make that deal? I'll give you more space to build a base on Greenland, and you might swing by at nighttime and fix a few politicians I don't like. I'm open for negotiations. Copenhagen just voted for the Communist Party. I think like 24% voted for the Communist Party. So I'm just saying, deals can be struck.
Let's talk about from County Line Road.
Okay. No, we did not.
Did you go into the woods from this angle?
Yes, we did.
How far in?
So probably 10, 15 feet in.
And at which point did you go in?
With Detective Peachy and Detective Alloway when we walked along the footpath.
And that is the search that you discussed in your progress of investigation report at the top of page 3, is it not? At 0944?
That sounds correct.
It's you.
I think like 10 years, 15 years ago, Greenland wanted to go independent because China offered to build a lot of mines up there. And then they found out that most of the valuable stuff Greenland has is under 3 kilometers of ice. Before you get to it, it's getting so expensive that no one wants to buy it. So again, everyone relax. It's the top line of your news right now, and everyone is so scared. And in Denmark, they're going crazy as well. But I've been on this planet for almost 27 years. I can remember when I was afraid the Russian was going to nuke us. I can remember when we were afraid because the civil war in Yugoslavia broke out. How many other states in the old East Bloc would go into war? I'm old enough to remember when Clinton bombed Somalia. I'm old enough to remember the Libya Marine barracks bombing. Was it Libya or Syria? One of those. I'm old enough to remember 9/11. I'm old enough to remember when I went to war. I'm old enough to remember when I got a phone call that I was going to Afghanistan. I'm old enough to remember when my first friend died in Bosnia. I'm old enough to remember when my second friend died in Iraq. I'm old enough to remember when my third friend died in Afghanistan and my fourth friend died in Iraq. I'm old enough to have lived through so many world crises that one more until something happens, I'm going to be just as cool as a cucumber because I can't change it. And I know the media is selling you more lies than the politicians who make them. So everyone, calmale, 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 calmale. Politicians and news medias are put on this earth for you to hate your neighbor. Don't do that.
Sergeant
Lebanon.
Alloway and Detective Peachy, you
It
wrote
was 89, I believe.
in your investigative summary, did you not, that Detective Peachy, Sergeant Alloway, and I quote, searched the woods along where Matt said he and Emily walk. Do you remember that in your progress of investigation report?
Yes.
Okay. And so you searched in the woods according to your report, is that right?
Along the wood line, yes.
And that was on the 26th in the early sort of 9 a.m. hour?
Yes.
You saw nothing of evidentiary value?
No.
You smelled nothing of any decay or rot or any kind of rotten smell?
No.
Because, of course, if you had seen something or smelled something, you would have indicated that in your report, would you not?
Absolutely.
With respect to, I just want to ask a couple more questions about, you were at the press conference, were you not, on, I think it was September 20th?
I believe September 22nd.
22nd. So the remains were found on the 19th, and then there's a press conference on September 22nd of 2021. Does that sound right?
Yes.
You were there, Sergeant Alloway, the prosecutors sitting at front counsel table here, and the chief is there.
Yes.
And a press conference is an opportunity for your department or for law enforcement to convey information to the community that they find to be reliable and helpful.
Correct.
And during that press conference, you would agree with me that it was conveyed to the community being the public, that the area where Emily's remains were found was searched 3 times by humans and once by cadaver dogs.
That sounds correct, yes.
And you have previously, in a separate matter, been asked under oath about the search of that area. Do you remember that? At a probate hearing?
I don't remember the question, but I remember being asked about it.
Fair enough. Question, if you recall, was, are you aware as to whether or not that location had been searched prior to the date that her body was found? And do you remember, Detective, that your answer was, quote, we did have people searching on foot as well as a cadaver dog in that area? And then, next question, prior to the date she was located, your answer, yes, ma'am. Do you remember that testimony and questioning?
I remember testifying about it. I don't remember if that was my exact answer, but I won't dispute that.
And you would agree with me, and tell me if, would it refresh your recollection? I'm happy to approach.
Sure.
Your Honor, if I may? I've already shown the state of And just for purposes of the record, the proceeding that I just asked you about was on November 25th of 2020. Does that sound familiar?
That sounds accurate.
And let me just make sure now that you've had a chance to refresh your recollection. There was questioning during that hearing about the area where she was found, she being Emily. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
And the word that was used during questioning was the area, was it not?
Yes.
And you indicated that the remains were found in the wooded area just east of the condo complex where she resided. Do you remember giving that information under oath?
Yes.
And then the question, are you aware as to whether or not that location had been searched prior to the date that her body was found? And you answered, did you not, Detective? We did have people searching on foot as well as a cadaver dog in the area. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Through the course of your investigation, you learned that there was a woman that...
How this is Canton levels of bad policing. She's found 60 feet from the road, 60 feet. That's not that far. They have human assets and they have cadaver dogs, and they do multiple searches, and they don't find her. It's not like she's buried under anything. This is really incompetent. Hey, Cherry Bake.
Resided at that last house named Katie Clark, did you not?
That's correct.
And I have put an X on the house. Let me clear it. So, and it is, when I said the last house on Crossings Drive, it's the last house before County Line. Correct?
Yes.
You learned that Ms. Clark lived there through a Facebook post that she had made. Do you remember that?
I do not.
There was a point during the course of the investigation where you went to Ms. Clark's house
Yes.
and you interviewed her,
Yes, we did.
and you walked with her from her backyard to where the remains were found.
That's correct.
Ms. Clark was, through your investigation, you learned that she had children,
Yes.
that she was home on Memorial Day weekend,
Yes.
that her children would play in the back of her house there. There was a clearing. Would you agree with me on that?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Response to that?
You learned that there's a clearing on the back of her house. I'll ask visually.
Okay, go ahead and ask the next question.
You've been to her house. You just indicated that.
Yes.
And you're able to see her house as it aligns with the woods, were you not?
Yes.
There is no fence there?
I can't recall that.
In the picture right here, the woods come pretty close up to their house based on your visual observations, do they not?
Yes, they do.
And do you remember the exact day that you walked with Katie Clark to where the remains had been found?
No, I do not.
If anything of evidentiary value had been noted from or had been obtained from the Katie Clark interview, I presume that you would have put that in your report.
Yes.
I'll just go back to this map while I have
This is Defense Crossing.
it up. Again, showing you Defendant's Exhibit D. I'm going to ask you about surveillance, but surveillance is a technique that, an investigative technique that that law enforcement can do if they want. Right? You could sit in front of a house and watch to see if there's any suspicious activity.
Yes.
And you don't need a search warrant to conduct surveillance.
No, in that way, no.
Right, I mean, you could just potentially have a unmarked car, let's say, within a distance of a house or school or any kind of structure, and just have law enforcement kind of visually observe if there's anything going on there that is suspicious in any way.
Yes.
I'm just want to make sure the jurors know that you never conducted any surveillance with respect to that house that's located where the bloodhounds tracked on 2 different occasions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I didn't see in your police report either that you ever requested any CCHs or criminal histories on anyone that lived in that house or in and around that area. Would you agree with me on that?
That's correct.
I know that you testified during your direct.
No shit. In Longyearbyen on Svalbard, it's illegal for people to die because the graveyard stopped accepting new inhabitants in 1950 because the permafrost makes the body not decompose. So any diseases the decedent has can spread. And because 11 people died and was buried there during the Spanish flu in 1918, there's a possibility that that it could still spread up there. So if you're about to die, you're being flown into Norway to be buried. It's also illegal to have a baby in Svalbard. All the things you learn.
that you interviewed those individuals, or did you interview one individual or more than one?
Detective Peachy did.
Okay, and you weren't participating in those
No,
interviews?
no, ma'am.
You're just aware of it because through the course of your investigation.
Yes.
And North State here, describe what kind of road that is.
It's a paved blacktop roadway. Typically in that area, usually you have a northbound lane, southbound lane, and then usually like a center, like left turn lane.
And this driveway right here goes right into North State, does it not?
Yes, it does.
And I just want to make clear, it's a fairly, it's I don't want to say wide, but it is, because you've been there, right? It's probably 2 cars at least could fit in that driveway as you pull in.
It is pretty wide, yes.
It's defense. It's going to be a long. Yeah, it's going to be 3 hours of him today.
Showing you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 73. I just want to make sure, Detective, that when I was listening to your direct examination testimony about this, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
This is the screenshot that Matt Moore sent you with respect to someone that had been texting him about a ransom.
Correct.
You in no way are trying to say that Matt Moore sent these text messages to himself, right?
It's speculation. I never got to that day get the phone so we could start analyzing it.
But you did get the phone, right?
Okay.
The next day, right? On the 27th, when you executed the search warrant.
Yes.
And you have a complete cell-right download of that.
Okay.
Did you not?
Yes.
And you heard the testimony from Howe about incognito and whether or not it appears or not on the download. You heard that testimony?
Yes.
So, of course, that data, that extraction speaks for itself, does it not?
Yes, it does.
I also just want to go to the bottom here, just so we're clear, and it's not the clearest, but if you would agree, in the visuals that you've been shown, the bubbles are different colors, are they not, in these exhibits?
In the
Like the text messages, like one user might be blue and another might be green.
yes.
Okay, and you see this line right down here is a green line.
Yes.
Through the course of your investigation, you had an opportunity to speak with, without talking about the contents of the conversation, you had an opportunity to speak with an individual named Angel Kessler, did you not?
No, never spoke with her.
Okay, that was Detective Peachy then.
I take that back. The only time I did talk to her was trying to track down current addresses and everything before the proceedings began in the last couple weeks. But as part of the investigation itself, no, I don't recall ever talking to her.
Fair to say that I think on page 46 of your summary, you talk about getting records from Serenity Behavioral Health Services.
That's correct.
And if you know, Angel Kessler was a counselor at Serenity Behavioral Health Services between August of 2019 and January of 2020.
I can't recall the dates, but yes, she was a counselor there.
Through the course of your investigation, did you obtain records from Serenity Behavioral Health that belonged to Emily Noble?
Yes, we did.
Specifically, Serenity Behavioral Health, those were counseling records?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor? I've been trying to witness what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit S. If you could just look through those, Detective.
Serenity Behavioral Health.
Isn't it also the place with the highest polar bear population per area? Because there's probably more in Greenland, but they have a lot more space to run around in. I remember we had a Danish program where they would go out and hunt or fish or something, and then it was a cook and a hunter, and they make something of it. And they were on Svalbard, and there was something about that year the polar bears had been especially active because the seal season had been shorter, so they had to have guards out there to protect them at night.
These are the Emily Noble's counseling records. Would you agree with me that they are?
Yeah, they hunt them for
There's a
sport,
fax
I think.
header on the top of the records. Would you agree with me that the records themselves show page 43 of 43?
Yes, I do.
And also attached is an affidavit and a fax cover sheet. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
These appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the counseling records that you received for Emily Noble from Serenity Health?
Yes, they do.
You've heard some testimony. I'm assuming that in your capacity as a detective, you're familiar with what FMLA is.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's a Family Medical Leave Act.
And based on your knowledge, to qualify for FMLA, you have to have some kind of either physical or mental health disability. Do you not?
That sounds accurate.
You, through the course of your investigation, learned that Emily Noble, after Joey's suicide, applied for FMLA.
I had heard that from, I can't remember who it was, but somebody had told me that during the investigation, yes.
And you certainly know that for a 3 or 4 month time after his suicide, she did not work.
Correct.
And then she returned to work
Yes, she did.
on initially a part-time basis and then went back on a full-time basis.
Correct.
And then in mid-March, we know that the governor issued a stay-at-home order because of COVID.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Katie D.
There were dental records. We heard from Sarah Johnson at the dental office. There were dental records obtained as well through the course of your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk about circling back about some records perhaps that I didn't see, but tell me if I just missed it, Detective. There were 2 people that testified to, and I know I saw it in your supplement, that you had information that Matt Moore had a TBI, or traumatic brain
Objection,
injury.
Your Honor. Relevance?
We'll see. Go ahead.
Do you remember that the testimony that 2 different individuals indicated that they knew Matt Moore had a traumatic brain
Objection,
injury?
Your Honor. Hearsay?
He didn't answer whether he knows it or not.
If 2 people have testified to it, then it's not hearsay. If he's been in court listening to it, then it's in evidence. Am I totally incorrect? That's called wrong. She's asking if if he heard 2 people testify that they believe he had traumatic brain injury. I didn't catch that part of it, but apparently 2 people have.
Testimony as part of my investigation?
No, in the court here, there was 2 different witnesses that said they knew that they believed he had a traumatic brain injury.
I honestly can't recall that.
Fair to say that with respect to, we talked about the records that you or your law enforcement obtained for Emily Noble. You never, through the course of your investigation, obtained or requested any medical records from Mr. Moore.
No.
And you can do that in the capacity of law enforcement by issuing a subpoena, can you not?
That's correct.
You send a subpoena, let's say to Serenity Behavioral Health for the records, and then they comply with the subpoena and they send the records to you.
That's correct.
I want to go to your progress of investigation report. I know we mentioned it on Friday, but as a reminder, it's 80 pages. Does that sound right?
It does.
And it is a document, it appears, that was a working document.
Yes.
So as you learn things, you would supplement the report?
Supplement my progress report? Yes.
Yes. And in fact, the first entry appears, and let me know if you need to refresh. The first entry in your progress of investigation is for Tuesday, May 26, 2020.
Yes.
And the last entry is for Wednesday, June 9th of 2021.
Okay.
Would it refresh?
Yes, please.
If I may, Your Honor. Investigation covered a year plus amount of time.
Correct.
I obviously know that you were in the courtroom when John Kramer testified.
Yes.
And you had an occasion during your investigation in this case to speak with John Kramer a number of times.
Correct.
There is certainly no doubt, based on Officer Hollis's body cam, that when John Kramer was first asked whether or not he had seen Emily Noble that day being the day Matt called the police, so the 25th, he said he had between 9 and 10.
Yes.
There's no question about that?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that. That was the initial information. We know that because there's the press release as well that says, that comes from your office. I believe it's G. Do you recall the press release that I showed earlier to the members of the jury?
Yes, I do.
I assume that as important things developed, you included them in your progress report.
Yes.
You would agree with me that the value of a report like that, like your 80-page report, is because you want to document things as they happen so that you don't lose the memory or the accuracy of the information.
Yes.
Because I've asked this before and you've heard me, but memory doesn't get better with time.
Correct.
And as through the course of your work, you know that in a setting like this, having a report, right, of things that were said to be able to refer to is an incredibly helpful tool.
Yes.
Over the weekend, I reviewed the progress report, and I did a search for the words John Kramer, vodka, and cigarettes.
Okay.
Would you be surprised to know that nowhere in your progress report does it say anything about John Kramer being asked by Matt Moore to buy vodka or cigarettes?
That would surprise me.
It would surprise you.
Yeah.
Do you remember the date that you believe that John Kramer gave you that information?
Maybe during the... I'm guessing. I can't say for sure.
But, and I'm happy to, we might just go to the morning break, but I'm happy to show your report to you over the break. But
This is day 4. I think it's a total of 8 days. But when the defense takes over, it looks like there's a lot of big breaks in it. So that might make it shorter. But this is also, I believe today is a 10-hour day, 9-hour day. So I might make a break in that because I'm not feeling 100. So I might make a break in it, and then we have time. I know everyone thought they were going to cover the TikTok murder trial today, but that's still seating a jury, so that's not starting today. And next week we're going to jump on another case, which I will probably do lead in what's the case about either Friday or Saturday this week. So we will get there before next week. Let's just say it that way. What do you call a magic dog? A labracadabrador. I think a lot of us are catching something. Hey, Lynn. I'm going to go and eat some honey. It's just killing me.
that would be important information, would it not?
Yes.
And we know from the search of the house on May 27th that there were pictures taken of the whole interior residence, right?
That's correct.
There was no empty bottles of vodka. There was no ashtrays seen in the photographs, correct?
I can only testify based on the photographs because I wasn't in the residence for the search warrant.
So, and we have the photographs which memorialize everything that the officers saw and potentially thought of evidentiary value.
Correct.
And that's the whole purpose of photographs. It's like your investigative report, right?
Correct.
We memorialize what we see and what we hear and what we observe as close to current time as we can, because that's when our memory is best.
Yes.
Showing you now, my co-counsel, is what was previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit G. I just want to circle back about the John Kramer. This was an immediate press release that was issued on May 26th by your department. Right?
Yes.
And it says Emily Noble, 52, was last seen around 9 a.m. on Monday, May 25th.
Yes, it does.
And we know that that information is not information that Matt Moore gave you, because Matt Moore indicated the last time he saw her was when they went to bed.
No, last time he saw her was when he got up to pee and she was still in bed sleeping.
Right, when he got up to pee around 1:30 in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
morning,
Yeah.
and he left their bedroom and went into the second bedroom and went to the bathroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Something else I thought about John Kramer's testimony over the weekend. he testified that you were able to hear about arguing that he had heard between Matt and Emily roughly a week or two before she went missing. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And he indicated that he was out having a cigarette and heard the arguing and didn't know why, but he remembered hearing it.
Yes.
What's the distance from his garage to their house?
Approximately maybe 60 feet.
But you would agree generally that that's a pretty quiet area there,
Yes, it is.
in that like kind of back part of Abbey Cross.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not a busy road. It's sort of at the end. It's not being well traveled or anything like that.
Correct.
A holiday weekend. Memorial Day was a holiday weekend.
I guess I don't understand your question.
The time frame we're talking about was a holiday weekend.
The time frame for her disappearance, yes. If you're referring to the argument, no, it was before that.
Fair enough. So then he testifies about hearing from his house an argument, loud voices, screaming. But I want to make sure he never says that about the night of the 25th,
That's correct.
nor the morning of the 26th.
That's correct.
I want to talk about physical evidence, or lack thereof. With respect to, there was a GPS put on Matt Moore's car, was there not?
Yes, there was.
On May 27th of 2020.
Yes.
So the jurors understand it. To get a GPS authorization to put a tracking device on someone's car, you fill out a search warrant,
Yes, ma'am.
and you ask a judge, you attach an affidavit to the search warrant as to why you want it, and a judge reviews it and then authorizes it or not.
Correct.
You did that process with respect to the GPS for Matt's car,
Detective Lectie did that process.
but it's through the course of the overall investigation this was done.
It was done, yes.
And GPS stands for Global Positioning System, right?
Correct.
And the beauty of a GPS tracking device is that the person doesn't know that it's on their car.
Correct.
You surreptitiously put the tracking device on the car so that the person doesn't know.
Correct.
And then you're able, through the tracking device and software, to see where that person drives or does not drive.
Correct.
And that was important because you wanted to see, did you not, if Matt Moore, where he was driving, putting up Defendant's Exhibit D again. Right, Detective?
Yes.
And after Emily's remains were found on September 16th of 2020, you went back, did you not, and reviewed the GPS data?
After her body was found?
After her remains were found.
I don't recall that.
The GPS was on Matt Moore's car for 2 weeks?
That sounds correct, yes.
There is nothing of any evidentiary value from the GPS, correct?
No.
And it was put on the Ultima?
Yes, it was.
And you were aware through the course of your investigation that the Ultima was the car, was like Matt's car, and the Subaru was Emily's car?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the surveillance of, or the investigation done with respect to other people living in the neighborhood, there was a neighborhood canvass, was there not?
Yes, there was.
And everyone that lived up and down Abbey Cross and in the general area, officers went to their doors and knocked to see if they knew anything or had heard anything.
Correct.
One resident reported hearing screaming or anything of a noise out of the ordinary on the night of the 25th,
That's correct.
nor the morning of the 26th.
Correct.
No one that was living in that general area had any Ring cameras or any type of camera on their house that might have shown anything. Is that correct?
We checked for Ring cameras and couldn't find any.
Right. And that's something that is now kind of in the world we live in, something you always think people might have, right? They might have Ring cameras or door cameras, and there might be potential evidentiary value there.
Absolutely.
We have none of that in this case.
No, we don't.
There was no other kind of surveillance, any cameras on County Line Road or anything of the like that would have captured any video from the 25th or 26th. Is that correct?
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure. County Line Road. Defendant's Exhibit D. Are there cameras along County Line
What?
Road?
And that's
Yeah.
part of why I wanted you to rephrase it, because I didn't know how far out you were talking on County Line. So in this area, not that I'm aware of, no.
And in this area, we're talking like between Crossing and, how about we just say Windermere Place?
That's accurate.
No cameras in that area.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And then with respect to Abbey Cross or this general area, there's no ring cameras or anyone that has any kind of video from the 25th or 26th, is that correct?
Correct.
The search warrant that was executed on 46 Abbey Cross on March 27th,
May 27th?
I'm sorry, May
Okay.
27th.
Yes, ma'am.
There was an inventory sheet of the items that were taken from the house.
That's correct.
You would agree with me? One moment.
Come on.
Photo detective.
I do.
You would agree with me that the shirt, and we know this from other photos, that Matt Moore is wearing in this picture on the night of May 25th is a short sleeve shirt.
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that that shirt was seized during the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, when I came to look at the physical evidence, were you in the room when I pulled out, there was a mask still in the pocket?
No.
Okay, a mask like a
Like a
COVID,
COVID mask? Okay.
Yes, yes. You were in and out, so I wasn't sure if you
Yeah,
were there.
no, I missed that part.
But the shirt is in evidence.
Yes.
And as you do when you take evidence from the scene, it's best practice to note where the item is taken from.
Correct.
And the shirt that is pictured here as Matt wearing on May 25th at Cobley
Yes, ma'am.
was found in the hamper.
Yes, ma'am.
That shirt, was that submitted for testing?
I don't think it was, no.
And when I say submitted for testing, you have the ability to submit items for forensic analysis as the lead investigator, do you not?
Yes.
And you can take it to PCI
Yes.
and ask them to do, a number of things with respect to trace evidence.
Yes.
You could ask them to test an item to see if it's positive for serology, for blood,
Yes.
for semen,
Yes.
for any kind of trace evidence, or you could ask for, right?
Correct.
Find a picture of Emily with the flags. One moment. Exhibit P. Do you recognize this, Detective?
I do.
There was also, and there was another photo where I asked you on Friday about the booties that she was wearing. Do you remember that?
Booties?
The shoes?
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Yeah, yes, I remember the shoes. Sorry.
Fair enough about the word booties. You know?
I-
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit H. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's me that called these booties, not you. so-
Okay.
But remember, I compared the photograph of her in the Field of Heroes, and then I asked you to look at these shoes that were found in the garage on the 27th, and you agreed on Friday that they appeared to be the same.
Correct.
And there's even here, like these are black things. They're actually, according to the inventory log, socks that were also taken.
Yes.
You are aware from the photographs of Emily Noble at Field of Heroes that she's wearing a black miniskirt. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
And remember during Officer Hollis's body cam, where he's walking through the residence with Matheau Moore on the 25th, Matt Moore takes Officer Hollis into the closet, showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit O. Do you remember that part of the body cam?
Yes, I do.
And in this general area right here, would you agree that he picks up an item and says to Officer Hollis, this is the miniskirt that she was wearing when we went out yesterday?
Yes.
When you executed the search warrant, that miniskirt was still in the closet, was it not?
Yes.
And that miniskirt is actually in the physical evidence, and it was taken from the house.
I think everyone is having a Monday and just a relaxing zoo.
Yes, it was.
So between the 25th and the
Or maybe it's YouTube chats have had a hiccup for the last about a week. Another YouTube problem where it'll stop and then all of a sudden it'll just jump with 15, 20 new messages.
Search warrant being executed on the 27th. The skirt, as you know, it is still there.
Yes.
Was that submitted for forensic testing?
I don't believe so, no.
There was a map that you testified to.
I think it was you, but tell me if it was someone else. But the rooms in the house were each marked as an alphabet, as a letter.
That was Detective Lucky.
Detective Blake.
Yes.
And there's a placard put in each of the rooms, and the letter is associated with the room.
Correct.
There was a second bedroom
In that house?
Yes, there was.
And there was a bathroom in the second bedroom, or associated with the second bedroom.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that to get to the bathroom in the second bedroom, you go into the second bedroom itself?
Tell me if you don't understand my question.
I'm just trying to recall the layout in my head.
Sure.
I thought that you could access the second bedroom from the hallway right before entering the bedroom.
Let me show you a picture. And you walk into the bathroom.
This shows both doorways. Defendant's Exhibit M. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about these doorways here. So, and it's a little, but this is actually an entryway, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And that entryway
Because I don't think it's televised.
is, if I'm in the second bedroom,
I can walk into the bathroom this way.
Okay. I see, yes.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another way I can walk into the bathroom?
It was what I was recalling, that you can see the edge of this other second door right here.
but this is how you get into the bathroom, is that correct?
From the bedroom, yes.
From the bedroom.
Yes.
And D, we know this as the second bedroom bathroom.
Correct.
And when we talked about the hamper where the shirt that Matt was wearing on the 25th, that's the hamper where that was found.
That's correct.
And then showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit N, this is, and I know you've testified that you weren't in the house, but this is also a photograph that was testified to with respect to the items seen in the house.
Correct.
And this appears to be the clothes were dumped out of the hamper onto the floor.
Yes.
And in your analysis of the case, I'm sure that you look closely at all of these photographs.
It's been a minute, but yes, I have looked at them, yes.
And when you did, I'm sure you saw that right where the circle is where the shirt is that Matt was wearing on the 25th.
Yes.
The 24th, sorry. The shirt he's wearing on the 24th in Cobley. Thank you. So takes the village. Just generally follow up about trace evidence.
And I know through the course of your work as a detective, you're aware of what trace evidence is generally, are you not?
Correct.
Trace evidence is when two items come into contact with one another. Fair to say that when they leave each other,
Okay, I'll look at it.
there may well be something left behind from when they were together.
Correct.
So there could be things like prints,
That's correct.
DNA,
Yes.
saliva,
Yes.
Semen, blood, all those kind of things could be trace evidence.
Yes.
We saw a number of pictures throughout this case of, there was, 3, 4, 5, like white kind of bath mats or rugs in the house.
Yes.
Those items were not collected.
Correct.
Had they visually appeared to have anything of evidentiary value, we can assume that they would have been collected.
Correct.
The same thing with towels in the bathroom or washcloths or anything like that that might have fibers or hairs or the like. Those things would also have been collected if you or any of the officers thought they had evidentiary value.
Correct.
There was a point, I think you testified to in your direct, that Matt Moore
Princess, I just looked. You haven't DM'd me anything, so it probably was one of those, because TwitTwat is also really stupid, so it doesn't upload. So try DMing it to me.
actually brought you some items that might help you form a DNA profile of Emily.
That's correct.
He brought you a hairbrush that had some of her hair in it.
I think it was like a shower cap or something like that.
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
Okay, and as you recall it, the purpose was there was some hairs there, and sometimes from follicles, if the root is there, you could create a DNA profile.
Correct.
I know that the towels or the rugs weren't collected, but the sheets were collected
Correct.
from the master bedroom.
Correct.
The comforter was collected.
I believe so, yes.
The pillows were collected.
Yes.
I think it was the fitted sheet, the comforter, the pillowcases. Those were all collected.
This is cross-examination, so that's why she's testifying for him.
Yes.
And then seen in the photograph of Emily at the Field of Heroes,
It appears that she's wearing a black V-neck T-shirt of some sort, and we can see that in those photos at Koblai as well.
Yes.
There was a number.
Oh, this is a new one. Brokeback Baker, come join the fun daily. Cupcakes, Lego, and the Grand Poobah. Oh, how fun these people are. Not today, Satan 24. True crime obsessed middle-aged southern women with a big flat ass and cover loves to dance, inspired by Rat Boy and Little Ralphie to stop being a house cat. Of course, opened up her account in 2025, followed by AIM as always, the Young Jerks as always, and the fake Matheau media. Funny that all of these accounts always have Mike the Young Jerks and the fake Meredith account supporting them. Well, at least this time they tried. Cupcakes, Legos, and the Grand Poobah. Join today. Learn dog whistle salutes, secret handshake symbols, proper nation etiquette, and more. Hey, Baker, why don't you stop the drama? No one is saying anything to you. This is the level that Mike from the Young Jerks and the fake Meredith AIM account apparently supports. I'm not going to do blackface. I saw someone get mad that I whiteface Compton when I said that the car crew was talking like they came from Compton in the 90s. Or they tried to speak like they came from Compton in the 90s. Apparently, that was racist. They're just baiting you into a fight. Yeah, they're just trying to get me angry. And every time I'll just respond and say, well, at least it's a new insult this time. You didn't call me fat.
But 3, 4, 5 plus black V-neck T-shirts also taken from the closet of Emily Noble.
That's correct.
Nothing of evidentiary value with respect to the clothing or the sheets or anything within the house.
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about when items are taken as part of a search warrant. There is a process, is there not, for the recovery of an item?
Yes.
So usually officers are wearing gloves when they're recovering items because they don't want to influence or harm the integrity of any trace evidence which might be on that item.
Correct.
There are bags that are used to place items into,
Yes.
usually brown paper bags.
Correct.
And there's made every effort, right, to take the item and put it in the bag so that you don't lose any of its integrity. And then the bag is sealed,
Correct.
taped,
Yes.
and every officer that either seals the bag or opens the bag must initial,
Yes.
retake, initial, so that we know who has always touched an item.
Correct.
And that's called generally chain of custody, is it not?
Correct.
once you take an item from a location, if the item moves in different places, we always want to know where it's moving and who is moving it.
Correct.
It's a very important part of police procedures.
Correct.
So I want to talk about Emily's remains. Let's go to 916.
I know they're found in that area generally by 3 women that are out searching.
Yes.
One woman in particular finds them.
Yes.
And by the time you arrived at the scene, was it already dark?
It was dusk, yes.
And dusk in September is around what time? Just generally.
It's like 7:45, 8 o'clock.
Which would be different from dusk in May.
Correct.
What would dusk be in May?
I would imagine a little bit later than that.
So going back to the 16th, the remains are found, and who is the entity that physically is the first to collect the remains?
I believe it was the agent from BCI.
And tell the jurors, what does BCI stand for?
Oh, sorry, Bureau of Criminal Investigation. They essentially can assist or run any investigations in the state of Ohio.
They're kind of like an arm that local police departments can reach out to in Ohio to call in for their expertise and things, just like this recovery scene.
Support, assistance, expertise, yes.
Okay. So they're at the scene when the remains are found, and they're the ones that initially take the remains. I noted that the remains were transferred to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office on the 17th of September. Where were the remains stored, if you know, overnight before they went to Montgomery County?
They were not stored anywhere. So Delaware County has a contract with Montgomery County for coroner purposes. So Mr. Carlson from Delaware County Coroners was the one to actually transport her out to Montgomery County. So I believe that the actual transfer occurred after midnight that night.
And so it's the local county coroner,
Is Hickman?
Yes.
That takes the remains from the scene to Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
He wasn't the one to physically take it. It was one of his investigators for the coroner's office, Charlie Carlson.
Okay, so Charlie Carlson drives the remains to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
And that drive with what is Dayton, maybe 60, 50 minutes away?
I'd say, 60, 80 minutes.
And then I noted from my review that on October 2nd, the remains were transferred to Ohio State University here in Columbus. Who did that transport?
I cannot answer that.
We would know that from there should be a chain of custody log with respect to the remains.
Yes.
And the log would tell us when the remains were picked up, who picked them up, and where they were going and who delivered them.
Correct.
But the drive back from Montgomery County to OSU would be approximately the same distance, right? Dayton to Columbus.
Yes.
There was some testimony about cell extractions from the phones of the 3 women that found the remains.
Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Since their testimony was I provided through your assistance, the cell phone extractions?
Yes.
And each of the phones, there was a dump, if you will, of their phones.
Correct.
And each of them had taken at least one picture of the remains as they saw them before anyone else arrived in terms of law enforcement.
I don't recall the specifics of that.
Okay. I assume that you reviewed the extractions.
No, Detective Lecter did.
They were the first persons to see the remains in the woods, were they not?
Yes.
I want to go through the timeline of how things happened.
The remains are found on September 16th,
Yes.
2020.
Yes.
The Montgomery County Coroner's Report is issued on January 22nd of 2021.
Sounds correct. Yes.
So about 4 months later.
Yes.
And so we're clear with the jury, it's the Montgomery County Coroner's Office that does the actual autopsy.
Correct.
Separately is the Delaware County Coroner, Hickman.
Yes.
Hickman at no point in time in this case ever did an autopsy.
Not that I'm aware of.
So the remains go to Montgomery County because, as you testified to, Delaware has a contract with Montgomery where they handle autopsies.
Correct.
And tell the jury just generally, based on your experience, what an autopsy is.
That's quite an experience. In relation to Emily, they're essentially, with lack of a proper medical term, there wasn't much remaining of her at that point. So their autopsy at that point seemed very preliminary, where they took like an X-ray of her, took how much she weighed, any clothing that she had on, jewelry, and anything else that would have been in her pockets and stuff like that. They removed those so that we could take them as evidence.
They being the Montgomery County coroner, the first medical people to look at the remains after they were found.
Yes.
So again, we're going back to the scene. Those remains are captured from the scene and taken to the coroner's office. At the coroner's office, they find a one necklace around her neck. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes.
And you saw, I'm sure during this trial, that I asked questions about the number of necklaces that Emily was wearing on the 25th,
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that she's wearing 2 necklaces here.
Yes.
One's shorter and one's longer.
Correct.
And the one that
Actually, you have to thank Jamie, because Jamie has been on my tail about this trial for 3 years, saying it's really a good trial. And I said, yeah, Jamie, yappity yap all the time. But it's interesting how little evidence we have had, especially with the lead investigator. There's no motive, there's no real explanations, there's no how he did it. Am I getting kind of an idea that they believe that he has kept her somewhere for a long time and then put her in the forest later, and that's why they didn't find her? I kind of feel like that. What's a muffin's favorite type of music? Crump and bass. Jamie also said, let's watch the Listerine trial with Judge Darrow. We did that for less than 2 days.
she's found in is the longer one, right?
That's correct.
So between the 25th and her being found, one of the necklaces is not there.
Correct.
Right? And then in the pocket of her leggings, we know from the Montgomery County coroners, is a vape pen, an
Correct.
e-cigarette.
Yes.
And you heard the testimony as to John Kramer as to whether she smoked or used a vape pen.
Correct.
And there was a vape pen found in one of her pockets.
That's correct.
The coroner's office and your visual observations as well showed that her tennis shoes were still on her feet.
Yes.
She was wearing a black tank top.
Correct.
So different from that V-neck t-shirt
Correct.
that we saw, different from the miniskirt because she had pants on.
Correct.
And different from those, what I call booties, but he did not call booties.
I didn't understand.
Yes.
Yes.
Different shoes.
That's correct.
So between the 25th and when her remains are found, she is in a completely different outfit.
Yes.
Then, so the Montgomery County Coroner's report is January 22nd of 2021. And then Dr. Smock's report is issued on May 27th, 2021. Does that sound right?
I can't recall the date.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you his report?
Yes, please.
And then we know that Matt Moore is arrested on June 17th, 2021.
Yes.
So 13 months after she goes missing and he calls 911, he's arrested.
Correct.
And then it's after that, on September 16th, 2021, that the Delaware County Coroner issues the death certificate.
Correct.
So, and it's a year to the day that the Delaware County coroner issues a death certificate from when the remains were found.
Okay, yes.
9/16 and 9/16,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
2 different years. If I may approach your honor just to refresh. This circles back to my question about Dr. Smock's report.
Okay.
Do you recognize? Bolte.
Yes,
Who is at Ohio State University.
correct.
You were asked a bunch of questions about the work he did. I want to be really clear. You are familiar with crime scene reconstruction experts.
Yes,
Though, I assume, have you ever used a crime scene reconstruction expert in the course of your work as a detective?
I can't recall, no.
But there's such a thing.
But there is such a thing, yes.
You can actually, there's an expertise, is there not, where you can ask a person with the right experience, training, and education to reconstruct, let's say, a car accident,
Okay.
right?
Correct.
And then potentially that expert could drive a car at 60 miles an hour into a tree and reenact that moment.
Correct.
So we're clear, John Bolte is not a crime scene reconstruction expert.
Not that I'm aware of. no.
Okay. And in fact, not a crime scene reconstruction expert has been engaged in this case by the state of Ohio.
Correct.
That's separate from the work that Dr. Bolte was asked to do, which was just to test that branch, right?
Correct.
Now, you would agree with me that you've been down to that branch, not just on the 16th of September, but a significant, over 5 times?
Yes.
And just as a human and as a detective, every time you see that branch, it's hard to imagine that it would actually hold a person, isn't it?
It is, and that's actually why I reached out to Dr. Bolte.
Because when you look at the branch, it doesn't even seem like it might hold a person.
Correct.
And so you reached out to him to determine really what was the strength or lack thereof of that branch. So he goes to the scene, and you're there,
Yes.
and he does these 2 tests on the branch.
Correct.
The first test that we talked about was a static test where he uses a milk crate and he slowly adds weight in 15-pound increments. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That's the first test.
Yes.
And he's also measuring from a camera, is he not, the deflection, if any, of the branch. Like, does the branch bend?
That's correct.
At any point in time during his testing, you realized, did you not, that the branch might break? Because you didn't know.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. As he's testing it, there was always the possibility that as he added weight, it might break.
Yes.
And so he's filming it,
Correct.
right? Video and still.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And the first test, adding the weight, the branch holds.
It does.
And in fact, the deflection, and I just asked you visually, is almost hard to even see.
Correct.
Then he does the second test with the crash test dummy that you were asked about on direct.
Yes.
The legs being taken off, that wasn't to reconstruct anything, right? He's not a crime scene expert, right?
Correct.
It was just so that the crash test dummy could actually fit between the branch and the ground.
Correct.
So the legs were taken off, and then they were kind of put with the torso of the crash test dummy. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And then it's suspended and it's dropped. And that's called the dynamic test,
Yes.
to see if the branch would still hold if weight just dropped, right?
Correct.
And the weight that was used by the crash test dummy was the same or similar weight of Emily Noble when she was alive.
Yes, ma'am.
And the branch held.
It did.
And the deflection the same, right? Hardly even visual.
Correct.
I want to talk about, at some point, you or law enforcement branch at your direction reached out to experts at the University of Tennessee,
Yes.
specifically researchers at what we call the body farm.
That's correct.
And you are aware through your training and experience that the body farm is a place in Tennessee where they being researched, just study rates of decay and decomposition.
Of bodies, yes.
Of bodies, of human corpses.
Correct.
In fact, you can donate your corpse.
That's correct.
And researchers study it in the elements or in trunks, and they look at rates of decay and decomposition.
Correct.
So you or an arm of your office reached out to the University of Tennessee and to see if they could look at the scene photos
Correct.
and make any determinations as to whether or not the remains decomposed in that location.
That's correct.
You would agree with me, and they issued a report.
Yes, they did.
You would agree with me that at no point in time did you or anyone in law enforcement at your direction ask any expert to see if they can determine the length of time that the body had been in that location.
That's correct.
As of today, there is no person, no expert, no lay witness, no police officer that can say with any certainty or even plus or minus the date in which those remains got to that wooded area.
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation.
As far as that, he can answer if he can.
Repeat the question, please.
Sure. You're the lead detective on this case.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so you're aware, as the lead detective, that Matt Moore is charged with 2 counts of murder and felonious assault May 24th and May 25th,
Correct.
2020.
Yes.
Here's my question. There is no one, to your knowledge, an expert or lay witness or law enforcement personnel, that can say the exact day, even plus or minus a day, when those remains got to those woods.
That's correct.
We want to move to some cell data. And would you like me to go to 10:15 and then I'll stop? Or,
Yeah, that'd be fine.
great,
You do let me know.
thank you. You were asked on direct examination about Matt Moore's search history of Eric Gordon Peterson. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that search history was on May 20th, 2020. You would agree with me that Eric Gordon Peterson, as it's spelled Pederson, is the same spelling as his ex-wife's last name.
Correct.
So it's Peterson.
Correct.
And then also, Eric Gordon Peterson case was in Vegas.
Correct.
And he used to live in Vegas.
That's correct.
And you would also agree with me, showing you extraction report that was part of a larger, let me mark it. Mark it.
Update on Sarah Gray's state wants continuance to get their own psychiatric expert to review the defense expert. Defense wants to go forward. Of course they do, because then their expert statement stands alone. But that's a little late. They're supposed to start choosing the jury in 13 minutes. I was supposed to start at 10 o'clock today. But thank you, UK Anton. And hey, Jamester, how are you doing?
Good morning.
I don't know if you know it, but I'm a cool guy.
Mhm.
Look how cool
Yeah,
I am.
know. They just love to bait you.
Well, just debate me. Don't bait me.
You know they're not going to do that.
No, because it's one of those fake sock accounts that is run by some of the idiots who's just mad that I support Aiden Carney. So, and again, cupcakes is Melanie Little's. Mine are muffin tops or honey buns. Maybe a cream pie. Get your insults correct.
Let them
What-
stay mad.
What
Stay
do you
mad,
think?
everybody.
Stay mad?
Yeah. No, I mean to them. Stay mad over there.
Oh yeah,
That
stay
Baker
mad.
wants,
Yeah,
everybody wants to do.
yeah. Use your energy on me and let Aiden take some time off. What do you think? Do you think she's getting some good jabs in? It's been an hour and a half so far.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, that last one, I was like, yeah, where they said, I just lost my train of thought.
It
But
seems
yeah,
it might
I think
be
she's doing
continuing.
really well. Really well. What do you
Stay,
think?
stay mess. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stay mess.
Same ass, yeah.
Am I even Dutch? Is the big question, Jamie. Well, I was kind of hoping everyone would start with the Sarah Grace case because then we could do the Ben Bennett case next week. There's another case starting that we actually looked at before that got continued. It's out of New Jersey, so it's probably not going to be televised. A guy who unalived his brother to get the insurance company money. Do you remember we talked about it like 2 months ago?
Honestly, no.
It was the guy who turned his own security camera off, and then his house caught fire right after.
That doesn't sound familiar. Are you sure it was me?
Well, I know you don't watch the show, so I think we did it. Just we talked about it, and then it got continued, and then we forgot about it again.
Maybe.
Now they are all going to hone in on the Banfield case. Yeah, so now I have to find another case to cover. I wanted to be alone, all by myself.
It is nice to have not everybody doing the same trial.
Yeah. Patrick's trial has been delayed. Good thing you decided not to cover it. Yes, but just from a business standpoint, a bad thing because now everyone will be on the is it called Ben Benefield or whatever is the trial we were trying to cover next week. Corey Richards is also having a hearing today.
Yeah, but you know how that goes.
Yeah, half of the time we can't cover any of that.
Stream it. Yeah.
Maybe I should just cover Plevin when he goes to trial.
Nah.
No, it looks like he has a pretty good case. It's the Banfield. Brendan Banfield. He's the guy who lived like Brandon. Banged the au pair. Brandon hasn't moved on to the next thing. Gotten a guy on a BDSM website and then stabulated his wife and unalived the guy who. But I know. I know Brandon will get there someday.
Someday.
I'm not going to give up on Banfield.
This is Defendant's Exhibit T.
No. Mrs. Brandon, he just wants you to have a special experience. That's why he's getting that the BDSM guy. It has nothing to do with anything. And don't worry about why your life insurance just ticked up triple numbers. And why your new Brazilian au pair has to sleep with him to keep the dog off of him. Don't worry, Miss Brandon. Good morning, Brandon.
Extraction report, timeline 43. Do you see that, Detective?
I do.
And we're just focusing on May 20th. I want to go to page 3 of that extraction report. Do you see how just before, so this is 214:42, do you see that?
I do.
And I have it highlighted because I'm just trying to show the jurors. So just before.
Yeah, there is a Mrs. Brandon because that's the reason why we haven't seen Brandon since before New Year's, because she beat him up after he brought home twice as many ribs as he was sent out to get. Oh, I mean, he fell and hit the cabinet, tripped over the dog, 2 black eyes. That's how it happened.
Why would anybody
that,
beat
he's on
somebody up for bringing home too many ribs? That sounds ridiculous. I will say it first.
You're Midwestern. They are East Coast, Jamie. You know, they're fancy people. They don't eat things.
Mm-hmm.
Google, you see that?
I do.
And Google, you see that?
I do.
Okay, so he's searching online, right?
That's correct.
And we don't know if those are news stories or what type of information that is, but you would agree that he's actively browsing in apps, right, general browser content, before Eric Gordon is typed in as a search term.
That's correct.
And Peterson, again, is spelled the same way as the wife's last name is, and that's a case in Vegas.
Yes.
Showing you what's previously, or what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit U, you testified as to his search of Edward Gallagher on May 22nd. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And these were the two searches that stuck out to you, which is why you testified to them. Sound right?
That's correct.
Just want to go to page 4 of Defendant's Exhibit U. Do you see the search there?
I do.
Edward Gallagher. Just want to go to just before that. Do you see that this is a Chrome Google search?
Yes.
Just before that. And then let's go to page 3. So before he types in Edward Gallagher, he's on the AP News site. Do you see that?
I do.
AP News, AP News, AP News. Do you see that?
Yes.
So he's searching the news before he types that in, right?
Correct.
Good point.
Really
that's so
good
annoying.
point that, yeah, he didn't go there and look for these cases specifically. He was just looking at news and thought, oh, I have to check that out. Kind of like
Yeah,
with
and it was probably a link of something.
no, because he did a Google search for it. But I'm kind of like the Battlefield. Of course, I'll Google that if they say, hey, have you seen that?
Hmm.
Well, stop whining. That's what Jamie always says. I'm giving up the potato diet after 3 days. Well, you tried.
Was this just like a potato that you would eat, like you just cook it and then like nothing on it, Danny? I'm curious because I could eat potatoes as a diet all day long.
Yeah, but you eat them with cream fresh and stuff like that. If you're on the potato diet, you only eat potatoes. And
That's what I mean, like a
You're
bland
not even allowed
potato.
to put salt on them.
Okay, then that would not work for me whatsoever.
Yeah. Yes, a potato diet it's just you eat potato for every meal. It's a lot of starch and a lot of carbohydrates, but it's some people swear to it, says it they work, but it's they did get salt on it.
Okay. Well, there was a guy that ate potatoes for like a year and lost like 100 pounds, but that's all he ate. And because you're going to get a calorie deficit in those types of foods, you know, not a lot of
But
nutrition.
that's why it's so stupid to say I'm going to do the potato diet. No, just do a calorie deficit diet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
I
saying,
heard
I was wondering.
yeah, I heard keto. It doesn't matter. You just need to have less. You have to put less in your mouth than you shit out. That's how you lose weight. That's why I don't lose weight, because I only do the gym for an hour and a half, 2 hours a day. And I eat like a maniac because I get bored.
Boredom eating is the worst.
Yeah.
In terms of other search histories that Matt did, or browser history rather, I know you were shown Exhibit 95. Something that hasn't been talked about, but we know from the search history, and I'm sure you know through the course of your investigation. This is searched items, was Exhibit 95. It was electronically shown to the jurors. just want to make sure that you remember also during the time of January and February that Matt was also Googling things with respect to his health. Did you see that?
That's accurate, yes.
Because you know through the course of your investigation, and surely through reviewing his text messages, that in January and February, around that time, he thought he had a serious health condition.
Correct.
He went to doctors to get
Jamie, I bet you have done this. Ringing in ears cancer.
Yeah, yeah. I look up a lot of crazy things. I'm not even kidding.
I love that his NBA scoring record. I think is that Will Chamberlain who has that, or is it LeBron or something? And then he goes on and says, ringing in ears cancer. That's probably not cancer.
No, it's not. But it's just so stupid, the stuff they'll pick out. It's like, this is just an everyday person Googling the most random stuff. That's what I was saying about like links too. Like you might Google something and there might be a stupid link or article on the bottom that says ringing in the ear cancer. And he's like, oh, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you could show like all this random stuff you click on just to read about it. I don't
But he
know.
also have tingling in his feet and hands. So is that cancer?
It could be. Everything could be cancer, apparently, to Google.
an MRI to see if there was something wrong with him.
That's correct.
Because he felt, in addition to how he felt about Joey's suicide, he was physically not feeling well.
Correct.
You were shown Emily's web history, which was Exhibit 88. And I mention this because of the two things you noted from Matt's web history, but I noticed you didn't mention from Emily's web history. If web history is important. Showing you page 16. These markings are my own, but the jury has been provided a clean copy in Exhibit 88. You see right here, this is Emily's, let me orient you so we're really sure what we're looking at here. This is Emily's extraction report and web history.
Okay.
Look familiar to you?
Yes.
Something that you reviewed during the course of your investigation?
Yes.
February 24th, 2020. Web history of Emily Noble. Into the forest I go, to lose my mind and find my soul. You see that?
Yes.
And I'm sure after you saw that, given the facts of this case, you went on to this website, Soulfulware.
Correct.
And it's a retail clothing line.
It is.
And you'll agree that she stays on that website till 3:25. Into the forest I go to lose my mind. Do you see that? Continues on.
Yes.
Then
What the hell is
let's
soulful
just go down
there?
here so we're clear. So she's on at 3:33:25, and then she's still on it at 3:33:32. Do you see that?
7 seconds later, yes.
Yes, into the forest I go. And then going to the next page, she's still on it.
Yep. 4 seconds later, yes.
Yep. And then
Jamie, do you have any Into the Forest soulfulware? Soulfulware.
What is it?
Into the forest I go to lose my mind and find my soul. V-neck soulfulware is what she's looking at. And she keeps looking at it.
That's a red flag.
But it's a shirt.
she goes back to it.
Yes.
She goes back to Into the Forest I Go to lose my mind and find my soul an hour and 20 minutes later. Doesn't she?
She does.
And then she stays on it. See that, detective?
Yes, I see it.
Showing you the next page, which is 18. And she stays on it. And she stays on it. And then she stays on the site. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And I bet you they never saw that as anything.
Nope.
This is,
Sure didn't.
it's the designs you can get. Heavily meditated. I have absolutely no desire to fit in. No mud, no lotus. Stay wild, moonchild. I came, I saw I had anxiety, so I left. Peaceful AF. I need this t-shirt,
Okay.
Jamie. This you can give me that for my birthday. Men's size 2X, and I don't know. I don't have chest hair enough to pull off a V-neck. Positive vibes only. Please send that to Jamie so she can put it up. And I'm just here for the karma. That's what I do. I drink wine and I know things. I have one that says I drink coffee and I know things.
I hate all of this. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to us.
Currently overthinking. Sarcasm is how I hug. I need that t-shirt, Jamie. You can send me that for my birthday. Double XL men's size. I don't have chest hair enough to pull off a V-neck. Today I'm going to manifest some cool ass shit. I'm going to send 4 of these to Brandon. Nobody understands me like Tito's does. I know who could get that one. As lost as Alice, as mad as the Hatter. Jamie, we're going to get all of these t-shirts. It's going to be grand.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Jamie only shops at Shein. Well, I can tell you Etsy has a lot of knockoff of them. So does Brandon have an hourglass shape? No, but he believes in manifestation. So always ask him about what he's manifesting right now. He loves that. I could say a lot more things, but I will not. Yeah, there was like 8 pages.
Yeah, one was enough. We don't need to see the rest.
'82. States Exhibit 82. This is the extraction report with respect to Emily Noble's cell phone. Does that look familiar to you, Detective?
Yes.
Now, you and I were chatting before we started today, and the UFC or the UTC conversion times sort of hurt our heads.
Yes.
Yes. So bear with me because it's tricky. Because her phone, Emily's phone, was actually programmed for Chicago time.
Correct.
So that makes things even more complicated because we're on East Coast time.
That's correct.
And then we have daylight savings time to account for it.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to try to do my best. But in this, what I'm showing you, and I'll move it up so the map is, it's UTC plus 0.
Correct.
So as we convert this, this is a 4-hour conversion. Would you agree with me on that?
From UTC to Eastern Standard.
Yes. So this, it says 1:39:42 p.m. becomes 9:39:42 a.m. Does it not?
Correct.
The date on this is 5/24/20. So this is her birthday.
Correct.
And the location, or rather the GPS, the thing that's locating her at 9:39:42 in the morning is Apple Maps. You see that, Detective?
Yes.
The location is Butyl. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's important, right? Because of John Kramer. Because, Detective, We know from the Hollis body cam that John Kramer's first statement was that he saw her that morning on the 25th going for a walk between 9 and 10, right?
John Kramer's first statement?
Yes.
Yes.
And we know that during that exact time frame, the day prior, she's in Butyl.
Yes.
So he can't be seeing her if she's in Butyl on the 24th, right?
That's correct.
I know that officers kind of went up to Butyl, and so when Emily was missing, you went up there and sort of generally searched the area where that Springs was, did you not? Your team.
No, we
Yeah, I slept 7.5 hours today. I'm getting a lot of sleep. 6 hours at night and roughly an hour and a half at lunch.
did not.
Okay. Well, you know generally how far Butyl is from Westerville.
Correct.
Hour and a half
That's accurate.
each way.
Yes.
So hypothetically,
To get to Butyl, if I don't stop, by 9:39, I would leave around 8 a.m.
Correct.
and then if I only got to Butyl and got in my car and drove right back, that would put me back to Westerville at 11 a.m.
Correct.
We know from the GPS, from Matt and Emily's phone, do we not, that after they went to Butyl on her birthday, they then went to his father's house, Palmer's house.
That's correct.
And Palmer, Matt's dad, has since died.
Correct.
But we have the GPS, and so we know they were there.
That's correct.
And his dad lived in what city?
Worthington, Ohio.
And Matt told officers about going to Butyl on May 24th. Officer Hollis, first on the scene, said we were at Butyl on a birthday.
Correct.
Then he said we went to my dad's house, right?
Correct.
And that was confirmed by the data, the cell data.
Yes.
Showing you what was previously marked as Exhibit 92.
This is Matt Moore's location history. Do you recognize this as locations 8? Do you see that, Detective?
I do.
I'm going to go to the second page. This coordinate here, right? This, as you came to know it, is Abbey Cross, right?
Yes.
And sometimes the coordinates can change, like variably. It almost looks like it's at the neighbors, but it's Abbey Cross.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Because of the way the software is. Just want to make sure the jurors see that Matt Moore's phone is marked as hitting, right, Abbey Cross at 5:24:20, 10:53:04 p.m. Do you see that?
Before the time conversion?
Before the time converter.
Yes.
It's UTC 0. Sorry.
Yes.
So time conversion on that?
6:53:04 p.m.
Perfect. And we know that before 6:53:04, they were at the 3 bars in Westerville.
Correct.
And we know that because of photographic evidence and also because of GPS data.
Correct.
So 6:53:04 p.m., his phone is at Abbey Cross.
That's-
You would agree with me that the end time is what?
May 26, 2020 at 7:54:04 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
His phone is in Abbey Cross from May 24th, 6:53 to May 26th, 7 a.m.
Almost 8 a.m., but yes.
8 a.m.
Yes.
This is gonna take a minute, but we're gonna go through it. I'm sorry. Would you like a break here?
Is that good for you?
It Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of people were kind of hoping that that would be the new case to start the year. Really interesting case, looked really good. I think we did talk about it back in November because of the whole. It had some kind of. It looked kind of the same like other cases with her going on TikTok and begging for help, and now she's accused of it. Her family is standing by her. Now, when there's some kind of mental health component to it, maybe she did it and has some illnesses. It looks like an interesting case. How would you know when the end time is coming? I don't know. He's a police expert.
Showing you,
But I can tell you next week there could be another new case starting up that also looks interesting. Did a guy bang his au pair and then hire a BDSM guy to have a sexual encounter with his wife, or claim that that was what it was for, then stabulate the wife and pew the BDSM guy. The au pair has pled guilty, so it's gonna be interesting. So we're gonna see that in next week if it goes.
I'll pose a question. Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. I know you're familiar with it, but Detective, in a mile, if you know,
when we're looking at the step data, in a mile, 5,280 feet in a mile.
Yeah, that's correct.
So 5,280 feet in a mile.
did you ever walk this distance and measure it? Did you ever map that distance in terms of travel?
No, I did not.
Just generally, and half a mile, quarter mile. I know the jurors went there, but tell me what you think.
I'd say probably from where to where.
Let's say we're starting at 46 Abbey Cross.
Okay.
And let's say we're walking this far. How far would you say?
Just to where like all the way down to where the bike path is?
Sure.
I'd say over a quarter mile.
Okay, over a quarter mile.
Yes.
So, and we know from not just Matt Moore, but from Celeste Groen, that this was an area that Emily had foraged previously.
Correct.
So, if I'm going from Abbey Cross and I go down here to this general area, we're talking about a quarter mile.
That's correct.
And if 5,280 steps is a mile,
A quarter mile, let's say
1,300?
1,300 feet. And so it was that math,
that kind of measure that I used when I went back and looked at the step data from Emily's phone. Now, Detective, on direct examination, you were shown data with respect to the steps for her phone from the 24th and 25th. Do you remember that?
Okay.
But you weren't asked about any of her step data in the 30 or 60 days prior.
Correct.
Now, with respect to step data, we know that if you don't have your phone on you and you don't have an iWatch, your steps aren't being logged.
Correct.
But if you have your phone on your person or have your iWatch on, presumably your steps should be counted.
That's correct.
I wanted to go, and I give you an opportunity and the state to look at what I've marked as defendant's W. Detective, this morning I gave this to you and the prosecutor.
That's correct.
And as we reviewed it, fair to say that it is step data taken from Emily Noble's phone for the months of April and May of 2020.
Correct.
Now, I want to go through every day showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit V. Based on the data, I pulled every day where Emily Noble had 1,000 steps or more. Remember we talked about this before you testified today?
Yes.
And there's actually one day that's missing, so I want to be sure to add that.
She's not getting her steps in, Jamie. Low of 1,000 and high of 4,700. You need somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 steps a day.
You'll get 10,000 if you're actually trying.
Yeah, 7,000 is the new minimum requirement.
Yeah.
It was April 2nd. April 2nd had an additional 3,000 steps or so. So we'll be sure to talk about that as we go through this chart. But let's go through it. April 1st, right? 3,000 steps. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
April 2nd, already on the chart, but there's an additional 3,000 steps for April 2nd. So she walks on the 1st with her phone, and she walks on the 2nd with her phone. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
It appears on the 3rd, 2,962 steps, plus those other steps. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, Detective, when you and I talked about this demonstrative aid that I put together, we talked about how these times are actually converted from Eastern Standard Time.
2 Eastern Standard.
To Eastern Standard.
Yes.
So if the jury was looking at Defendant's Exhibit W, the times on the records have now been converted on this demonstrative aid.
That's correct.
The 4th, 2777.
That's correct.
The 6th, the 7th, there's no data, right?
Correct.
The 8th, we've got no data on the 9th, 10th, or 11th.
Correct.
No data, no steps on the 13th.
That's correct.
No steps over 1,000.
It's a good way to show that she's not always carrying her phone, so him finding the phone at the house isn't a big deal.
Exactly.
That's correct.
And I want to be clear, because we talked about the quarter-mile distance being around 1,300, so I looked at any day when there was a total over 1,000 steps.
Okay.
So going back to the Defendant's Exhibit V, is we've got the 16th, right?
That's correct.
17th, nothing. 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, nothing.
Correct.
23rd, 24th,
Yes.
over 1,000. 25th, 26th, nothing.
That's correct.
From the 27th to the 2nd, we've got the 28th, 29th, 30th, 1st, nothing over 1,000.
That's correct.
And then there's a gap from the 2nd to the 7th,
Correct.
and then nothing on the 8th.
Correct.
We've got the 10th, and then nothing on the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th.
Correct.
Look at Hulda and her humble brag. My house is so big that I need 1,000 steps just to get to the kitchen. That's humble bragging, Hulda.
Yeah. I'm glad I don't have that problem.
Yeah, I'll get to the coffee maker in 10 steps.
Yeah, same here.
It's over 1,000.
Correct.
And then the 17th, and then that's the last time in May that there's over 1,000 steps on Emily's phone, correct?
Yes.
I mention this for several reasons. Detective, you would agree with me that through the course of your investigation,
There has been a theme, if you will, that Emily would have never left the house without her phone. Right?
A theme.
That has been something that has been said by more than one person.
Except for Mr. Moore, he told me that at times she would go without her phone. But from other people, yes.
And it's why you're good at your job. You preempted my next question, except for Mr. Moore. He said sometimes she would go without her phone. But most other people said never left her house without the phone, right?
Correct.
and we know that Emily Noble was known to take walks daily,
Correct.
and she loved to go foraging, right?
Correct.
We know that her often frequented foraging route is about a quarter mile each way from the house.
Correct.
We know from the data, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th. There's no times when there's over 1,000 steps. Right?
Correct.
You know what we also know
I have 6,919.
is that Celeste Grown
On May 22nd,
Like 950 right now.
went foraging, showing you Jeep, with Emily, right along this route right here.
That's correct.
So you would expect to see if Emily had her phone when she went foraging and went on walks.
that there would be over 1,000 steps for making this estimate.
That's correct.
And you see that there's none.
Correct.
You also see that John Kramer indicated that he saw Emily going outside for a walk on 8 p.m. the day before he saw her leave the next morning, right? Do you remember that?
On 8 p.m. on Sunday the 24th?
That's right.
Yes.
Now, let's put aside John Kramer seeing Emily from 9 to 10 on the 25th. Let's focus on 8 p.m.
Okay.
At no point in time has John Kramer ever wavered from the 8 p.m. seeing her outside.
Not that I'm aware of.
So you would expect to see then, if Emily always left the house with her phone, and she was going on a walk, perhaps steps over 1,000 feet.
Correct.
Now, I know that Emily has steps on her phone on these and other days, in 60 or 90 or 100 or 200.
Correct.
Again, I'm not trying to be deceptive. I was just looking at the time period of April and May where there were 1,000 steps or more.
That's correct.
Also important because the house is about 800 or 900 square feet.
Yep, yep.
And if I'm walking in the house with my phone, that's counting.
That's correct.
And that's 800 or 900 square feet. If I'm, the yard would be counting if I'm gardening with my phone. So 1,000 feet was our measure for this demonstrative aid.
Correct.
There's no evidence to suggest that Emily had a second phone, right?
That's correct.
So when you hear things like Emily never left the house without her phone, one of the ways we could corroborate if she ever went on walks without her phone is to look to step data. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
I know on direct you
She did
talk
it a
about
lot.
the 24th or 25th, but there is in your line of work something called like selection bias, right?
Yes.
Where you just narrow in on one particular, you're selectively picking a date or time or item, and you're not necessarily looking at the greater whole, right?
That's correct.
Because there's no doubt, ever in your investigation, that Celeste and Emily went foraging on the 22nd of May.
That's correct.
And not just because of Celeste, we know that because of the text message.
Why is it that the defense have to figure this one out? They didn't look at any of this.
No, they didn't. And it's good that she's pointing it out because they
Yeah.
were so hard on. She never leaves her phone at home.
Yeah, we always, and she would never, and again, it's the same. Oh, we were the best of friends. We talk once a month. It's every state witness is kind of a little, like they have a little too much wish to get him convicted than to tell the truth.
And I told you, I bet it had a lot to do with the sister and friends. Pushing
Yeah.
the cops. They're like, she would never. She would never.
Yeah. Yeah, I always told her, don't go and unalive yourself. But I never thought she would unalive herself.
Yeah, exactly.
Messages back and forth
Got it,
between
got it.
Emily and Celeste, do we not?
That's correct.
And this Emily would never leave without her phone is so important, is it not, as we consider John Kramer's initial statement that he sees Emily between 9 and 10 a.m. going for a walk on the 25th.
Yes.
Moving now to Matt Moore. And again, Your Honor, there is a date, and Detective, I just want to be clear. There's additional steps of 3,000 plus for April 2nd. That exact number, but it's 3,000 plus. Does that seem accurate?
That's correct.
I want to move now to just Matt Moore. And
Matt being a target of the investigation. I'm going to show the jurors the clip during Matt Moore's interview on May 27th, where you and Detective Peachy are in the room with him, and he takes off his shirt.
Okay.
Now, I know that you actually leave the room when that moment happens, but I presume that through the course of your investigation, you reviewed this footage and seen that take place.
Correct.
Fair to say, much earlier on in the interview, he said, do you want to see if there's any scratches or anything?
That's correct.
But then there's this moment where he actually takes his shirt off.
What's the exhibit on this? 71, 72? You go there.
We should mark it as a new one.
74, if you want to call it 74E, that's what I looked at.
74E?
Or, well, I guess if you put it on our sticker.
No, I'll put it on. We'll mark this as Defendant's Exhibit X. And for the record, we are starting at 1:11:22. No, sorry. And I'm going to play it without sound, but just, Detective, if you could just watch. And if you could stop it, just to reorient the jury. That's Detective Peachy?
That is Detective Peachy.
Okay. Thank you. Detective, I know the video speaks for itself, but you agree with me that Matt Moore takes his shirt off,
Yes, he does.
puts his arms out,
Yes.
then he turns around, and Detective Peachy even kind of gets close to his back there and looks.
That's correct.
And then at one point, Matt goes like this to kind of push his hair back so that his face is seen.
Correct.
And offers at the end, does he not, do you want me to take my pants off?
Yes, he does.
There's no scratches, see?
Do you want me to
That's
take my
correct.
pants? Kind of amazing.
I noticed during your direct exam that there was two things you were asked about words that Matt Moore used that stuck out to you. And one of them was the word gone. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Thanks to the court reporter, after your direct examination, I asked her to pull a section of your testimony. And when you were being asked by Prosecutor Sleeper about why you collected the cell phone, you were asked, do you remember, why did you do that? And Detective, your answer was it not, to gain more information as to what exactly we had at this point. All we know is that she is gone. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And then there was the use of past tense, which you talked about in your direct examination,
And that Matt
used during his interview. But I wanted to talk about present tense, if verb tense is important. Because during the video that was played, he said things like, she has beers in the fridge, right? That's present tense.
Correct.
Sometimes she likes to sleep on the porch. Remember that?
Correct.
She likes to be outside,
Correct.
right? She likes to forage. Do you remember those things?
Yes.
Those, none of those are past tense. That's all present tense.
Correct.
Right? You were also asked about whether or not he talked about a phone call he made to his friend Brian. We know from the cell phone records that there was a phone call that Matt Moore made on the 24th, right?
Yes.
And we know that because of the data shows us that.
That's correct.
And you were asked on direct about, did he tell you about that phone call? And you said no.
Correct.
But I want to talk about the things he did tell you that were consistent, that we now know based on independent evidence. We know that on the 24th of May, they were up in Butte, Ohio.
Down south, I guess.
Down south. Shows I'm from Seattle.
Oh.
Now everybody knows. Down south, right? And we know that GPS data puts Emily's phone in Butte, Ohio at 9:39-ish a.m.
That's correct.
And then we also know, we have the picture, the photographic evidence. One moment, Your Honor. So her birthday in Butyl at the Springs.
Correct.
And we know that Matt Moore told you, at law enforcement, multiple times, we went there in the morning of the 24th to collect spring water. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And here's the photographic evidence of that.
That's correct.
And the GPS Apple Maps puts Emily's phone in Butyl.
Correct.
He told you went to his father's house, Palmer's house, after Butyl, and that shows in the cell data. Was it not?
That's correct.
He then tells you that they went home, that they quickly changed, and that they then went to 3 bars.
Correct.
He gives you the names of the 3 bars. Cobley, Old Bag of Nails, and Jimmy B's.
Correct.
You and your law enforcement officers go to each of those locations, and every one of those locations is corroborated that Matt and Emily were there on the 24th.
Correct.
Eating and or drinking.
Correct.
That's corroborated, right?
Yes.
And we know now from the data, the extraction, showing you with the Markets Defense Exhibit B, when comparing it to the other evidence, that Emily did, in fact, go on walks without her phone.
Correct.
Those are all things that Matt told you.
Yes.
I want to go back to something else he said that was noted. It was paused, and it's about 2 minutes into his May 27th video,
Hey, Ginger.
when he says, like, I didn't do it, man. I didn't do it. Remember? He says that? And you noted that as Mr. Sleeper said, why did that stand out to you? And you said, well, we hadn't accused him of anything.
Correct.
And I'm paraphrasing your testimony. I didn't pull it, but generally that was your sentiment.
Yeah, I'm not speaking.
I think it's really important, though, tell me if I'm wrong, that we look at and consider what, or more importantly, how Matt got to the police station.
Okay.
Okay. Because you would agree with me that he came down to the station voluntarily,
Correct.
but he was driven down in the back of a cruiser.
Correct.
Okay. And we know, because the jurors went on the jury view, that from 46 Abbey Cross to, what's that drive like? From 46 Abbey Cross to the police station. What's that?
Like how long is it?
Yeah.
I'd say probably just about a mile.
Okay, so like 5 minutes maybe?
Correct.
And he's being driven by which officer?
Officer Guy Serena.
And he's in the back of a cruiser,
Correct.
a March cruiser.
That's it.
His wife is missing.
Yes.
He's called 911, and now he's been asked to come down to the station.
Correct.
Before he gets in that interview room, tell the jurors how you get to that room.
Generally, I mean, it's either the front door of the police department or the back door of the police station.
Okay, how'd you take Matt in?
I believe Officer Serena did.
Back door.
I don't know.
Okay, you would agree with me, to get to that room requires at least once, twice, a key card access card.
Correct.
Can't just walk up in there if you're in the public, and can't just walk out if you're in the public, right?
Correct.
And I understand that during the interview, you tell him that he's voluntarily there.
Correct.
Right? But you, in the course of your experience as a detective, you would have to concede that riding in the back of a March cruiser and being taken into a police department and being questioned by 2 senior detectives could be a stressful moment.
Yes.
And so it's then, after and under those circumstances, that he says that statement. Right? Within the first 2 minutes.
I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you were shown a bunch of photos, a bunch, withdraw. You were shown these photos of the cooler. Or do you remember those being shown during this trial?
The photos from like Officer Hollis's body cam?
The garage, right, where
Yes.
the cooler's moving.
Yes.
I understand that charges are ultimately brought by the state of Ohio.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Because I'm sure that you have encountered through the course of your work as a detective, and also through the course of your work with juveniles, that not everyone is super smart. Right?
Yes.
And there's kind of varying levels, right? Like super smart, really not well educated, not well read. Some people can't read or write, right?
Correct.
And when Matt Moore is writing out his handwritten statement, would you agree that he asked you how to spell memorial?
Yes.
He also asked you how to spell, is it court? What was a word that starts with a C. Do you remember what it was?
No, I cannot.
Okay. But he asked you to spell it, does he not? Like he pauses and he says, how do you spell that?
Couch.
Couch. I knew it started with a C, thank you. He asked you how to spell couch because he's saying he goes
Crusty Panties can spell couch.
into the second bedroom and sleeps on a couch. But you remember that.
Yes.
And do you also remember that as he's writing the statement, he's reading it out loud
Yes.
as he's writing? So let's go back to the things that he did voluntarily. Now, I realize that you might say, well, he did those things, but anyone would do those things. But let's really talk about it. On the 26th, he signs consent to search Emily's phone.
Yes.
Now, not something he needed to do.
Correct.
He could have had forced you to go get a search warrant,
Correct.
right? But he signs consent and gives you the phone, right?
Yes.
He also tells you, quote, take whatever you need, and that's when he gives you the hairbrush and some other clothing of hers, and I think that shower cap that you mentioned.
Correct.
Same day, that's the 26th. He then, later that day, on the 26th, after you've gone, he calls, does he not, and says, I've located Emily's work laptop in the closet.
Correct.
Because you had asked, or you or law enforcement had asked, do you know where her laptop was?
That's correct.
And at that time, it was not known where it was. But then he calls and says, I found it.
Yes.
And an officer goes and collects it.
Yes.
And that's an evidence.
That's correct.
He gives, same day, on the 26th, verbal consent to search his Altima, the car that's parked in the driveway.
Yes.
Detective Peachy visually checks the trunk, and he looks at the car, and obviously Emily is not in the car.
Correct.
26, same day, he allows Sergeant Alloway to go up into the attic.
In the garage, yes.
In the garage. And I say he allows because none of us, right, have to, under the law, just allow law enforcement to come into the house if they don't have a search warrant.
Correct.
I could say, I don't want you in my garage, go get a warrant.
Plushy, it's been crossed by defense all day, and they have found more things that kind of look shady that the police left out, because there was a big hoo-ha about him finding her phone, because she always brought her phone with her when she was going out foraging, and they did the step counter on the phone, and it looks like she never brought her phone going out foraging. And then there were the Google searches that clearly implied that he was looking for some cases that was related to this or something, they tried to say. And he was actually browsing news sites and most likely saw something about the case and then looked it up after. So again, it's the Canton thing again, where we just take this much out of this much and pretend that it shows a lot.
Yep, cherry picking galore.
It's very telling that the prosecutor has his head down and eyes blocked. Yeah, he's not. He didn't do good. Damn it, sink ran over again. Stop the water before it runs over. It's not that hard. Come on now.
But he allowed law enforcement to search the house and search the cars and the attic, right?
Yes.
He also consented, and now I'm going to the 27th when he was asked, not just to look into the house again, but also through Emily's vehicle, which would be the Subaru. Do you remember that? That actually might have been on the 26th that he did that.
Yeah, I don't remember anything like that on the 27th.
Yeah, because the 27th was a search warrant.
Correct.
Right, so that would have had to have been on the 26th. If you remember.
That's why I paused, because
You're right. Then we know that he takes you to Bennett's Exhibit D. We know he takes you here, right? Says this is the area that she loves to walk, right?
That's correct.
And he takes you also up this way, right? To show you that there's an area up here she likes to go.
No, we didn't go out on state. We actually went up, if you don't mind, up
No,
Crossings and then over to Ashbrook that way.
Sorry. So you go this way and then up here?
Correct.
And so these are different areas that she likes to forage.
Yes.
then on the 27th, he goes to headquarters, gets in the back of that marked cruiser, and is taken downtown for the interview.
Yes.
And then we've just seen from Exhibit X that he voluntarily takes his shirt off to have the detectives look at him to see if there's any scratches or anything like that.
That's correct.
Hasn't been mentioned, but you would agree with me that he voluntarily also allows for a DNA swab.
At some point, yes.
And a swab I think it's July 21st. Tell me if that date's wrong.
I don't know exactly, but it was later during the investigation.
And a swab is when law enforcement take essentially a big Q-tip.
Correct.
And they go inside your mouth and they swab the inside of your cheeks and preserve that, and they can submit it to the lab for a DNA profile.
Correct.
And he did that voluntarily.
Yes, he did.
Now, as the lead detective, we talked about trace, so prints, blood, semen, DNA, all those kind of things.
Correct.
Nothing, you would agree with me, nothing. There's no forensics to connect Matt Moore to the remains that were found.
They were checked for trace, but no trace was located.
In fact, the USB was also checked for trace as well, was it not?
Yes.
The USB cord.
That's correct.
And nothing there either, connecting him to those remains.
Correct.
No forensics within the house that indicate to you, based on your experience and training and expertise, no blood, nothing of that sort, right, of evidentiary value.
Correct.
We've got no eyewitnesses.
Correct.
We know that we have no surveillance because we went through the Ring camera and the surveillance and et cetera.
Correct.
And we talked about, as a refresher, we talked about the bank accounts and the money piece. We know that there was a joint account and Emily had her own account as well.
Yes.
And in both accounts, there was roughly some $90,000.
Roughly, yes.
And we know that there was the inheritance that Matt had from his mother's passing.
Yes.
Nothing further. Oh, wait. Yes, Scott.
I did.
And I've got a pair. Start with this. We will start with what is the men's Izod plaid shirt. And it's tag number 119846. And if I can give you a pair of scissors.
Okay.
We need to get an exhibit on this.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. This will be X. Why? And it appears, does it not? We had talked earlier about protocol. When someone bags the evidence, they initial it, right? They label it. There's also a computer-generated tag on it.
That's correct.
And then on the back, if you see, there's a date of 8/5/22. Does it sound familiar that that's the day that I looked at the physical evidence?
That's correct.
And this bag was opened on that day, which corresponds with the date that's seen on the bag.
That's correct.
And it's sealed back up, and then there's some initials there.
That is my signature, yes.
Okay. So if you could open that up for the jury. Just States Exhibit 2. Detective, showing on the screen there, does this appear to be the same, at least in appearance, shirt as depicted in the photograph from May 24th?
Yes, it does.
And if I could, this is a short sleeve shirt.
That's correct.
And remember, I had asked you about, when we looked at the physical evidence, if there was a mask inside, and you weren't in the room, but
Correct.
It does appear that there is a cloth mask.
Yes.
In the left chest pocket.
Yes.
And I'm sure that law enforcement looked at the shirt for any rips or tears or anything of the like.
That's correct.
And there was none seen or found.
Correct.
And this is indicated by the evidence label was located in the hamper.
So far, it seems like we don't really know what happened. I'm not convinced he did it with the way they have presented the case so far.
The second bathroom.
That's correct.
Thank you. I'll mark
Number 1-2.
27th is. Thank you. And do you remember when you watched the Hollis body cam? There was a point when Matt Moore went into the closet and was like, "This is a skirt that she was wearing last night."
Yes.
It is your belief, is it not, that this is the same skirt that was held up in the video?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. I want to talk first about, you were asked a little bit about some previous testimony that you gave.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what the nature of that hearing was?
It was a deposition out of a civil issue that had been going on between Matt Moore and Amy Thomas.
And you indicated that was in probate court?
Yes, sir.
Generally speaking, was there litigation ongoing about what happens to Emily's assets,
Yes.
including who ends up with the condo, the money, anything else, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
During that,
That's so,
you were asked
Yeah.
about whether the area around where the body was found had been searched.
Correct.
And was the general area along the sidewalk and the eastern part of those woods searched during your investigation?
Yes, it was.
At any time were you or any other officer from the Westville Police Department in the western part of those woods during this investigation before the remains were found?
No, we were not.
You were asked some questions about FMLA, or the Family Medical Leave Act, you call that?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of the circumstances under which someone can take FMLA leave?
I'm not well versed enough to provide a full explanation on it. No, sir.
You were asked generally about whether it can be taken if somebody has a physical or a mental disability?
Correct.
Remember that question?
That's correct.
Are you aware whether you can take Family Medical Leave Act if a spouse or a family member is the one that has a mental or physical disability?
I've heard that yes, you can.
And are you aware whether or not Emily was required to go to counseling for Family Medical Leave Act?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
Are you aware whether or not Emily was required to go to counseling in order to qualify for the Family Medical Leave Act?
I'm not aware.
All right. You were asked questions about a traumatic brain injury that the defendant allegedly had at some point. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Did you, during your investigation, were you aware of where that had allegedly come from?
Yes.
And where was that, sir?
In New York State.
And do you recall any of the circumstances in which this traumatic brain injury was alleged to have occurred?
It was alleged to have occurred during a very severe car crash.
And when about was that car crash?
I believe 1986.
Did you reach out to anyone to attempt to obtain records related to that crash?
I did.
And who was that, sir?
The troopers from New York State.
And did you make multiple requests to see if they had any records related to this car crash in 1986?
I did.
And were you able to obtain any records relating to that crash?
No, I was not.
We asked a lot of questions about trace evidence. Remember those questions, sir?
Yes, sir.
Have there been cases in which you've used DNA evidence?
Yes, sir.
Objection is to relevance as to other cases.
That's background, I'll leave it.
Can you tell us generally, when you've used DNA evidence, why was it important?
Objection as to other cases and why it's important.
To explain it in contrast to those cases to this one here. I'm sure in a couple of questions this will
You can
make
give some
sense.
background
All right.
information.
Can you ask the question one more time?
In those cases in which you've used DNA evidence, can you explain why it was important in the investigation?
It's important because it essentially can tie a suspect that you have to a case, and they'll give it, and the odds of frequency of it occurring, like 1 in 47 million, chance of occurrence, something like that, to where we're able to use DNA in cases such as like sex offenses and stuff like that, where we don't have an independent witness, any other corroborating evidence. It is just a very, very good piece of evidence for us to use.
Based on your training experience, would you expect to find my DNA in my own residence?
Absolutely.
Is there anything about trace evidence? Well, let me ask you this. Photographs taken from May 24th, you're familiar with those?
Yes, sir.
it's a dumb
did-
argument.
Yeah.
Those photographs show Emily Noble and the defendant in contact with each other.
Yes.
Is there anything that finding Emily Noble's DNA on a shirt or other items from the house, would that tell you anything about your investigation, in this particular investigation?
DNA coming from clothing out of her own house, no, it wouldn't tell me anything.
You were asked a lot of questions about different rugs and things, or towels that were in the house.
That's
All those
correct.
questions. Did any of those, upon visual review of those, was there anything that stood out that needed to be sent away for testing?
No, sir.
Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Part of what we do during a search warrant is obviously visual, I can't even talk anymore, visual examination of items such as that, just to see if they have collected blood, anything like that of that relevance. Detective Leckie also used a luminol type product just to verify that there wasn't any unseen blood that used to have been there on that item at one point that can no longer, be seen by the naked human eye.
Based on the search that occurred of the condo, was there any reason for you, in your investigation, to send those items away for testing?
No, sir.
Were other items from the house checked for stains, specifically in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall anything about what was found in there?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Were there sheets collected from the bed?
There were.
And were those sent away for testing?
Yes, they were.
And why was that, sir?
Just to see if there's any blood or any other items like that on.
And was there any blood found in those items?
No, there was not.
But those sheets that were collected were sent away for testing.
Yes.
You were asked lots of questions about John Kramer. Do you recall those?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked with regard to what specifically Mr. Kramer had told you.
That's correct.
Did Mr. Kramer tell you about observing the defendant smoking in the condo?
Yes, he did.
Did Mr. Kramer tell you about overhearing an argument?
Yes, he did.
Did Mr. Kramer tell you about seeing Emily on the night of May 24th?
Yes, he did.
And did he tell you that was the last time he was sure that he'd seen her?
That's correct.
And did he tell you at that time that she was going for a walk?
That's correct.
Did he tell you that he was not sure that he had seen her the morning of May 25th?
Objection, Your Honor, who's that?
I'll sustain that. Go ahead.
Detective, I want to talk a little bit about items that were recovered from the scene. You were asked a question about an e-cigarette.
That's correct.
Yes, and that was, why don't you tell the jury what you know about any e-cigarette or cigarettes that were collected as part of this investigation?
We collected 2 of them from the scene where her body was located.
I'm sorry, what was that again, sir?
We collected 2 of those e-cigarettes from the scene where her body was located.
You were asked specifically about one that was in her pocket,
Yes.
and do you recall when that was collected?
It was collected when she was taken to Montgomery County Coroners for the autopsy.
So one e-cigarette in her pocket of her clothing.
Correct.
Was there another e-cigarette that was located?
There was.
And where was that, sir?
It was away from her body on right near a log, close to her left knee, essentially for placement purposes.
So near to the remains?
Yes, sir.
Would that item have been collected by BCI when they were processing the scene?
Yes, it was.
Well, there are 2 separate e-cigarettes that we're talking about. One located on the scene, one that was in her pocket.
Yes, sir.
Detective, you were asked questions about the body farm. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what was your understanding of their conclusion?
That based on the scene photographs that they examined, that the scene was consistent with a body that had been out in the elements for an extended length of time like that.
And were they able to offer you an opinion as to whether the body had decomposed in that area of the woods?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Did the opinion from the body farm change your investigation?
No?
Why not?
I think if anything, it just reaffirmed the fact that we were still looking at that scene itself, and she had been there for an extended period of time.
Just to make sure I understand, so you say when she was there for a period of time, it was not your understanding that you're dealing with a situation in which a body decomposed elsewhere and then was moved into those woods?
Correct.
And so, what kind of things are you aware of as being part of sensory observations with a body that's decomposed?
What things were I Was I aware of?
As a body decomposes, what,
Objection, Your Honor, the officer's expertise.
I think you need to do a little more foundation.
based on your training experience,
Mhm.
are you familiar with bodies decomposing generally?
Yes, sir.
What types of things occur with a body that's decomposing?
Release.
Terry H., thank you for becoming a member. Is fritter a Danish or German food? Fritter is Danish short for French fries, pommes frites. So fritter is what we call pommes frites.
To fluids, animals sometimes can scavenge the body, bugs, insects can all come along, and the
Insects.
body will essentially deteriorate almost down to nothing. It becomes almost like a mummified version of itself.
Is there a smell associated with that process?
Yes,
Based on what you received from the body farm, the body decomposed in that location?
absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes,
Sustained.
Move to strike.
A jury will disregard the answer given by the witness and not use it in your deliberations. Next question.
Based on what the body farm told you, did you assign any significance to the fact nobody had smelled anything out there?
I think the most significant thing with that was the fact that I was surprised that no one had, based on people walking the sidewalk, cadaver dogs, essentially stuff like that was probably the biggest takeaway I got from that at that point.
I want to talk about web history.
Then where do you think this body was the whole time, guy?
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as was previously marked as State Exhibit 88. Does that appear to be the web history from Emily Noble's phone?
Yes, it does.
You were asked specifically questions about this. Into the forest I go to lose my mind and find my soul.
Yes,
All
I,
that?
yes, I was.
What was that, sir?
It is the link to a web page for someone to buy a T-shirt.
And on State Exhibit 88 in the digital version, are you able to actually click on that entry and be able to see what happened, what it brings up?
Yes, you can.
Are you able to see right now me clicking on that?
Yes.
It's a
Detective, is
T-shirt.
what popped up there the website that was being
There
viewed
it
at that
is.
time?
Yes, it is.
This time I'd asked to publish this to the jury.
I'm sorry?
I'd asked to publish this webpage to the jury.
Okay. What is this?
This is clicking the link in State Exhibit 88, so I guess
88.
we call it 88A if it makes, we'll print it out. Detective, is that what Ms. Noble was looking at on February 24th of 2020?
That's correct.
Are you familiar at all with that phrase, into the forest I go to lose my mind and find my soul?
It's actually a quote, yes.
And do you know who that quote is from?
Not off the top of my head anymore, no, sir.
In researching where that quote came from, does that have anything at all?
Objection, reading, Your Honor.
I haven't heard the whole question.
Oh, he said he doesn't know.
He doesn't remember the exact origin, but he can talk about what the quote
Well,
was generally
ask
about.
your question.
What is the quote generally about?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The quote
How
says
does he
no.
know? I'll also say that.
Does this quote have anything to do with suicide?
Objection as to what it means.
Well, I need more foundation for him to answer my question.
Based on the cell phone forensics on Emily Noble's device, I couldn't
Objection,
find.
Your Honor, as to what Emily thought this meant. And it calls for speculation.
Ask your next question.
In your review of hundreds of web search items on Emily Noble's phone, did you find anything at all relating to suicide?
No, sir.
In your review,
It doesn't mean anything.
No.
mid to late May, of the defendant's web history, did you find anything relating to murder?
Of the defendant,
Yeah,
Okay, that is
Two news
stupid.
stories. This is ridiculous.
You don't see her Googling unaliving herself, but he looked at an article about murder. Oh God.
Yeah.
Excuse me, the defendant's device?
On the defendant's device.
Yes.
And what were those things?
It was the Eric Gordon Peterson webpage and the Gallagher Navy SEAL killing 4 individuals.
You are grasping at straws, dude.
Yeah.
Detective, you were asked questions back on Friday about whether or not the cooler in the garage was collected. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what the significance of the cooler was to your investigation?
It was significant because in the, I'd say about 2 hours time that Officer Hollis had been on the scene, Matt Moore made it a point to move that item in the garage, and then on his own pointed it out to Officer Hollis that, oh, I just noticed this. And then he also made a statement that he hasn't touched it.
I think I'm going to show you things of its.
Thank you, Just TK2U, for 5 gifted memberships for Jenny T04, Aaron Hack, Robbie Wolverton, Caroline Pigeon, Caroline Pien in Danish, Sydney Sue. Thank you so much, and welcome to Jamie. I did a members only yesterday. You should have been there.
When? Yesterday. Sorry.
At 10 o'clock yesterday.
Oh, I was running some errands. Sorry.
You were sleeping. It was Sunday. You couldn't get out of bed.
Please.
I know you too well, Jamie. Oh, I was snuggling with the doggos. I didn't get up till 4. I know how you roll.
That's not my life. I wish.
Yeah. I put on one of those weird single sleeping bags that you Danish people live in.
Stupid sleeping bags.
I think they have the same in Ireland, just so when you get to Ireland.
Well, now I'm cultured, so I won't be an idiot this time.
Sue is so mean. I've been nice to her. I haven't said one word to Sue today. And she's just, go fuck yourself.
Maybe that's why. You haven't said one word to her.
I said hi, Sue, when she came in.
With your middle finger or
Absolutely
words?
not. I say Sue, as I always do.
Okay.
That's how Danny has told me that I have to talk to her. Sue, here, picky, 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 is how Danny said you did it.
You're piggy?
Yeah, I don't know why Danny said that. But she said that's how we call Sue on the farm. Maybe sows. Maybe it was sows.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
7. To reorient the jury, can you tell us what it is we're looking at here?
This is part of Officer Hollis's body cam video, and that is Matt Moore walking in from the garage into the condo.
Now showing you Stage of 8. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at here?
This is also a still shot from Officer Hollis's body-worn camera, and this is approximately 2 hours later after Matt Moore decided to point out this cooler and the extension cord on it to Officer Hollis.
And you recall if the defendant made any statements, first of all, with regard to that extension cord?
He stated that it's not normally there. Everything has a place, and that's not where that goes.
And did he make any statements about how it got there?
He said he didn't know how it got there. He believed that Emily must have put it there because he didn't touch it.
And he told Officer Hollis he never touched it?
That's correct.
You see an object there in between the cooler and the orange box?
I do. It looks like a red mag-light flashlight.
And was that flashlight visible at any time when Officer Hollis initially was inside the garage?
No, it was not.
Detective, do you know what was inside the cooler?
He had opened it for Officer Hollis and showed him a bottle. I don't know if it was a plastic bottle or glass or what, but he showed him bottles of some of the spring water that they had collected the day before from Buckeyes, Ohio.
Were the contents of the cooler significant to your...
Everyone say hi to Sue and make up for Baker. Maybe Sue should start being nice to everyone. She did win most abusive chatter in 2025. I need Sue. She's a VIP to my channel. Well, she hates everything I do.
Sue is the best. She has great taste. So if you're doing something, then it's probably because it's wrong.
I did a 2-hour members only stream where I tried to put some content in, and I don't know what she wants. She just wants me to be miserable. I've been
Baker.
using paint markers for over half a year. Roses are red, violets are blue. Sue is cool, unlike you. Well, fuck all of you.
Oh,
Just going out,
crap.
Investigation.
just going out shoveling some snow.
No, not at all.
Was there any need for that quote to be collected as evidence?
This is what I have to sit
No,
through
sir,
when you're
no
not here today.
evidentiary value of the cooler itself, no.
So then what is the evidentiary value of what we're looking at here?
The bigger value of this is that Matt Moore is staging the scene at this point and lying to police officers, which in previous cases that I've dealt with,
Your Honor, objections to previous cases or characterization of that line.
Sustained.
That's for the jury to decide, you idiot.
That is a ridiculous statement to make.
But it is. Oh, he's staging the scene. How do you know? You haven't proven he did it yet, you idiot. And another 5 memberships gifted from Just TK2U, KitKat, I7, DJ Pandorax, Debwit, Winks and Wilts, Leslie was gifted memberships. Sue puts up with a lot. I put up with a lot from her. And she's wrangled all of you in with her deceptive, oh, I'm the victim here. I do membership only content because, oh, you don't do anything for your member. The first thing, oh, go fuck yourself. It's a lousy product. It's not like it's a big, hey, buddy, maybe change this. No, it's just go fuck yourself. I have a micropene, but please don't mention it in chat. As I said the other day, kind of like an oversized clit. Side eyes, we love you too, Baker. Well, I don't feel it. Where is the love? The love. Where is the love? The love.
We like to keep you humble. You know,
Yeah.
I want to make sure you stay humble.
I try to do. I'm thinking about doing them on Sundays, just to give you something. Big Red and the Skeleton was a real bonus. Well, I was covering what was said, but just because you hate women, I'm not a massage therapist like you, Sue.
I think you asked questions about the tense.
One day where Sue doesn't yell at me. One day. Well, you can just stop streaming then. Then I don't yell at you. Oh, okay, Sue. Thank you so much. Daily harassment of me.
That Mr. Moore used during his interview. Do you remember those questions?
yes,
Hey, Hapenny.
I think you asked questions about whether he said has beers in the fridge or likes to sleep on the porch or likes to forage. Remember those questions?
yes, sir.
Were there times in which
I agree with you with Tuesday. Oh my God, that woman is slow. So, like, if you think about, I was wondering, whoa. But don't you worry, Sue. I will be reviewing and clipping Kate Peters' visit on the show. So you get your popcorn ready for next Sunday. I know you're going to be there anyway.
The defendant spoke in present tense.
Yes,
Were there times that he spoke in past tense?
absolutely.
Past tense.
When were those times, sir?
When he
And
talked
that
about
doesn't
times
even
that
matter
he
to
loved her.
me.
No.
It's such a petty thing to pick out.
What did you think when you heard that?
What did I?
It's the same.
Did you believe, for the purpose of your investigation, that it was significant that he had spoken in past tense?
Absolutely.
Why?
Objection.
It's the same. We've established she thought it was significant.
Detective, you were asked to... one moment.
Not yet, Stephen. It's going to be right after this one. Jamie, I'm going to put my lasagna in the oven.
Detective, you were able to review Officer Hollis's body cam?
Yes, sir.
You spoke to the defendant on May 26th at his residence,
Yes, sir.
and you spoke to him on May 27th at the police department.
That's correct.
Was the defendant's version of events or timeline consistent amongst those three different interactions?
No, it changed.
What changed?
Like, for example, the time that he got up in the morning. He told Officer Hollis that he got up at 10 a.m., and then he changed it to about 10:30. During the knock and talk, he told me he woke up closer to 11. During the formal interview, he woke up after that and probably closer to 12. And so just in the span of 48 hours, the story has changed 4 or 5 times.
Do you recall talk about taking a sleeping pill?
Yes, sir.
And was that consistent amongst the three different interactions?
No, it was not.
And can you tell us about that?
He stated during the knock and talk that he'd taken half an Ambien. During the cell phone forensics, his device had messaged Arturo Rugaroli in Las Vegas and made a statement that he had taken his sleeping pills and he'll be out in 10 minutes. And then during the formal interview, he can't remember whether he's taken a pill or not. Again, the span of just 2 days.
During those three interactions, the defendant provide statements about what he did overnight after allegedly waking up to go pee and going into the other room?
What?
He had made statements that he went in the other room, got on his phone, might have been on Facebook, might have sent some messages out, and then ultimately fell asleep until waking up later on during the day itself.
And was he consistent over the details of what he did and when overnight?
No, sir.
Were you on May 26th? Did you receive communication from the defendant about these ransom messages or message?
May 26th or May 27th?
It was May 27th. Is that the date you recall then?
Yes.
Did you ask at that time for the defendant to provide his cell phone to you?
I did.
And did he voluntarily bring it down at that time?
He stated that he would take a shower first, and then he would come to the station 45 minutes later.
And did he?
Because this guy has severe brain injuries, not severe leg injuries.
No, he called me back a little bit later on and decided that he didn't need to turn his phone into me because he needed a device itself, and it was probably someone just trying to hoax him out of some money, so he wanted to just disregard it altogether.
At the time of your interview with the defendant at the police department, did he indicate to you whether or not he had gone back and reviewed the data on his phone?
Yes, he did. He said
What did he tell you about that?
he was able to essentially provide a better timeline of when he had texted Emily's device.
Did you seize his cell phone?
Yes, we did.
And did you examine the contents of the defendant's cell phone?
Yes, we did.
And did the contents of his cell phone line up with the stories that he had given you about what he had done overnight?
Objection, Your Honor. This is his opinions.
Well, it is what it is. I mean, we have the story and evidence, right, counsel? And we have the data and evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just go ahead and answer your next question.
Did that data match what the defendant had told you?
Not at all.
I have no further questions this time.
That's all you got. That's pretty lame.
What website
The web-
does is you click. Detective, just so I'm clear, what the link does is you click on it and you're able to see the interaction with the website.
The
Is that
website,
correct?
yes.
So the color black is checked. We know that Emily always wore black. right?
That's correct.
And the smallest size of the t-shirt is also checked?
That is correct.
And that's interaction with the website, is it not? Like she's going to buy that t-shirt.
Objection, call speculation.
That's interaction with the website, is it not?
I'll permit that question.
I can't answer that because both of those are the first choices available, so I don't know if those were user selected or if it's just if you automatically go to the website and it is, because you have to have something set automatically where it just defaults to something. I can't answer.
You would agree with me that none of the other boxes are checked, right?
Yes.
You would also agree with me that this is a wooded area right here. Correct?
That's a picture of a wooded area, yes.
That's right. And you would also agree with me that she went to the website.
I'll normally when we're going into trials, I'll make a big bunch of something and put in the freezer. So it's my own frozen lasagna. So it's homemade.
Looked at this t-shirt, and then for a number of seconds, which are on the cell phone reports, and then she actually an hour plus later goes right back to this, correct? To this website.
3 months before she went missing, yes, she was on this website.
No, I understand how it doesn't fit into the state's narrative. I just want to make sure that we know that in February, within 90 some days, if we're looking at web history, that she's looking at this imagery, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mark. I want to just go back to where you ended with not at all. The his story doesn't line up, not at all. We know what he said about the 24th and how they spent their time, and we know that that aligns with the cell phone data. I also want to just ask you generally, detective, and I think it's important because you were just asked about time. You would agree with me that the way we remember time, for instance, right now, without looking at the clock or your phone or your watch, do you know the exact time?
No, I do not.
What's your best guess?
11:43.
Okay. It is 11:50.
7 minutes.
So you're 7 minutes off, right? Because ways that we remember or know exact time are when we have our cell phones, perhaps, right? Mm-hmm. When we see a clock, right? Mm-hmm. Or when we have, on the wall, or we see our watch.
Yes.
But hypothetically, have you ever, and this was asked about time, so this is why I'm asking you this, in your experience, getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, that might be something someone would do without looking at their watch, a clock, or their phone.
Objection, call speculation.
He was
Ooh.
asked. Thank you.
I wasn't asked anything about him waking up in the middle of the night. That story seemed to remain pretty constant between Officer Hollis's body cam, the knock and talk that I conducted, and the formal interview.
Well, it's not a lasagna. It's just my take on something to eat while I'm streaming.
Those all seem to be about the same.
But there's not corn in it. There's just vegetables. It's just when we're doing these long days, I'll do I'll make a big old. You can't really call it a stew or something. I just toss some meat in a pot and then a lot of vegetables, beans, tomatoes, all of that stuff. Season it a lot because you get tired of eating the same crap every day, and then I'll just freeze it in dinner sizes. So I have for the long trial days, so I don't have to cook every day or eat frozen pizza or something like that. That's and then some of it. Sometimes I'll cook a big old batch of rice or pasta, and I'll just put it all together so I can just nuke it. That's no, I said that's my take on a lasagna. It's just what I don't have bechamel sauce or anything. It's just my take on it. I like it. You don't have to eat it, but it's a lot of different ingredients that I can. Normally on a Sunday, I'll just take a lot of meat and fry off, and then make a big meat sauce stew thingy, and just let it cook, and then prepare for a long time. No, it's not a goulash. A goulash is that's like cut meat, but I just brown off some ground beef or ground something. Yeah, it's again. I put it with. I just put it between lasagna plates or pasta plates, just to have some. It gets really boring eating the same stuff every single day, and I make I think the last batch I make, because I got a really good deal on some ground beef, I think I made like 20 batches. So eating that thing every day will make you insane. So some of it I just cook some pasta and put that with that in a container, and some of the others I'll just put like pasta plates and some cheese on top and call it lasagna. It's just to change the flavors, because you get really tired of eating the same. But it's easy and it's cheap.
Time myself.
Okay, because I thought you said at the end of your direct.
There's no lasagna noodles. Lasagna has plates of pasta.
Did the data match with what the defendant said? And you said not at all.
Okay.
Okay. So it did. That did match, right? In addition to the other things. I want to just talk about the phone. You were here, obviously, when Detective Hollis testified with respect to the incognito mode and whether that appears or not. You were here for that testimony. Do you remember that?
Officer Hollis?
How?
Oh, okay. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes,
And you heard that it does, in fact, appear.
correct.
With respect to you asking for Matt's cell phone and him saying that he needed to keep it, just so we're aware, on the 20.
Yeah, those are the first two things I look for in a woman: easy and cheap. Yeah, it's a plate of pasta. Marissa, I don't know why you don't know this, but these are the sheets you make lasagna, because lasagna is built. There's no noodles in a lasagna. It's these plates, bechamel sauce, a meat sauce, and then cheese on top if you're making a real lasagna. Noodles. Well, I went to Olive Garden. They made me some real Italian lasagna. No. You need pasta plates.
25th, he gives the police Emily's phone.
It's literally not a flat pasta noodle. It's a plate of pasta. It's made from the same thing, but that's the same as saying a bagel is a loaf of bread, because it's the same thing.
That's incorrect.
The 26th, he gives the police Emily's
That's
phone.
correct.
It is actually a plate. Marissa, you can see it. It's a sheath. It's a plate. In Denmark, it's called lasagna plader, which means lasagna plates. What's the original Italian name? Well, I don't care, because I went to Olive Garden, and Olive Garden gave me this good stuff, and I got free breadsticks.
Okay. When you ask him to come in, Emily's phone is in the police department's possession.
Correct.
So he has one phone to work from at that point in time.
That's correct.
His wife is missing.
Correct.
So if he gives you the phone, he's left without a phone.
Temporarily, yes.
You're supposed to say how long you keep it. He needs it.
You were asked about the cooler. This picture right here. Sorry. I want to show that. Sarah, I'm showing you the state exhibit 7 and 8. This is this cooler.
In English, lasagna plates, as we call them, are called lasagna sheets. It's not called anything else. So, again, je suis correct. No, it's a spaghetti-o.
Top of the cooler. Just so I'm clear, this is State's Exhibit 7 or 8. The cord is on top of the cooler, correct?
That's correct.
Showing you what's marked State's Exhibit 8. The cord is.
No. Noodles are pasta. Spaghetti are pasta. lasagna sheets are pasta, but it's not the same product. Go into an Italian store and says, "Can I get some lasagna noodles?" You're gonna get slapped faster by the old grandma behind this the counter than if you went to a football match and yelled for the wrong team.
On top of the cooler, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked inside the cooler.
I did not look inside the cooler.
The officers did.
Yes.
Yeah, because looking inside of anything that's a container might be important when a person is missing and you're executing a search warrant on that person's husband, right?
Correct.
I want to make sure that we understand each other.
That's the ones I put in.
In between State's Exhibit 7 and State's Exhibit 8, around 1:15 mark in the video dash cam of Officer Hollis, do you remember when he tells Mr. Moore Emily's last scene in the garage?
Yes.
And then it's after he's told by Officer Hollis, is it not, that this picture, State's Exhibit 8, is taken. Right?
Correct.
So Officer Hollis says she's last seen in the garage. Hollis goes outside for a half an hour or so. Surprising to you that he might go to the garage and check things out if she's last seen there?
No.
You were asked about the web searches. I just want to make sure that we understand. The Edward Gallagher and the other case, right? They're news stories, right? Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Peterson, I think it's Pederson. Separate from those, because you were asked the question about is there anything on his phone for murder, you would agree, would you not, that typing in the word murder was never done on Matt Moore's phone during the time frame when you have those records?
That's correct.
Typing in how to stage a suicide, never done on Matt Moore's phone.
That's correct.
Typing in how to hang or hanging, never done on his phone.
Correct.
Hyoid bone, fracture in the face, never done on his phone.
That's correct.
You were asked about smell and the UT Body Farms report and timing. I want to be clear about those two things separately. You have no reports from anyone in or around the area of Memorial Day that they smelled anything out of the ordinary.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Back to the body farm with respect to where the body decomposed.
Okay.
Maybe I should have been clear about my question. You would agree with me that there is no one through the course of your investigation that can say that the body began decomposing there on the 25th, right?
Correct.
Or May 26th, correct?
Correct.
Or May 27th, correct?
Yes.
Or on and on. What we know is that the body was there for some time.
That's correct.
You were asked about DNA evidence. One of the benefits of DNA, wouldn't you agree with me, is that it has some integrity to it. Meaning that if there's DNA on the sheets, I can't just wipe it away.
That's fair, yes.
Right? And sometimes, I'm sure you know through your training and experience and expertise, is that you can even wash some things sometimes and DNA doesn't go away.
I can't recall the time that if you wash something that it didn't wash DNA away.
Okay, but DNA has some integrity to it, right? Like I can't just go like this and make it go away.
That's correct.
So with respect to the carpets and the rugs, whether or not they were submitted, we're not just talking about DNA, there's also the potential for anything that might look like blood, right?
Yes.
And blood is important when you're thinking about, was there a fight? Was there a struggle? Were there scratches, right?
Correct.
So back to the rugs or the towels, none of those things were collected as evidentiary value because there was no visual cues that something might even have blood on it.
Correct.
And the sheets were collected and those were submitted, right?
Correct.
And I want to go to this e-cigarette. There's one in her pocket,
That's correct.
and then there's one near her left knee. Do you recall that?
Yeah, close to the water bottle, yes.
You would agree with me that the e-cigarette and the water bottle were within arm's reach of the remains as found.
Yes.
An e-cigarette, at some point, potentially goes in someone's mouth, right?
That's right.
And you know from your training and experience, I'm sure, that DNA can be found in saliva.
Correct.
There's no DNA connecting Matt Moore to either of those e-cigarettes, correct?
Correct.
Similarly, you were asked questions about would you expect to see DNA in the house? And I think I've covered that separate and apart from DNA, there's no serology, there's nothing blood-wise in the house.
There's nothing to indicate that it was a crime scene.
Right. Nothing to indicate that it was a crime scene. So then let's go back to the scene where the remains were found. Separate from would you expect to see DNA on clothing in the house is that the USB cord was tested for DNA, right?
It was.
And presumably there was knots in that USB cord. Was there not? At least there was at least one knot.
Correct.
And so, obvious common sense question, to tie a knot requires me to hold the USB and maneuver it in such a way where my hands are on the cord, are they not?
Correct.
And the cord is tested and Matt Moore is not connected to the cord.
There was no DNA at all found on it.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions for this witness, now would be time to.
Jeez, is that a handful of questions? Lordy. I hope that's one of the questions, Jason. Well, the state is claiming the cause of death is manual strangulation, and then he took her body, put it in the woods, and staged it as herself unaliving. But the defense is saying she went and did it herself. So you decide based off of the evidence. Welcome back. Because her body was found in the woods on her knees with a cord around her neck tied up to a tree. So
That's why he did it.
I don't know. Someone asked, no DNA
All right, several
connecting
questions.
into the crime scene.
Detective,
What was the cause of death?
They'll be out of order, so we'll be bouncing around.
Jury questions.
During the course of your investigation, were you able to determine whether Emily's footprint count matched Matt's once arriving home? I presume that's on the 24th.
I want to presume that's the evening of the 24th as well. No, there wasn't a whole lot of health data on Emily's phone once she got back to the house itself. From going back from the timeline, it was never picked up. It really wasn't accessed or used. And as we mentioned earlier, that if you're walking around and your phone's not with you, it's not going to record health events that it would if you normally had it with you, where it could record those things.
Was any footprint count, step counts from the car inside, from going from the car to the inside of the house? Were there any comparison ever done in that regard?
For comparing like Emily's step count with Matt's, just from going from the car into the house, no, there was never anything like that done. And to be honest, it's not a exact science anyway, so my phone could say 60 and yours could say 42, for example. And so even if we are comparing, we still don't have the technology isn't an exact science at this point. You know, much like how the GPS, it was close and gave you a good idea, but it was never truly 100% accurate.
Sure want to use it that way.
And from your investigation, were you able to determine whether any pictures were taken on the 24th from Emily's phone, or were they all taken from Matt's phone?
The pictures at Cobley were from Emily's device, but once they got back to the house, there was no other pictures taken from either phone.
Again, from your investigation, was Emily found with her wedding ring on in September?
Due to the decomposition and you break down the human body and everything like that, the wedding ring was found at the scene. I believe it was found directly underneath her, you know, just with the course of time and everything else like that, where you have clothing starting to fall off and rings and things that would normally stay in place from day to day. Obviously, with the physical changes that are going on with the body, things can alter it and fall off.
Were any video cameras checked
Yes.
from when Emily and Matt left the old bag of nails, showing that they left together?
That was Detective Smith that had looked for any extra cameras in the uptown area. If there would have been more, I guess, I don't want to speak out of school for him, but had there been any other video footage or anything like that, that would have obviously been something that we would have collected for possible evidentiary value.
Was a flashlight found in the vicinity of Emily when she was discovered in September?
No, there was no light source whatsoever, with no cell phone flashlight, no mag light, no other sort of flashlight. There was nothing found in that area itself.
Was DNA attempted to be taken from both vape pens?
Yes, we had, I apologize, the one in the pocket, no, we didn't test for that, just due to the amount of decomposition and everything else going on, that obviously Emily's DNA could be all over that device because it's in her pocket for several months. The other one was checked and no DNA was located. No DNA at all was located on that device.
Your investigation reveal one way or the other whether they both belonged to Emily, the vape pens?
We are unable to determine that answer at this time.
Because you just pointed your finger
Were
and
there
that was
any
it.
prior checks written to Pulver or Rigoroli prior to May of 2020?
We couldn't find any other checks that had been written to either one of those individuals.
Did you determine whether Emily's alarm app was turned off manually?
Nope, I was unable to figure that out at this point, so no. All we have is that the 6 o'clock alarm and the screen lights up, but we don't have any other activity showing that the phone was unlocked or anything else at this time.
The flashlight in the garage that's been identified, were any fingerprints taken from that? Any is?
We did not fingerprint the red, I'm assuming the red mag light that was in the video footage. No, we didn't take any fingerprints or anything like that.
Was there any DNA of Emily's found on the water bottle or e-cigarettes if tested?
So nothing, again, for the e-cigarette itself. We did test the water bottle, and again, we're unable to get any sort of DNA on the exterior of that thing.
We've had evidence of certain devices that were obtained and forensically reviewed. Were there any other devices searched, such as iPads, laptops? Did they reveal anything?
So yes, Detective Peachy was actually the one to do the forensics on the computer, work computer, things like that, and there was no other items of evidentiary value located on any other electronic devices.
Now, you went to the scene on September 16th, correct?
That's correct.
Did you get any cuts or scratches on your arms or hands at that time?
I did not have any cuts, scratches, or anything else, and I also was wearing a short sleeve shirt at that time, and I had no sort of cuts or injuries.
Did your investigation reveal if anyone other than Matt used his phone prior to May 25th, 2020?
We don't have any other information suggesting that someone else would have used that device.
There's been some testimony about 2 cases that were accessed on the web. 2 cases, I think, with Mr. Peterson and Mr. Gallagher. Did you have an opportunity to review the details of what that material reflected? Just yes or no?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what the details of the particular allegations were in those two cases?
That's correct. I do not know.
Okay. After Emily was discovered, was another search of the home done to establish where the USB cord might have come from?
No other search was done. I did reach out to his attorney about the USB itself.
During your investigation, were you able to determine if any electronic device cords were missing from 46 Abbey Cross?
We were unable to locate any sort of information like that.
During your interviews, was Matt ever asked if he recognized the USB cord that was found with Emily?
Your Honor, move to approach.
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, switching gears again. Did you ever find out who sent Matt the ransom messages?
No, we did not.
Was Matt's number listed anywhere for people to contact him if they had news of Emily's disappearance, or was the police department number listed?
Matt's cell phone number was listed on the flyers that were handed out.
Had Matt ever been told that a body had been found before going to the interview where he said, "I didn't do it"?
Actually, the opposite. We had to specifically tell him that no body had been found. We just wanted to talk to him.
All right, and switching gears again, regarding the body farm.
Okay.
Questions about that? Is it your testimony that from your investigation, no one can say when the body and her remains got to the location where they were ultimately discovered?
That's correct.
I think this is an interesting question. Defense kept asking about the night of May 25th, morning of May 26th, when it came to people, hearing arguments, cameras, clothing, etc. Your same answers that you gave apply to May 24th and 25th.
That's correct. We don't have any other information to suggest any other arguments or anything like that otherwise.
Because you got nothing.
Was Matt questioned about why his clothes were in the guest bathroom if he went to bed and made love in the master bedroom?
I'm sorry, what was the first part of the question, Your Honor?
The question is, was Matt questioned about why his clothes were in the guest bathroom if he went to bed and made love in the master bedroom?
Very good question, but no, he was not questioned about that.
Okay, you're going to have to dig to answer this question.
I don't like that.
There were 2 minutes between 9:44 p.m. text and the display turning on at 9:46 p.m. Is there any way to tell if the screen was manually turned on or automatically turned on? I guess you can answer that.
No, the timeline just shows the fact that it was turned on itself. It doesn't determine how it was done.
Okay, and I guess you've answered this question, and correct me if I'm wrong, regarding displays 11:54 to 11:56 and 2:58 to 3 a.m. Same answer?
Same answer, yes.
Does the cell phone that was forensically reviewed show what activated Emily's speaker from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. May 25th, 2020?
No, I was unable to provide an answer for that for myself as well.
Did you find any devices of Emily's that used the same type of cord found at the scene where Emily was?
For the USB cord itself?
USB,
Can you
yeah.
read that again from
Sure. Did you find any devices of Emily's, electronic devices, that used that type of cord, Matt or Joey or Emily, that were found at the scene?
Yes.
Was she wearing a bra and underwear when she was found?
No, she was not.
Was there any semen found on the sheets that were tested?
It's a good question. I can't recall that answer.
Good question.
Very good.
Did you find any used condoms or semen in the trash pulled?
No, we did not.
And during your investigation, were you able to determine whether Emily was right-handed or left-handed?
I actually asked this question specifically to Amy.
Weren't they both older?
Yeah,
Why?
she was
She
52.
was older than he was.
I think maybe a few years, but yeah, she was 52 when she passed away.
Yeah, he's 47. She was 52. Why the hell would they use a condom? I don't know much about love, but I do know that when people get to be a little bit older, it's kind of like the hatchery dries up. I think when you're 52, you're probably not thinking, "Oh, I don't want to have a baby." I don't
Who
know.
knows?
But to me, it just seems weird that did you look for a continent semen? It's an middle-aged couple having sex. It's not like it's teenagers.
Hmm. Yeah, more than likely there wouldn't be one. So yeah, that's weird.
It's again, stupid question, jury. You're normally good, but this was a stupid question. Yeah, the hatchery where eggs come from. Yeah, they are in they are a couple. They are not. We haven't heard anything about them banging randos. So why would you prevent STDs if you're in a steady relationship? So again, it makes no sense that they should use a condom. Only when you're banging weirdos off the internet that you just met. Always double wrap. Don't want them babies around.
Thomas, her sister, and she said that she was primarily left-handed, but would also do things such as golfing and stuff like that, right-handed as well.
And it's not weird that this twig of a woman would not wear a bra and she's crunchy granola foraging in the woods. Commando was probably normal. Yeah,
Yeah,
again,
that's not weird at all.
no, if she just if it was hot and she just put on a t-shirt and a pair of shorts, she's going into the woods. She's not going to the gym and work out and show her booty to anyone. So who cares?
Well, being in this chat, more information I've learned is a lot of women don't actually wear underwear on the daily. So,
Oh, I hadn't had that information so far.
oh, yes, you have.
I
Multiple
don't
people
go.
have
I
told
don't
us.
go around thinking about your knickers, Jamie. It's
I don't tell anybody about it, but I'm talking about the other people in this chat. I was bored because like that's not a thing that I think
yeah.
about.
Well, I don't go commando if I leave the house. That's because it tends to be more visible if it's free flowing.
Yeah, and a lot of women that don't really, I mean, especially if you're wearing like some kind of athletic top, they might not wear a bra with it.
No, if you're having like a sports bra, runner's top on. And again, she didn't seem like the type who was that concerned about the nip-naps pointing forward. She probably just went out and went full tits McGee.
Probably. I mean, she was like 95 pounds.
Yeah,
The tiny little thing.
probably didn't have much boobular area anyway, and she was a hippie, and she was probably fine with a t-shirt. Well, in the context, everyone knew I was talking about underwears, but hey, the car crew will probably clip it and say I was talking about something else. Definitely depend on what pants are being worn. We have I don't know how to describe her. She's not a big woman. She's kind of wide built, but she's not fat. but she has those porn star cans put on her, and then she has quite a large rear end as well. I don't know if that's enhanced as well. But she's really fond of white leggings when she does her workouts, and her black underwear. And we have a guy, I don't think he ever had smacks with anyone, just like me. And every time she's working legs, he can't talk because he has these massive cans, and then he can see her G-string, and he's just, oh. I'm like, come on, dude. You can go on the internet and fix that problem.
Well, yeah, like, I don't know. I see somebody already said I hate underwear. So,
I never wore a bra when I had no boobs.
there's really no need for it. I mean,
No.
I would, sometimes that would be a pleasure, but hey.
Can you call yourself Tits McGee? You can change your name to whatever you want. I don't want to call him a perv because he's not. He's just such a weird guy. He's really nice. He's really sweet, but he just don't know how to handle women. It's kind of sad because he's really a good guy, but his mom got sick once, and he told me, "Oh, I never ever had a girl home to present to my mom." And I was like, "Are you living in the 1950s? Who takes a girl home to present her to your mom?" And that's the thing you wish you had with a girl.
That's old school, man. Nobody's like that anymore.
Yeah. Well, he's lonely, but he's also very awkward, and that's the thing. And he can't see a lady in a tight shirt without he locks up. My gym buddy was talking to him one day, and I've told her, I said, try and look, because if someone walks past or something, they are a pretty woman, he will just he can't stop looking at them. And she when we were in the car, she was like, "You're not lying. That guy, he just looked, and you could just see him following with the eyes, and he couldn't speak at the same time." Then you should probably get a subscription to Cornhub.
Does that raise any questions for the state?
I'm still on. Detective, you were asked about whether there was a body found.
I couldn't hook myself up with a woman. How the hell could I hook him up with a woman? Have you met? He's a nice guy. I don't know how to talk to women either. I'm 27 years old and a virgin. I'm not a good wingman.
Prior to the interview with the defendant at the police station?
That's correct.
When was the interview at the police station?
The interview at the police station was Wednesday, May 27th, and the body wasn't recovered until September.
Okay. You were asked a question about flyers that were handed out. Can you talk about those to the jury, please?
About the flyers having phone numbers on them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. Flyers were handed out that had Matt Moore's cell phone number on it, and it said also, or you can contact the Westerville Police Department, but there was no number listed that I was ever aware of.
And then you were asked about devices that used that type of cord. Can you talk more about what was found with regard to that?
So there were 3 old LG cell phones that were recovered from the residence, tucked away in a drawer somewhere without the paperwork. I don't want to specifically say which room it was in, but it was located in Abbey Cross Drive. And obviously the one end of the USB is the standard square USB that we all recognized, and then the other end itself would actually plug into those LG phones.
You don't recall specifically where those phones were recovered inside the residence?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
I have no further questions.
Defense?
With respect to the questions about the clothing that she was found in,
I know when I reviewed the physical evidence with you, we looked at that black tank top.
Yes.
When I say tank top, though, would you agree with me that it's one of those tank tops that has a strap with like a little, where you can adjust in the back?
Yes.
It's not like a loose, flowy shirt, right?
Correct.
And that's what Emily's remains were found in.
Correct.
And the wedding rings were collected in evidence.
Yes.
Want to just go back to your ask about the Peterson or Gallagher. If you remember, the Peterson case was a random stabbing case. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
And do you remember that the Gallagher case was about a sniper in Iraq that was charged with killing people during war? Do you remember that?
I didn't read all the details, ma'am.
There was a question with respect
It
to whether
didn't
the
matter to
alarm
you.
was manually turned off or not. I just want to make sure the jurors know that we had talked earlier about usage versus user activity. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If someone unlocked the phone, that would show up as user activity, would it not?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
You may sit down. Thank you.
All right.
Of being able to stay late tomorrow, the state's expert, Dr. Smart. Judge, all I want to suggest is that perhaps court staff or someone speak to the jury about the possibility of being able to stay late tomorrow. The state's expert, Dr. Smock, we need to have him testify tomorrow. We're a little bit slower than the schedule we thought we were going to be on today. And we just want to know if we need to start looking about the possibility of taking people out of order, or if it's possible the jury might be able to stay a little beyond 5 o'clock if necessary tomorrow, just depending on.
So Smock's your witness, right?
Yes, sir. So
Okay.
we're trying to finish our case tomorrow if possible.
Who do you have left?
We have the
Presume the
3 women
coroner.
who located the remains. We have someone from BCI, 2 people from Delaware County Coroner's Office, Montgomery County Coroner's Office, our anthropologist, and Dr. Smock. So,
That's ambitious.
right, so that's why I just want to see whether we're going to need to think about taking people out of order or whether the jury can stay late tomorrow. So,
Well, your order is yours, so however you wish to do it, I certainly have no part of that. So however you want to do that, if you need some agreement, that's fine as well, but certainly you can present it as you wish. And we can follow your request.
okay, just
We'll
to see
ask
if,
them
we just
about.
want to know what our options are, whether we can stay till 6 or 7 more night if necessary.
Okay, we'll
Maybe
inquire.
you can just inquire as to how late they can go tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, just to max the time.
Yeah, that's true too.
It wouldn't hurt, I don't think.
Okay, we will, usually, we always ask them at the afternoon break. So we always ask the question, but we can ask them now if you'd like.
Yeah, if you'd ask about today and tomorrow, I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, because then
Okay.
they can maybe make calls if they need to make.
You're getting all of the good stuff right at the same time. But welcome back.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Well, the whole murder thing was stupid. It was just like a random guy in Iraq and then he was stabbing him somewhere. And it was like,
Yeah, it was in
Wanted-
Las Vegas where he lived for I don't know how many years,
Say may call the next witness.
and then
Call Lisa Gordish to the scene.
a big case.
yeah, but you want to shovel that in there as some kind of damning evidence.
Hey, ma'am, can you
Yeah.
state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Lisa Gordish, Gordish.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the state of Ohio. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist and the director of forensic services at Ohio Department of Mental Health and Addictions.
Okay, how long have you been working in that capacity?
The directorship, just a few months. Prior to that, I was a clinical forensic psychologist working at the Twin Valley Behavioral Health Care, which is a state psychiatric hospital, since 1999.
Okay. Do you have, what's your educational background?
Clinical psychology, graduate school, so undergraduate at Ohio State and graduate school in Florida for Nova Southeastern University in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Okay. Do you live in Westerville?
I do.
And how long have you lived in Westerville?
Since I was 2 until I went to grad school in Florida, made my way back to Ohio via Indiana, but back again. I guess I left in 92 and came back in 99, have lived in Westerville since.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Emily Noble?
Yes, I do.
And how did you know Emily? How did you first meet her?
Emily, I believe I met her first in middle school. We went to middle school and high school together and graduated together at Westerville North High School.
Okay. And did you go to class with her throughout that school period? Or as long as you were in high school?
I'm not sure I exactly remember, but I'm sure we had classes together
Okay.
here and there, but I certainly remember Emily well from those years.
So fair to say you went to school with her, but you weren't particularly close?
We weren't like close friends, but I do remember her and her sister Amy fondly from those years.
Now, did you remain in contact with her in any way after high school?
No, not for many, many, many years. I don't know exactly when it was, but sometime in the last decade, we became Facebook friends and never got a chance to reconnect with her as an adult, but saw her posts, liked her posts, enjoyed her photography, and we both worked downtown, so I thought I might run into her at some point, but that never happened.
Other than Facebook friends, did you have any communication, text, phone calls, anything of that nature?
No direct connection.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Matheau Moore?
I believe he's the defendant.
Okay. And I guess at some point, let me ask you this question. At some point,
Your Honor, if I may, objection. I think that was non-responsive. Do you know someone named Matheau Moore? Do you have personal knowledge? I think the answer was unresponsive.
Well, what are you asking right now? I'm not sure.
The defendant is Matheau Moore. Is it responsive to you? Do you have personal knowledge of him?
I think, do you know him? Oh, I don't remember the question exactly, but
I'll clear it up across.
thank you.
and I can try to clarify too as well. At some point, did you become aware that Emily Noble had disappeared or was missing?
Yes.
And how did you first find out about that?
It was the post on her Facebook page by Matheau Moore, her husband, that stated that she was missing. And when I saw that post, that was how I became aware she was missing.
And prior to that, had you met Mr. Moore at all?
No.
Okay. And based on seeing that post, did you get involved with any searches that were conducted?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury first, how you became involved in that?
I first became involved when I saw the post she was missing. I know the next morning I woke up immediately looking on her page to see if there were any updates, hoping for good news. I followed some of the Facebook information that was out there and noticed that Matt had said he had flyers. So I picked up flyers. That was the one and only time I met Matt.
It was at, where was that location?
At the condo.
And you said that was the one and only time you met Mr. Moore?
That's correct. And you asked about the searches.
Sure.
Okay.
So after getting some flyers, was that the only thing you did, or was there more to your involvement?
No, my intent with the flyers was to take a picture and get it out to people I knew in the behavioral health field, in case you were in crisis, in case somebody came across her from a shelter or, crisis center. And though I have friends and colleagues, I just wanted to get that information out too. So that's the first thing I did to become involved. And I also contacted Amy, Emily's sister, to let her know I was concerned and I was doing that.
After that initial involvement, did you become involved in some of the searches specifically?
Yes.
And early on, how were you involved in the searches? Walk us through that.
I know I did not go to the first search. I think there was one at Hoover Reservoir. The following one was at Westville North, and that's the first search I went on. And Sergeant Alloway was there and addressed the group that day.
And without getting into the specifics of what he said, what generally did he address the group with?
I remember him giving us some general idea about when you go to search, kind of what to look for, what to do, what not to do. We did kind of a grid pattern, like spread out and just walked forward. I don't remember much more about what he said.
And did you try to follow some of those guidelines throughout any of the searches you were involved in?
Yes.
Okay. Especially early on, how were the searches being organized, if you remember?
I know the first one, and then that one I went on, there was like a public or a Facebook posting maybe to alert people and anyone come out and help. I don't recall if there was much in the way of a public announced search through the month of June. I had surgery that month, so I wasn't really engaged. But after I was healing, by then Amy had posted a map on Facebook that she had organized of different searches that had gone on and where people had searched. And by July, as I was healing and ready to help, another woman I know, her name's Lindsay, said she wanted to search, and there didn't seem to be anything posted. So we looked at Amy's map to say, well, there's certainly places here we could start searching that aren't already on the map. And she had some people that she knew wanted to help. I had some classmates saying they wanted to help. So Lindsay organized a private Facebook page where we just used that to communicate and said, we're going to search at this day, this time.
So let me
Anyone
stop
that
you there.
can, come join us.
So, fair to say there was a bigger group of people tied together to do various searches. And then at some point, did you take more of an organizational? Did you decide to organize some yourself or something else?
So yeah, through Lindsay and I talking, we decided where we were going to search and then put it out on this page. There was only like 19, 20 people on that page, and said anyone that wants to come. And usually in our searches there'd be anywhere from 2 to 3 people to 8 or 9, and we just communicated that way. So yes, I guess I wanted a few of the public searches, and we started to organize our own.
How were you deciding which areas to go to do searches, that type of thing?
So I was in communication with Amy throughout this time frame, and both from looking at the map of places that hadn't been searched, and then also Amy would let us know if there were family.
What Amy would let her know. Hearsay.
I don't think she's getting into specifics. I think she's talking about general.
Well, let's move on to what she's doing. Okay. Let's get to the search.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you. So, fair to say that you were searching areas that seemingly hadn't been searched before?
That's all right. That's all right. Let's move along. Next question.
Fair to say you were searching areas that hadn't been searched previously?
Correct.
After some of those initial searches, did the areas that you were looking at change in any way?
Yeah. We searched, there was a ravine across the street from the condo. That was our first search. We went out more around Allen Creek and around places around Hoover. Information from, I'm not sure if I can say this based on the objection, but Amy was telling us family and friends.
Hang on,
Okay.
hang on.
Without
Wait
getting
for the next question.
without getting into
Who is this? Why is she so weird?
what people say, I know that's difficult. But did you start looking in areas a little bit closer to the condo area?
I guess we started near there and fanned out further, and then we ended up back near the condo again.
Okay. And did you have specific people that you would typically search with yourself?
Yes.
Who were those people?
This private Facebook group that we had, about 20 people, Lindsay and I would put our searches out, and any of those 20 would come on our searches. So it just depended on the day and time as far as who we were searching with that day and who was available.
I'm going to show you, it'll be on the screen there in front of you. It's been labeled Defense Exhibit D. You recognize that area?
Yes, I do.
And so I'm going to focus you now to the time period around September 16th of 2020. Do you recall being involved in a search on that day?
Yes, I do.
And actually, I'm going to take a step back. Were you involved in a search in that same area a few days prior to that?
We were walking near that area, but didn't really search that area that day, like about a week before.
Okay, so the time about a week before September 16th, and you can actually draw on the screen there with your finger, were you part of a search in this general area?
We were in this area. I wouldn't call it a search. We were on a walk, and we walked. Can I draw?
Of course.
Okay. So Amy sent me 5 walking paths that she, Emily, and her mom would walk from the condo that were 2 miles, about 2 miles long. And she said, walk and be my eyes and ears and just see if you see anything. So we walked one of those on Labor Day and didn't really see anything significant, nothing. But the second time we parked at Hoff Park, which is more up here, walked down Hoff Road and then down this bikeway here.
So down the bike path area there?
Mm-hmm, right. And then we walked across county line here, and then we walked up crossings to this Ashbrook and Maple, and then back up to Hoff Park where we parked.
So as you're making this walk that you've identified, and I'm going to draw on that, were you going into the wooded areas at all, or were you just walking down the path?
Because we were going on a walk that day and not searching, I had capri pants on and sandals, and I get poison ivy. And when I search, I have tennis shoes, jeans, long sleeve shirts. So we were not intending to search that day, but when we got down to this area here, we stepped up. It was a step up into the woods, and we just kind of stayed in this general area right here that day. It was just curiosity, what's this look like? And I was with my sister that day, and I'm like, I'm not searching, I gotta get out of here, I'll get poison ivy. And she's like, we have to come back here, it's just interesting. There were several things we noted as we were walking, we found interesting.
And who's your sister? What's her name?
Sherry Reynolds.
Okay. This area that you've circled here in the green circle there, how would you describe that area of the woods, that eastern part of the woods?
Tall trees, very open, lots of light, and like you could really see around you.
Okay, now
And no one found her for 4 months, but it was such an easy thing.
you mentioned that you weren't in your searching gear, I guess, at that point. Prior to September 16th, how many searches do you think you were a part of?
Somewhere around 23, 24, 25
Okay.
total.
Now coming back then to September 16th of 2020, again, were you a part of a search on that day?
On the 16th, yes.
And who was with you?
My sister, Sherry Reynolds, and a friend of ours, Susan Sexton.
Okay. Why did you bring Susan with you this time?
Because as we walked down, I'm going to do that again. As we walked down this bike trail this way, we were noticing the slopes, and that by the time you got down near the bridge, there's water running, so we knew there was a creek. And she was our creeker. Whenever we'd go out searching, she would follow the creek bed and didn't mind getting wet. And since we saw that creek, when we decided to come back to this area and actually search, I said, let's bring Sue. She's our creeker.
Now, I'm going to draw.
Sue is our creeker too, but that's more because a lot of people want to toss her in a creek.
Here previously, so along here on County Line, did you take any note of that area going in that direction? So from County Line looking north up to the woods?
Yeah. When like I said, when we were standing in this area here, we had just stepped up into the woods to get in it, and we looked around a little bit, we came back down, and then we walked down the sidewalk. And as we were walking down the sidewalk, the terrain changed. You could see it sloped down at about this point here. And I just nudged my sister and said, look, it slopes down there. When we come to search, that I want to go down in. Whenever we were searching any place, whenever there were slopes, if you look down from the top, we noticed it's dark and hard to see. But if we got down to the low point and looked up, the lighting is so different, you could see like the whole area. So whenever I saw slopes, I just said, I want to go down in. I want to go down in.
So then on September 16th, the three of you were there to search this area, is that what you said?
That's right.
Okay. Can you sort of mark on the screen what area the three of you started in and which direction you were walking?
Right up here where these two bike paths cross, there's a parking lot, and it comes off McCorkle Boulevard, and there's a like dance studio, I think there. We parked there, and we started on this bike path right here and came down this direction. And then we just started to search on both sides of the bike path. As we came this way, and by about here we were over on this side and just kept going this direction and did mostly like that whole area.
Okay, so based on your drawing there, it looked like you started to sort of fan out towards the middle of the woods, is that fair?
Right.
How were the three of you situated as you were walking?
I know Sherry was more on the bike path. I had gone into the woods. By the time we got down to where the creek is, Sue and I went down below to the creek bed, and Sherry stayed up on the bike path. We walked underneath the bike path. The creek goes underneath. There's like a tunnel. And then we went over here, and like Sherry, me, and then Sue. Sue followed the creek bed a bit, and we just kept walking south.
All right, so now I'm going to sort of put a marker here on the sort of southeast portion of the woods. At some point, did the three of you walk more in like a westerly direction?
Yes.
And as you're doing that, what can you say, if anything, about the area of the woods and if it changes in any way?
It does change. We got to this section here, and
Hold on, what section?
down to this, right by the road, really, like this section here. And Sue was not with us when Sherry and I took the walk, but I was telling Sue before we leave, I think by this point it was getting close to 7, and the light was getting darker in the woods, and I was telling Sue,
Can we just, did she find her or didn't she find her? I thought it was 2 kids who found her. What the hell is going on?
it slopes down to the west. Before we leave, we have to walk west. I want to make sure we get that area before we leave. And my sister was a little to our north, looking for, when we stepped into the woods that day, when we weren't searching, there was an angel figurine we had seen and taken a picture of, and didn't see anything else around there. But Sherry went back to look at that figurine and see if it was still there. So she was there, and Sue and I were down by the sidewalk when Sue and I started walking west and told Sherry, come on, we're heading west.
Okay, so as you start walking west, how do the woods change, if at all?
So the more we started walking, the less open, and like it was open with tall trees, you could see everything. The more west you went, it got these vines that you had to push out of your way, and thickets and bramble you had to kind of step over. It just seemed like we were fighting our way through the thicket to get further towards the west.
But you didn't have your capri pants on, lady. Poison ivy. You get really... Come on, lady. Oh, this is one of these ladies when she said, oh, it was so amazing what happened to me today. Oh, what happened? Well, you know, Susan and I, I call her Sue. We were out, and you know, I really can't do the poison ivy thing. And we were out walking in the woods. Well, that's not what we started with. I met Sue at, we went to Duncan's, had a breakfast. I had a chakalaka, and Sue, she's more simple. She's South Carolinian, you know, so she just had a glass of gravel and said, oh, it reminds me of my childhood. And we were sitting there talking, and then, were you going to tell me about what you found? Yeah, oh, yeah, sorry. And then we went out, and I was thinking it was such a nice day out, and I was so happy that I didn't wear my capri pants. And Sue was talking about that she needed to go to the dollar store to get some makeup for her friend Jamie in Wisconsin. And we were walking all over the dollar store. Did you find something? I'm getting to it. And then my husband texted me and said, where are you? And I said, I'm at the dollar store. You know, Crazy Sue is always trying to buy stuff in here. And he was like, okay, I'm going to get a brisket for tonight. How much do we need? What did you find? Oh, Sue found some magical eyelashes. Jamie really loves those eyelashes. And I found some good candy. And I found some anti-poison ivy spray that I put on my legs because I really break out in hives. What did you find? Oh, sorry. Yeah, back to that. We were talking about, should I take Sue's car? Should we take my car? Because, not to say anything, but Sue is driving a Miata from 1982, and it's a little bit of a banger. And yeah, it's like a Flintstone car, you know, you can put your feet through the holes in the floor. And we had been at the dollar store for so long that Sue said, hey, before we go, should we grab a bit of lunch? And we went into Applebee's, and I was really, I could eat a salad today, but you know, it was such a nice day, and you don't want to eat a salad. So I was, maybe a burger today. Should I maybe, what did you find? Oh, an angel statue. No one knows who this lady is. She's a lady who walked around in the woods and couldn't stand poison ivy.
Were you able to communicate amongst the three of you? Well, let me ask you that first. Were you able to communicate amongst the three of you?
Yes, I was closest down here, and I know Sue was right behind me, and Sherry was behind her, more towards the north. And as we walked, we were talking, but as it got thicker, we couldn't see each other anymore, but I could still hear. And so I'm pushing grapevines out of my way, saying, this is weird, it's just different, this is really creepy, this is weird. Sue's talking to me, yes, you know, she was saying the same thing, and we just kept walking that direction.
And as you're walking west, what happened next?
I got to a point where there was a little clearing, enough that I could stand up and look around, and so that's what I did. I stopped, and I turned.
And what happened when you turned?
So I stopped in a little clearing, turned to my right, and then that's when I saw Emily.
So she did find her.
That's when you saw Emily. What
I
did you
didn't
see?
think that it was, I didn't know. But my very first reaction when I turned, I saw this figure sitting in the woods, and my first immediate thought was, it's a little girl with her on her knees, with her back to me, facing away. It was just immediate, and I said, hi there. I startled because there was a person in the woods with me.
And what did you do next?
then it was starting to sink in. This, like what I was
Crispy, that's my take on it. That the state's theory is they searched it so much in the beginning where they didn't find her, so she must have been placed later, and there's just no evidence because there's no DNA anywhere showing it. Can we skip to cross? No, we're finally getting somewhere.
what I was seeing. My second thought was, who would put a life-size doll in the middle of the woods? That just didn't make sense to me. And the third thought I had was, something's not right.
Hiding it from his wife.
So I started calling for Sue and Sherry. Come quickly, come quickly. I have to know that you see what I'm seeing.
I'm going to show you what's been labeled State's Exhibit 64. I understand this isn't a photo you took, but is this a very similar to what you walked or what you just described when you were walking westbound?
So the lighting's different. But yeah, that's what I saw.
Looking up again, State's Exhibit D. Do you remember roughly the area of the woods you were at when you were walking? You found
I'd say by this point we would have been right around this area.
Now you mentioned that you called for the other two. Did they eventually get to you?
Yes.
And what happened when the three of you were together?
So Sue came first. When I got to that clearing, I'd stopped and saw her. My instinct was to back away. I took 2 steps back to where I had come from, and there was a branch going sideways, so I maneuvered myself behind it because I was just a little fearful, and it just felt instinctually safer. And I'm telling Sue to come. She came through the thicket and came around behind me and stopped about the same place I had stopped initially. And we were standing there when Sherry came. She came again around the back of me and stood right to my left.
Did any of the three of you get any closer to the body?
No.
Did you touch anything around the body?
No.
Once the three of you were together, what did you do next?
I think we collectively were realizing what we were seeing. We said, okay. We all thought it was her, but we said we got a call. I took my bag, I had a string bag with me, and opened it up to get a notebook out that had Detective Grubbs' phone number in it, but I'd forgotten my notebook. I had my phone, and my hand was shaking. The girl said, it is a
Jamie, why did we watch this trial again? So we went out looking, but I didn't bring my notebook with the number, and I didn't have my phone.
emergency. If I ever thought this was an emergency, go ahead and call 911. So I called 911.
Did you take a picture of what you found?
One of the girls said, let's go ahead and, like, I don't know, just take a picture. Because when we were searching, anytime we came across something that seemed significant, it wasn't unusual for us to take pictures. And it has a date and time stamp on it. And so Sherry, I think it was Sherry, it might have been Sue, said, I'm taking a picture. And then I think all 3 of us ended up taking a picture.
But again, is that something that the 3 of you would do as you were involved in other searches?
Yes, we took a picture of the angel we found. We took a picture of bones that we had come across, and would send those in to the detectives. And
did eventually someone call 911?
Yes, I called 911.
Ask Marissa. It's probably some kind of pasta that she has figured out.
Okay. What transpired after that?
The police came very, very quickly. When they came on, 911 operator asked one of us to go to the sidewalk, so Sherry went straight up. She had to climb up the slope and get up there, and then right when she did, the police were coming. The officer came down the way she went up and said, or I think he asked who was in the woods, and I heard Sherry say Lisa and Sue are still in there, so he came down and told us both to come back up, and he took us up to the sidewalk.
So at that point, the 3 of you were then on the sidewalk here along County Line?
That's right.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened once you were on the sidewalk?
They separated the three of us so we could write our statements. And after we had written our statements, they allowed us to come back together.
Did Westerville Police Department collect anything of yours or either of the other two?
They did ask because we had taken the photo for our phones, and we signed releases for them to have our phones.
May I have just one more moment, Your Honor? I have no further questions at this time. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. I've got some questions about that, but first I want to just go back with respect to the one time that you met Matt Moore. You went to the 46 Abbey Cross address, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you went there because you had heard that, or it was your understanding, that Emily Noble's husband had flyers for distribution.
That's right.
And you went there and knocked on the door, and Matt answered the door.
Yes, there was two doors, a screen door and a house door, and I believe he came out the screen door.
And you explained your purpose there, and he handed you a bunch of flyers,
Yes.
did he not?
Yes.
And the flyers indicated that if you have any information about Emily Noble who's gone missing, you could either call his cell phone, and his cell phone was listed on that piece of paper, was it not?
I think so. I know ultimately there are a couple different flyers, so I think the first one I picked up probably did have his cell phone on it.
Or it said you could call Westerville Police Department, if you recall.
I'd have to see it again to say for certain, but probably.
And then you distributed those flyers around town, and you posted a picture of one of the flyers on your Facebook.
Yes, I posted it and sent it to people in the mental health field in case she were out having a crisis, and they came across her.
In case she was out having a crisis. Is that, you didn't know, though?
I had no idea
Sure.
what was going on. Like I said, I didn't really know her
Sure.
in the adult years.
So I want to talk now about this area. I know that you had indicated that you had participated in the one organized law enforcement search. I think it was at Hoover. Did I write that down right?
So I did not participate in the Hoover search, but the search a week after that started at Westwood North High School.
You participated in that one.
Yes.
And that was where you heard Sergeant Alloway kind of speak to the crowd, and fair to say he gave like tips, best practices for searching.
Yes. I mean, that's what I recall, yes.
And obviously you listened and accordingly, and as we know from your phone, when you were doing the searches, you took pictures of anything that might be relevant, right? I think there's some pictures, like for instance, some bones, or you talked about the angel. Do you describe the angel for the members of the jury?
Sure. It was a figurine that was, I'm guessing, maybe about this size. It was not new. It looked kind of worn, and maybe a greenish cast to it.
And when you say worn, it looked weathered, did it not? Like it had been there.
It certainly looked old.
So I want to talk to you about before you find the remains, the time before that, around Labor Day weekend, when you were walking a route,
Okay.
right? You were walking a route based on information that you had received from her sister about where she liked to walk.
That's right.
Is that right?
Right.
And you walked here, and at some point you walked along County Line Road as well. As you were walking down County Line Road, fair to say that it struck you that this area sloped down, right?
Yeah, it was. You stepped up in the woods over here, and then over here, as we walked this direction, we noticed a slope down over here.
Right, and I know that you testified about your work in the mental health field, but you have no law enforcement training.
No, I don't.
And so you're just the lay person walking along a sidewalk where Emily walked, and it stood out to you that this is an area that slopes down.
The only reason it popped out at me was after doing 20-some searches, that seemed significant to me. I mean, other than that, I don't think it would have struck me as anything significant.
Sure, but so based on your experience, that seemed significant to you, and you made a mental note of it, right?
Right.
So then let's go back to the 16th. I think you indicated that you parked somewhere up there where my red X is?
Yes.
And that the three of you walked down in this direction, and there's a creek along here. Is that right?
Yeah, the creek kind of goes this way, kind of curves.
Okay. So, and maybe let me clear that. I'm sorry. Will you show the jurors again the direction of the creek?
Oh gosh, let's see. probably right around here, and then it curves, but I don't know exactly, where it goes. We followed it for a while, and then we stopped and ended up going this way.
Okay. So initially you walked along the bike path?
Yes.
And then you told the jurors about how the creek or the water stood out to you, and so you followed the creek.
The day we did our walk, we walked the bike path, and I noticed the creek. The day we did our search, we were actually in the woods walking, and then once we got to the creek, followed the creek a little ways.
Okay. So you're in the woods on September 16th
Yes.
searching.
Yes.
Just 3 lay people, right? Just in the woods searching.
Yes.
Looking for anything that might appear to be Emily Noble, right?
Correct.
And then you talked about how you start from here and ultimately you make your way this way, do you not?
Yes.
Now, as you're making your way from east to west, you're making your way while you're still in the wooded area, are you not?
That's right. Yes.
So that's possible. You can walk through.
It was possible to a point. It got thick and brambly and really hard, but we
Sure.
kept.
I want to talk to you about that because isn't it true that as you approached the area to where Emily is ultimately found, I wrote that you
She's the defense attorney.
said you had to fight your way through. And how tall are you?
5'3".
5'3". So even at 5'3", you had to fight your way through the grapevines to ultimately get to the area where Emily was, right?
Right.
And there was a lot of branches there, were there not?
Yes.
And at 5'3", even those branches were low enough to be in your way.
Yes.
How long did it take you to traverse from this part of the woods to where Emily was found? Just approximately. I won't hold you to it.
I'm thinking I know it was getting close to 7, which is why I felt the urgency to move west before the sun really was getting low and we were losing light. So it was close to 7, so probably in the range of 5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes from here to make your way over here, right? Because it wasn't obviously, it's not just a clear path. You've got to go through the brush and the grapevines as you described.
Right.
When you see her, as I recall, her back is to you. Does that sound right? The remains are to her back is to you.
That's right.
I want to show you a picture that was taken from one of the cell phones that might be more representative of the light at the time, showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit AA. Tell me if we could turn the light down a little bit. Thank you. If this is Defendant's Exhibit AA. Oh, okay. Well, somewhere between. I'm sorry.
Oh, they didn't blur it out
Sorry,
today.
It just seemed really bright. Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? I'd use it. Showing the witness what's been marked as
She's not an expert. She's just a weirdo walking around in the woods.
Defendant's Exhibit AA. I'm trying to capture the time of day when you saw the remains. Does the lighting depicted in Defendant's Exhibit AA appear to be similar to as it was when you saw the remains?
Yes, it does.
And you testified on your direct about
If you're 5'3", are you as tall as or as low as? That's the question.
how kind of once you got under the canopy, there was more light once you were down in there. And that picture, it's taken where it's seemingly a clear view. Is that how you were oriented to her when you first saw her?
This is when I approached that area. I think I probably took 2 or 3 more steps past this is where I initially stopped, turned, saw her, got fearful, backed up, and I remember positioning myself behind this branch for just instinctual safety.
Sure.
And this is the angle then where I stood. Then when Sue came, she went to my left and stood to my left, and Sherry came immediately to my left.
I want to publish it just for a second to ask you a question so the jurors can see it. This right here was a large fallen tree.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I do remember positioning myself behind either a branch or a log. I couldn't remember what it was exactly, but something that was horizontal.
And
But
then,
that
of
looks
course,
right.
these are the
It's
remains here.
it's really not that well hidden. How the hell they couldn't find her for 4 months? And if you want to see the uncovered up picture, it's on the Discord, where we normally put pictures that we don't think are all too safe for YouTube, or if we find something that's not shown in court, go check at the Discord.
As in the circle.
Danish people are around 6 foot on average. We're not godlike tall people. That's the Dutch.
On your direct examination, I wrote down that when you saw the remains, you knew immediately. And you testified that first you thought it was a child, almost, right? But you knew immediately that your first thought was it's a person.
I startled because there was a person with me, and my first instinct was it was a child, and I said, "Hi there." And I'm thinking, who would put a life-size doll? It was just instant, really
Sure.
quick. And then I was starting to sink in that I was seeing.
Sure, and then it began to process,
Yeah.
right? But your first instinct was actually hello there, because
Right.
That was
Yes.
sort of where your mind went quickly. One moment, Robert. Yeah, let me ask you one more question. When you parked, we talked about to traverse from here over to here where the remains were found. I think you said it was about 5 to 10 minutes to get over there. And if,
I guess.
just a guess, yeah. And if you recall, fair to say there's nowhere to park on County Line Road, right?
That's correct.
Did you remember from your search that back here, there's a road that goes here and you could pull in here? Do you remember that?
No, we didn't go in that area at all.
Okay. But we know just to get from here to over here through the brush and all the grapevines, etc., is approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
That's probably about how long it took us. I don't, not to guess.
Sure, of course. All right, thank you so much.
You all right?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to put up Defense Exhibit D there. You were asked questions about how long it took you to go from the east side of the woods to the west side of the woods, and I think you said it was about 5 or 10 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about from County Line Road to where the body was located? Was that a shorter distance, a longer distance, or something else?
That'd be much shorter.
Okay. How long did it take you to get from when the police arrived, from where the body was and where you were located, up to County Line Road there?
Maybe 30 seconds. I mean, it wasn't far off the sidewalk. It was, I don't know how to say that.
I would if I could figure out where they were pointing, because I've been trying to look. The only thing I know is she's found somewhere here. That's about what I know. But if it's below, it looks like there's a little ridge here. If it's below this ridge, because she said she walked down a little thing, I can't even see where the creek is that they wash Sue in.
Just like maybe a few steps and up this hill, up this embankment to the sidewalk.
Was it easier to get up that embankment as opposed to going through the bramble that you described on the eastern portion there?
Oh, for a minute. Go ahead. She can answer that question.
It was easier as we were leaving that.
This was just volunteers out looking for her 4 months later. They didn't find anything when the police went out looking with cadaver dogs and everything. And that's why I think the state is trying to imply that he must have hit the body at his house or somewhere else and then put it in the woods later.
Area, yes, except for it's uphill. We had to scoot up this embankment. But other than that, it wasn't like we had to fight through thicket to get to the sidewalk.
Now, how about when you were standing in there after you located the body, were you able to see up to County Line Road to the sidewalk area?
There was a lot of leaves and tree covering, leaves covering bushes, like blocking the actual sidewalk. If somebody were walking by the sidewalk, I'm not sure I would have seen them, but you could hear. Like when the police came, you could hear the sirens, you could hear the officer talking.
And how about when police arrived and you were on County Line Road? Obviously, you knew at that time where the body was located, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to then see into the woods and see where the body was located?
No.
as you were standing in the woods, right around the time you were calling police, do you know about what time that was?
I believe I called my phone. I remember looking at my phone, and then for some reason 7:06 sticks in my mind as the time I made the 911 call.
So
But I'm not
sometime
sure
in
if
the early
that's
evening?
Completely accurate.
Is it fair to say it was early evening?
Yes.
Okay. What was the lighting situation like in there? Was it easy to see at that point?
The lighting was getting, darker. Sunset was, I know, in my mind, when we were moving to the west, I knew we were going to be losing sunlight. I believe it was going to set around 7:30, and it was getting darker. When you're in the woods and the sun's going down, it's darker in the woods than out of the woods. So it was dimmer, and it was part of my feeling of let's get over there and clear this area so we can get done with this and out of here before the sunset.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
You were asked about what you could see when you were where the remains were found, what you could see in terms of on County Line Road. But I want to ask you, you could see when you were there waiting for the police, you could see the back of that house, could you not? This house right here.
That does not stick in my mind. That as I was standing there, that I saw houses. I don't know that I visually saw.
I'm sorry, did you say you saw houses?
You said a house?
Oh.
The houses there? I
Yes.
don't think I mean, that doesn't stick in my mind. I remember seeing woods. I don't really remember seeing a house.
Fair enough.
couldn't
So
see
you
the
remember
trees for the
being
wo-
there, standing down at the
for the
remains,
trees.
and the questions with respect to the County Line Road. Then to get up to County Line Road, the slope to get up, did you have to grab one of those branches to help yourself up?
I had a pole with me that I used as I was walking, and I used the pole to push myself up to get up the slope to the sidewalk.
Nothing further.
Any questions anyone would like to ask? East to okay. As you were traversing east to west in that thicket there, did you get any cuts or scratches on your hands or arms or face or any place else?
Nothing major. Don't doubt I had light scratches, but no major gashes or anything like that.
No arterial bleeding, but
No.
you had some scratches though.
I would say very light scratches, yeah.
Okay, all right. And you indicated that you contacted Amy, quote unquote, because you were concerned. What were your concerns?
Once I had heard that Emily was missing, I reached out to Amy, letting her know I remembered Emily fondly, and I just wanted to do anything I could to help.
Thank you. Thank you. Did I raise any questions for the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Let me sit down.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, thank you.
Ma'am, can you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Sherry Reynolds, REYNOLDS.
Where are you currently employed?
Dorigo Rem. I'm a sales representative.
How long have you been working there?
6 years.
Okay. Do you currently live in Westerville?
I do.
How long have you lived in Westerville?
I moved to Westerville in 1970, and then apart from going to Ohio State.
I'm pretty sure her hairdresser won a bet the day she told her this is going to be a good haircut. What in 1982 was going on with that hair?
She loved it, never wanted to leave it.
Yeah, she got it from her mom when she was 10 years old, and she's kept it ever since. Well, I've had the same haircut I'm 27 years old, so I've had the same haircut for the last 23 years. So it's not like I changed anyway.
Off and on.
Did you hear that, Jamie? She went to the Ohio State.
Do you know someone by the name of Lisa Gordich?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Lisa?
She's my sister.
Okay. How about, do you know someone by the name of Emily Noble?
I do not. I had never met Emily.
Okay.
But
Do you know someone by the name of Matheau Moore?
I know who they both are.
And is that through your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Or as a witness in this case?
Yes. I had never met either.
Okay. So prior to what we're going to talk about here in a little bit, you had never met Emily or Mr. Moore?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, did you become involved in searches for Emily Noble after her disappearance?
I did.
Without knowing her, how did you become involved in those searches?
My sister Lisa knew Emily from school, and she contacted me and asked me if I'd be interested in helping with searching. And it was during our lockdown for COVID, and there was really nothing going on.
So she was there. She saw the body too. I'm going to skip.
Yep.
This is just another
There
biddy.
might be 3 of them that come in. So
And she's going to talk for 20 minutes about finding the body. We already heard that.
mhm.
And can you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
My name is Susan Sexton, Sexton.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at Columbus Metropolitan Library, the New Albany branch.
Do you live in Westerville?
I do.
How long have you lived in Westerville?
We have lived in Westerville for the last 6 years. However, I grew up in Westerville, so most of my life has been in Westerville.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit. I know you're used to being in a library, but do you know someone by the name of Lisa Gordish and Sherry Reynolds?
I do.
Yep, we're going to skip her as well because nothing new will come from any of this. I saw a body. We took a picture. Sue, it's just like you and all of your biddies that you hang out with. You kind of get to, it's kind of like a dog on its owner. Kind of start looking like them each other. Jamie, why don't you stop me? You know Sue's going to kill me.
I mean, I will pay money to see that.
Of course you would. She's a fan of Big Red. No, I just think she's soulless like every redhead. You do not have the same haircuts. Well,
How do you know her?
I've been friends with Lee.
Agency. So we get
Talked to wearing a scarf.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Chad Holcomb, Holcomb.
And Mr. Holcomb, how are you employed?
I'm currently a special agent for the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
And what the heck does that mean?
So we work at law by local help out with. An officer, I actually went through the police academy right here in Delaware. High school degree and through a law officer, so it's in my blood. I've been around.
And in addition to the police academy, did you have
Friends, shooting reconstruction.
certificates? That's the word I'm going to use.
A state of Tennessee's law enforcement.
BCI before you were assigned to the crime scene unit.
I was a criminal investigator in our heroin unit.
And I want to focus though on your time working for the crime scene unit. You said that's roughly through.
I deal with officer-involved shootings, homicide,
And so when you arrive at a crime scene,
BCI assistant, tell them what's going on, and if I want some their truck that you get from Bureau of Criminal Investigation, when I get called camera, I have.
and are they a reliable
BCI crime scene support, so they called our radio.
And tell the jury how it came to be that you were dispatched.
So like I said before, the local jurisdiction, which was Westerville PD, had a scene that they wanted BCI crime scene support, so they called our radio, talked to my supervisor, and then he called me, dispatching me to...
No, this is the first time we see this guy.
County Line Road in Westerville.
And can you give the jury the exact location that you responded to?
I believe it was Crossings Road and County Line Road.
And is that located in Delaware County?
Yes.
And did you receive any information before you got there?
Yes, my supervisor told me that there was a female...
It looks really heavy.
...in the woods, and it was believed to be Emily Noble at that time, even though it was not confirmed.
Had you had any knowledge of Emily Noble prior to being dispatched to the scene?
Just from what I saw in the news.
And when you got to the scene, can you tell the jury what time it was?
I believe I arrived on scene a little bit before 9:30 p.m., and I started processing officially the scene at 9:32 p.m. Yes, I also had another agent, Agent Chung, was with me as well.
And when you arrive to the scene, can you describe kind of, not when you go into the woods, but when you first get there, what do you see?
There was a large police presence there. Police presence, there was fire department trucks there, a lot of emergency lights were on. There was a strong media presence as well, and just civilian onlookers were there as well.
And so, did you begin your process then that you previously described?
I did.
And what was the first thing that you did?
So like I said before, I did an initial walkthrough with myself, and I believe the coroner investigator, Carlson, at that time. We went down through the woods to, once again, see what we had and see if I needed any additional resources.
And did you also have your scanner with you?
I did.
Now, describe when you made that first initial approach. And you said you got there about 9:30 p.m.?
Roughly.
What was the weather like? What was the lighting like?
It was dark. It was September, so it was getting later in the summer. It was a little dark. Wasn't rainy. Was decently warm outside.
And was there lighting already set up when you got there, or was it pitch black?
There was lighting down in the woods where her body was located at.
And so you walked down there with Investigator Carlson?
Yes.
And who is he again?
He's the coroner investigator for Delaware County.
And as you describe your walk towards the remains,
So there was crime scene tape around it, and one of the detectives, and probably Mr. Carlson, told me this is the best path that we found to get down to the remains. So I believe I probably followed Mr. Carlson down to the remains since he had been down there before.
and that was off of County Line Road.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I can see it going around. You can kind of see it stretches out his color.
And so after you made that initial approach, what did you do next?
So then, just like with any other crime scene, I'm going to pull out my camera and take overall photographs. I want to show this.
Well, apparently, being iris height is not only for iris in the chat. Side eye is also technically a dwarf.
Scene as it was upon my right.
I don't know how much 5'2" is, Jamie. Isn't it dwarf size?
It is petite size, that's for sure.
It's petite. And iris is petite.
Petite sounds cuter than dwarf size.
Well, I could call them leprechaun size, but that would just make you want to watch the movie again.
I love that. I'm never going to see that movie. My favorite.
We have movie nights every Sunday on the Discord. At least 3 times a year. Jamie demands that Shaq plays Leprechaun 2 Back in the Hood. It's her favorite movie.
I hate you.
It's just perfect when I visit you. That's the movie you see. And she's just spreading.
I pull up Amazon and it's the first stupid little preview that starts playing, and automatically now it's my favorite movie.
I love dwarfs if that's the case. I don't know how tall I don't mind being taller than a lady. I don't know how much for. It's 150 centimeters in Denmark. That's where the cutoff is. Now, instead of sending me boob pics, I need people to stand next to one of those. If you're below this, you can write this so I can see how tall people are. 5'4". Jamie, how tall are you? You're pretty tall.
I'm like almost 5'8".
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not that much taller than you. But apparently, according to Valhalla, I'm 6 foot on the dot.
I mean, you were taller now that I'm thinking about it, but I mean, you weren't like towering.
No, but
Yeah. I would say you could be a 6-feeter.
I don't know. We have one of those where you can strap your legs in and then you can tilt the table and then you stretches your spine out.
Yeah.
Zero gravity tables or something, I think they call them. And 180 centimeters is listed as 5'10" on that one. And in my passport, I'm 183. I had a measurement where I was 178. So on a good day, I'm probably around 180. And that says 5'10". And then Valhalla got, no, you're as tall as me. And I'm 6 foot. I don't care. I don't care how tall I am.
Well, yeah. Well, the house is shorter than you.
I'm taking up a lot of real estate. It's not like an inch or two more would change our look. Check update on Kathy Russo tweet about Uvalde case. Oh, is he getting a lawyer? He's supposed to have a hearing this week, I believe it is, or next week. So, yeah.
So it can show what it was like when I started processing. So I took photos from the roadway.
I don't understand stone. That's only the Brits who use that. We use the only reasonable measurement is kilos. That's the same. I've been told that a pound is 2.2 kilos. I was at the gym today, my imaginary gym, as the car crew calls it, and I was doing one-arm rows with 100 kilos on each side. So that should be 220. But a 20-pound or 20 kilo weight plate is a 45. So when I thought I was doing 440, I was actually doing 450 if you combine the two stacks. You need to figure out to just go metric.
In the sidewalk area, and then just ever so slightly, a couple steps as I'm going down the woods, take pictures just to show the path that I took down to the body.
Oh, the Uvalde. Oh, sorry. I had. I thought it was the Raoul Valley. Sorry, my brain was. Yeah. The Uvalde case. Yeah, that's probably not going to be streamed because it's out of Texas.
An idea how many photographs did you take in this case?
I'd probably say around 150 to 200.
Your Honor, just for purposes of the record, we are making a digital copy of all of those photographs, but we are only going to present some.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, and now
It's Wait Noodles, Fedorowski. Me and Marissa are going to meet up in Rome, and we're going to ask our old Nonna, what is it? And she's going to beat both of us with a spoon and tell us to eat more.
Holcomb, you've had the opportunity to review printouts from the state of Ohio of your photographs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'm going to hand you what's being marked as 108A, B, C, D, E, and F. Just a minute, if you can look at those, and it's your initials at the bottom of each of those pages.
They are.
So you previously looked at those, and those are a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury?
No objection. I have also been shown these in advance, Your Honor.
In placing States Exhibit 108F on the overhead.
So that's going to be one of my photographs. You can kind of see the curb on the bottom right-hand side showing the wooded area that I'm about to walk into.
And this area right here, is that County Line Road?
It is.
All right, and then if you can, your screen is actually like a marker. If you use your
Okay.
finger, kind of show the jury where it is you go in.
I believe I went in somewhere right around that area.
All right, I'm going to place on the overhead States Exhibit 108E.
So there's a closer photograph of the area I walked into, which was right there where I circled.
Can you make the screen bigger? I'm thinking it could. Thank you. And so do you take photographs every couple feet as you're moving into a scene?
Yeah, and especially in this instance when the body's located deep inside the woods, I want to just photograph every couple feet, or if there's something of significance I want to photograph, I'll just keep snapping photos as I walk down.
And 108D.
So here is the clearing you can see as the path that I took down. You can see the crime scene tape. So this is right as I'm getting ready to walk into the wooded area.
108B.
So here is, I'm now past the crime scene tape, just a photograph of my path down and through the woods. If I'm going to walk this way, to the left, remains of Miss Noble. The light that you can see, and you can see in the distance in the middle, the remains of Miss Noble.
She doesn't take up much real estate, let's just say that. I think this is safe to show on YouTube. This is her.
Now, you indicated before that you have a scanner that will take measurements.
I do.
And were you able to measure the distance from County Line Road to the remains that were found at the scene?
Yes, so I actually couldn't use my scanner in that situation just because of all the trees. So I just used the classic tape measure to measure that, and it was 65.5 feet from the curb to the remains.
Your Honor, I see that it's 3:30. Would you like to take our afternoon break?
That's fine. For you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our mid-afternoon break. We should pretend, but we'll get close. Remember to quit that minute.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you approached the remains, did you take any other measurements?
I did, using tape measure, just showing the distance from the tree branch to the ground, and then from her neck to the tree branch.
All right, I'm going to hand you a, well, what were those measurements? What were the measurements from the tree branch to the ground?
Can I refer to my report, make sure I give you the right number?
Will that refresh your recollection?
It will.
Yes.
You said from the tree branch to the ground?
Yes.
6 feet 4 inches.
And then from the tree branch to the top of the remains head?
It was to the neck, and it was 3 feet 9 inches.
All right, so I'm going to hand you a tape measure. If you can, just show the jury what 6 foot 4 inches looks like.
There's 6 feet 4 inches on the ground.
He's not that small.
And then,
He's 6
to
foot,
the neck.
Marissa.
So it's 3 feet 9 inches, which was that distance right there.
All right, do you mind setting it on the ground?
Yep. So there it is on the ground.
And what other observations of the remains did you make about the remains itself as you were evaluating the scene?
So as I was walking through the woods, the remains back, so Miss Noble's back was to me as I was approaching the woods. She was kind of like crouched down on her knees a little bit, sitting on her knees in a hanging position.
And did you notice if there was a ligature?
Yes, there was something around her neck.
And again, you documented the body as you approached it.
Yes, ma'am. Once again, I take my photographs. I eventually went 360 all the way around, just showing the body from different perspectives.
I'm forgetting my alphabet this late in the day. All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 108, G, H, and I. Again, do you?
No, you can just take, I don't know how long the cord is, but you can just chuck one end of it over, tie it up, and then pull it down. Put on your scarf and sit down. So you don't have to crawl into the tree. If you just toss it over and you know.
See your initials at the bottom of each of those.
I do.
Have you looked at them before?
I have.
You have very accurate depictions of what you observed on September 16th.
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to publish to the jury? No objection. I'm placing State's Exhibit 108G on the overhead.
So this would be the back of Miss Noble as I'm standing a couple of feet away.
And Your Honor, just because the lighting is different, I'm just going to slow walk it past the jury, please.
Now we are in territory I don't know how much we can talk about in on YouTube's, but it's one of those things. If you don't have access to a real, one of the things you will do is get it around, stuff your hands in your pockets, and then fall on your knees and fall forward, because then you can't get leverage, and that's probably why she's grabbing her ankle. So she just grabs and then falls forward, and then it's just a question about Mama didn't raise no quitter, but most people would actually stuff their hands in their pocket. We had that kid who did this in when I was in Baker College, and he wasn't responding. He was really angry Thursday night, and we might have yelled a little bit and maybe have told her, because he wanted to fight, and we told him, yeah, come do it. And then no one really heard from him Friday in school. Monday, when he didn't show up for school, the guard went in. We had a fire guard, someone to take care of us at this. We all lived on a school home, and he was positioned like this in his cabinet, standard cloth. What do you call them? Yeah, standard cabinet where you hang your clothes, and he had just put it around the bar, and it wasn't a tall place, but he tucked his hands in his. I think he actually took them inside of his pants, so it was even worse or even harder to pull them out, and he just leaned forward. So people do it. This is when my sister was in probably 5th or 6th grade. They were out. We have my town had a castle back in the day, and we still have the ruins from the castle, and to keep the area free from wooded trees and stuff like that, they'll have sheep grazing in the summertime up there, and they were going up there, I think some history class, to look at it, and there was a sheep shack, and they were just going around, and a guy was actually sitting inside the sheep shack in the exact same position. So it's a totally cromulent way to do it. It's sadly one of the ways people will do it. She actually did what they tried to make it look like Sandra Birchmore did. Exactly. Welcome back, KDD. My friend pew-pewed himself in the boys' bathroom when I was in 7th grade. That was my first funeral aside from the great-grandparent. That's a tough one. I was saying that my wife is teeny and you can put her in your pocket, and here you are, Gabby. Well, she might be short, but she's evil. No, but it's one of those where you're actually quite surprised they can do it in such a little room. That because you normally why wouldn't you? But if you're on your knees and you put your body forward, if you can't push off with your hands, you can't get up again. If you try to scoot your legs out to get them under you, you'll just do it worse. So that's why they do it in that way.
Why are we doing that?
You can't see that there's stage position.
The lighting changes the photograph with the projector.
Yeah, this is girl.
along with a black USB cord that was wrapped around her neck and then up around the tree branch.
And what is, can you circle the USB cord?
I had a girlfriend, not a girlfriend, a friend who was a girl I played music with, and she was driving home one night from the town with a guy in a convertible who was drunk, and it didn't quite fit under the lorry, the what do you call it, cargo truck, that because he was drunk, so he didn't stop at the red light, and yeah, they. We don't do open caskets in Denmark, but you couldn't do that because something didn't make it from that one. That was a pretty bad one. And then we had two kids. I was 2 grades over the oldest one, and my sister. I think my sister went in his. She was at the. We have A, B, C, D for each level, how many kids you are, and she was in C, and I think he was in A class, and his younger brother was 2 years below them or something like that. And the older brother won New Year's Eve because his girlfriend had broken up with him, and we have a bridge. He took a very long step and a short swimming trip, and 4 years later, his brother, the family moved away. His brother goes back to our town and jumps the exact same spot. They are buried right next to my grandma. So that was so weird. But yeah, you never know what people will do, and that's why I never ever make fun of. Oh, I'm going to do this to myself. I will call the popo on you.
And then it comes down a little bit around there as well.
Hard to see that, the light shining right on it. And while you were observing the remains, what else did you notice?
There were a couple of pieces of evidence around the remains that I would then put down an evidence placard and eventually collect as well.
And can you describe what those were?
There was one of the first things I collected was a black water bottle that was near the remains.
What letter am I on, Becky, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Do you see her?
So here's just another perspective of the remains.
So we're not going to see any of it.
Graph once again on the bottom of the projector, you can see the head of Miss Noble, and then the USB cord going up towards the tree branch.
And where is the one end of the cord?
It's kind of tucked behind that wire, but it's in that area.
That's an asshole
And
move.
then is there a knot in the cord?
There's a knot up near the top of the photograph.
And did you observe a knot down by the neck?
I do not recall.
And was there, do you know where the other end of the cord was, and can you see it in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. So you can see it going down the back of Miss Noble.
And then states 108N. What are we looking at here?
So there's a close-up of a hard plastic that's on the end of the USB cord. The other end of the cord is going to come off here and then go down, but that's pretty much the end of the USB cord wrapped around a loop.
Now I want to compare 108N to 108M. So you can see that 108. And then where is that 108? Put it back.
So that hard plastic I was just talking about is right there in the middle of the photograph, which is the same thing as the left photograph. Both the circled items are the same thing.
And what was keeping the cord suspended from the branch?
That hard plastic was keeping it from the other end falling off and everything falling apart.
And was it fastened in that part of the cord or hanging there? How
It
would
was
you
just,
describe it?
it was, as you saw, the hard plastic was sitting there, and just the weight of her body was keeping it from moving.
Now, after you documented the remains, what did you do by photographing them? What did you do next?
So then that's when I get, so then I actually use my 3D scanner, went around different areas. I actually have to put up spheres so that the scans can go together. But I did multiple scans around, just get more measurements if I needed them for a later purpose. And then we were ready to remove Miss Noble's body from the tree.
And how were you going to do that?
So this is where I consult the coroner investigator, Mr. Carlson, because the body.
That's the same thing I said, because this is a USB cord, and it's not easily tied into stuff, but I can't see this. I do have another USB cord that's way more flimsy. So, and those you can get at like convenience stores where you get 3 meters, which is roughly 2.5 banana pies in American. And they're thin. Those are the ones you buy when you're the ones you get with your purchase. You miss them. It's just use and throw away types of cords, and you could potentially tie those. And again, it's not like she needs it to snap. She needs it to just be tied around her. So again, she doesn't need to have a big old noose that'll make it. I don't know if I can talk about this on YouTube, but you just to lean forward. I'm just gonna stop now.
Is his responsibility. I can't do anything. I can't touch the body without his permission. So
2020.
So at that point, I talked to him, and we determined the best way to get the body out from hanging from the tree is to cut the USB cord.
Council states 108 and 108.
Mine is those you can buy. They're not like close to 10 feet. I don't know why I have them. The biggest problem is the robot vacuum will eat the cord.
Can you opinion on to Agent Holcomb?
Yes, there was USBs on both ends.
Are those your initials on those photographs?
They are.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on September 16th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
The place states Exhibit 108P on the overhead. And what is this?
So that's just going to be a closer up photograph of the head, shoulder, neck area of Miss Noble.
And can you see the USB cord in this photograph?
You can. It's at the top of the photograph right there where I'm circling. And then the other end that we've talked about a couple times comes off the side.
Oops. States 1080.
So there's another photograph of the knot that I talked about earlier in my other photographs.
And where again is this at in relationship?
Right about in the middle of from Miss Noble's neck to the tree branches, right on the middle.
And after consulting with the coroner's investigator, how did you decide was the best or most secure way to remove Emily's remains from the tree branch?
It was to cut the USB cord with the state of decomp that she was in. Her neck was hanging down. We were afraid that if we moved the neck, it could damage any potential evidence. So it was determined the easiest way and the safest way to preserve any evidence and preserve her body would be to cut the USB cord.
And who cut the USB cord?
I did.
And when you cut it, did you mark it in a certain way?
I did. I put some packing tape on the ends where I cut. I initialed. I put my date on it just so I could remember that I cut that cord.
And where did you cut it?
Near the end of, or near the area of her neck.
And how many pieces did that result in?
So I cut it 3 times.
And did you collect that cord?
I did.
And did you provide it then to the Westerville Police Department?
I did.
Can I hand you what's going to be marked as State's Exhibit 109. Right here. Got it. Thank you.
Number 1, description, fence.
And are those tape pieces of tape that you placed on the cord at the end of them?
Yes, ma'am. So you can see CH, my initial is 61, is my badge number, and then 9/17/20, which was the date.
And then go ahead and unwind it for the jury, please.
The only thing that's Googled is 2 other cases, one in Las Vegas where he used to live, and another one that probably was kind of famous at the time with a Marine who got accused of unaliving some 4 people in Iraq, which would have been headline news. Those are the state tries to say, well, he was looking at these cases, so he must have been in a murder mood or something. But again, it was high-profile case. The one of them was a high-profile case that he looked up after he'd been on a news site, so he probably saw it and wanted to read more about it. And the other case was from Las Vegas, where I think he lived there for 18 years or something like that. Wonder if there was still muscles there after 4 months later. They would have dried up if she's been sitting out in the woods for that. The weird thing, if you go look at the pictures, again, you're old enough to figure out if you are capable of looking at that. We don't do safe spaces and trigger warnings and all of that. Everyone is a grown-up. But if you go look at it, it's weird her body is mummified. To me, that's really, really weird. Her body is mummified. After 4 months, I would have expected animals have been at her, that especially because it's in the summertime, that instead of being decomposed, she would have rotted away. Or instead of mummified, she would have rotted away. So the pictures are on the Discord. I think it's actually called Matheau Moore or something like that. Don't be suspicious.
So here it is all in one.
And when you found it, there was a knot about halfway between Emily's neck and the tree branch.
Correct.
And there was an end, I believe you described, stuck a little bit below the knot in a loop.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, beetles, worms, all of the smaller critters would, again, animals are smarter than we are. So they will get, if there is easy food or you have to go hunt for food, they will take easy food. And she's in a forest in egg laying season for the birds. Why haven't they been there and picked the carcass? To me, that's one of those things where I'm thinking, could she have been somewhere else or covered up? That's why she got to mummify instead of decomposing. Low humidity. No, it's Ohio. So yeah, it's a pretty long cord. I think this is probably like a 10 feet like the ones I have. Beetles and worm might have been vacationing in Florida at the time. No, they are snowbirding. They come back in the spring. She may have smelled off because of the alcohol consumption. Potentially, but wouldn't, if it's a peachy smell, wouldn't that attract? Well, yeah, I don't know. But again, 4 months she's in these woods. That a coyote or something hasn't been by and taken a little nappy nap out of her, because even though she was skinny, she'll still have some thigh and stuff like that.
And what end was that?
So it would have been somewhere right around, obviously not
I can send Jamie over to finish you off.
taken out. So it would have been somewhere around the middle of the USB port.
And again, that was the only thing keeping the USB cord around the tree branch.
Read for you.
looking at that cord, what was keeping it wound around the tree branch?
Would have been
September.
the black hard plastic on the end of the USB cord.
And so you're holding up a smaller piece right there in your hand. Is that it?
Yes, this is it right here in my left hand.
Was there a knot fastening it in there?
No, ma'am, it was just being supported by the loop that was coming down.
And that was the only thing keeping it wrapped around the tree branch?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask the answer.
Ask your next question.
Your Honor, may I walk this past the jury? Or Agent Holcomb, you could do it.
That's probably 10 feet up.
Thank you. Can you place it back in its packaging, please?
Yes, ma'am.
You cut it down. We're close in time. Exhibit 109 appears to be in the same condition as when you cut it down. We're close in time to September 16th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
To document.
Yeah, she looks very dried, and that's just weird if she's been in the woods for 4 months.
Exhibit 110.
I did not.
And what, where was the top of the cord in relationship to the tree branch? What part of the cord, let me strike that. What part of the cord was touching the tree branch in this photograph?
Be the top part of the photograph right where I circled.
And then where was the little thing that was hooked into the cord keeping it suspended?
The hard plastic would be close to my evidence placard number 1, right where I circled.
And then again, the three ends that you cut.
As you can see at the very bottom, there are 3 ends, 2 right there, and then another to the right of it.
I'm sorry, can you please do that again? I hit clear too fast.
So there's 2 cut ends in the left circle, and then 1 cut end in the right circle.
And states exhibit.
We haven't heard from the
110A.
medical examiner yet.
And then as you saw when I walked around, those are the tape with the ends that I cut, with my initial badge number, and the date as well.
Now, does the evidence placard correspond to any document that you create?
Yes, ma'am. So obviously you just saw the evidence label. So that has all the information. That information then gets generated onto an evidence log, and it has all of the same information on that as well. And then that evidence number is also going to be reflected in the report that I authored.
And then do you do that for each piece of evidence that you collect at a scene?
I do.
And is that all stored in one document?
It is.
So after you cut the cord and bring down the remains, what do you do next?
So then once we bring down the remains, we take additional photographs just of the body. I believe it was laying in a body bag at that point. Take additional photos, me and the coroner investigator, and then we seal up the body in the bag, put a body bag lock on it, and it's then transported for an autopsy.
And did you do that in this case?
We did.
And so kind of at the scene, who's in charge of the scene?
So Westville Police is currently securing the scene, making sure no one comes into the crime scene tape. I am in charge of the scene area. I'm not going to allow anyone that doesn't need to be down there into the scene to protect the evidence. But then the coroner investigator, Carlson, is in charge of the body. So once again, I can't do anything without his permission in regards to the body.
One moment, please, Your Honor. And the remains in the bag.
I did.
Defense counsel, I'm handing the witness states exhibit 111A and 111B. Take a moment to look at them. 2020 states exhibit 111B.
Laying on her back inside the photograph I was just talking about.
Exhibit 111B.
So this would be the photograph I was just talking about. We had just cut the USB cord, and she's now laying on her back inside the body bag.
And that white thing is what?
That's the body bag that she's eventually going to be sealed up in.
And states exhibit 111A.
That's just another photograph now looking at her right side. She's still on her back. You can see it's a little dark, but those are her legs right there that I've circled. Just another photograph, one of many that I take.
Now, once the remains are placed into the body bag, what do you do next?
So then once the remains are placed in the body bag is then removed from the area. And that's when I keep looking for any additional evidence around. At that point, I pulled out a metal detector to search in the area.
And were you able to locate additional evidence?
I was.
And what was that?
I located a engagement ring and a wedding band, and also a e-cigarette.
And where, in relationship to Ms. Noble's remains, were the wedding rings located?
Very close, if not underneath her body.
And the e-cigarette?
In close proximity to her body. Engagement ring. You're looking at the photograph of with evidence placard number 3 and the engagement ring and wedding band that's in the dirt.
All right, can you circle the wedding bands and lighting on the projectors?
Right there where the box is.
State Exhibit 112B.
So this is a photograph of the wedding band engagement ring, just under a different background after I've removed it from where it was originally located at.
And then did you place those into a sealed evidence envelope?
I did.
No,
Exhibit
only
112A.
foraging.
That would be evidence placard number 4, showing the e-cigarette, which I will circle for you.
And, thank you.
Yep.
Where was that found out again in relationship to the body?
Very close to her body.
Yeah, but at the same time, her fingers must have decomposed so much that the rings fell off. And if she was very skinny, wouldn't it get stuck on the? That's not the knuckle. I don't know what that part of the finger is. It's just, why would it doesn't look like she's been thrown around. So why would she lose her rings? I don't know.
It was not within her body.
No, it was not within her body.
Oh yeah, the ME is just going to say, yeah, she has a broken hyoid bone. We know that from the opening statements. No, the anthropologist, the people is going to say all the interesting parts about how her body was decomposed and all that. That's going to be the exciting things. Well, maybe it's because I have fat fingers, but the time I got my wedding band stuck in a we have like a press that'll make dough thinner and thinner and thinner, and I got my fingers stuck in that. And when we tried to pull it off after, when my body had assured me that it wasn't, I thought my finger had been ripped off. I didn't want to look at it if it was gone. I just couldn't do it, and because it got pressed, this finger here got squeezed, so it was only 3 millimeters. Not that, but it made the bone a little wider than normally, so I couldn't get my wedding band off when I had to go to the hospital, and they were like, "Should we cut it?" And I thought, then I have to buy a new one. They are expensive, so I just ripped it off because hey, the finger was still there, and I couldn't feel shit anyway because they numbed it because my bone had been squashed a little bit. Her e-cig and her rings were right around her body, on the ground.
Show you what I've been marked as.
Don't you say stuff like that. Sue's just going to believe it.
Exhibit 113 and 114. Let's start with 113. Are you familiar with that item?
I am.
And how can you tell?
Once again, it has that white evidence label that I talked about earlier. Evidence number 3, jewelry. One band of unknown metal, one band with white stone set in unknown metal. And then once again, it has my case number, the address, and all that other information.
And can you open that up, please, and show them to the jury?
Can I have a fresh set of gloves, please?
Yes, I'll just give you the box.
Thank you.
Can I take these?
Engage.
Thank you.
To learn from the others.
On September.
So this, as you can see, once again, has my white evidence label. The e-cigarette that I collected.
Oh, they have a Home Depot
The
bag.
cigarette appeared to be in a similar condition when we found it, same with similar condition on September 16th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Collect these and provide them to the court reporter. Now, after you took the cord down, did you document the tree branch?
I did.
And how did you do that?
Just showing the tree branch where the USB cord was wrapped around the branch.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 115A and 115B. Are those photographs?
That's why I'm your
Yes,
favorite
ma'am.
channel, Sue.
Yeah, the
Oh,
initials on
oh.
them?
Yes, ma'am.
They appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the branch after the cord was removed on September 16th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Sue gave me a compliment. She called me intelligent.
Placing State's Exhibit 115A on the overhead.
So that would be the photograph of the branch. As you can see, right where I'm putting the square are the marks of where the USB cord was at.
And State's Exhibit 115B.
Can you rotate 180?
Yes.
So there's the tree branch, just a closer up photograph. Once again, right where I've put the square is where the USB cord was at.
And those, I mean, can you describe what those were? Were they indentations? How would you describe the marking?
Maybe when we get to the body, there will be some indication. So far, it's just biddies who didn't like her boyfriend, and she's dead. It's the only two hard evidence we've had in this case.
On the mark.
It was depressed wood from the weight of the USB.
The Home Depot.
Now, in addition to the items we just went through that you collected, did you collect anything else from the scene that evening?
That evening, no, I did not.
And at some point, you left the scene that evening?
We did. Once, it was probably a little bit after midnight, we had collected every evidence that we could see at that point. It was obviously extremely dark, so we decided to end the search of the scene that evening.
And what happened at the scene? Was it, if you know, did anyone stay at the scene overnight?
At least one, possibly two, Westville police officers secured the scene overnight.
And then did you return?
I did.
And when did you return next?
Would have been the next morning.
So September 17th of 2020.
Yes.
And then again, did you document how it appeared as you went when you arrived on September 17th?
I did. Obviously, it's now daylight. It's easier to take photographs. So once again, I'm going to document the scene as it was upon my arrival on that second day. So I took very similar photographs to the previous night.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116A. Do you recall what time you arrived at the scene back?
Probably around 8:30 or 9 a.m.
You familiar with that?
I am.
And is that a photograph that you took on September 17th of 2020?
It is. So this would be a photograph. As you probably recall, one of my first photographs that we showed you, it's kind of the same area. Right along the green line is going to be County Line Road. And then here's the crime scene tape of the wooded area where her remains was located at.
And whereabouts did you enter into the woods then?
I'm a little bit further south in this picture, so I'm going to say approximately somewhere around that green line that I just put in.
Put the paddle away. This is the wrong show. Well, then I have to have my muffin that I can play with. Giggity, giggity, giggity. I have come in chat a few times to get a stomach workout. Yeah, we tried to do it. Biddies who didn't like her husband merch, please. I don't know. Sexy paddle time is pie show time. Never cross streams.
Now, when you arrived back at the scene on September 17th, 2020, it was in the daytime. What else did you do there?
So once again, I took photographs, went down to where the remains were located at.
It's side eyes.
And searched for any additional evidence that we may have not been able to see the previous night.
And did you collect any evidence at that time?
I did.
What did you collect?
A soil sample from underneath where she was located at, some hair that was located, and then a fired shot shell as well.
What? What? A fired shot shell?
Shot shell. Yes, sir.
What?
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 117. And what is that?
That would be a photograph with evidence placard number 3, where her remains was at.
And is that where you collected the soil sample from?
It was.
And so would that photograph have been taken on September 17th?
No, this is evidence placard number 3, which I believe was the rings.
Oh, sorry, yes.
But it would have been that area that I would have collected. So this would have been a photograph from the previous night.
All right, but this is the area where you collected the soil sample from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Things have now been removed in the darkness of the soil of where her remains was located at.
And why do you collect soil?
If you collect soil, you can send it to a lab, and the lab can test the chemicals that are in there and do different analyses.
Hey Courtney, we are getting to now. We found the body. We've been going through all the other stuff. Now we found the body, but we still don't have any indication how, what, who, when, what. I don't know. So it's kind of that's why normally I don't put a poll in chat till we get to the end of state and end of defense. But we are almost. We're 7 hours and 50 minutes into day 4, and I have a really hard time to figure out where we're going with this. What's going on? I really can't tell. So that's why I'm trying to just see how chat is lining up. Not guilty so far. But she said fired shot shell. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking. Oh, surprise. Oh, maybe that's what you're talking about. I was just summarizing the whole time. No, a fired shot shell, that sounds weird because have someone been in the area and fired a weapon? Why didn't they find her? Or has it been there for 10 years? She didn't present it. Maybe she should present that so we know what it is.
I love that she glossed over it so bad. Like he said it and she didn't say anything. Like,
yeah, because it doesn't really
related
fit.
to this.
Because if it's a new shot shell, why didn't they report the body?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then we know she wasn't shot, so it has nothing to do with that.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 118 and 118A. Are you familiar with those documents?
I am.
And what are they?
These are the evidence logs that I talked about earlier.
And what's contained in those logs?
It lists the evidence that I collected. Once again, my name, date, time, when the case was opened, and then description of the items that I collected, along with the items that I turned over to Westfield Police Department.
And are these documents, State's Exhibit 118 and 118A, fair and accurate copies of the evidence logs you created for the physical items you obtained at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Why are there two of them?
So, before I leave the scene, about 95% of the time, I turn over the evidence to the local jurisdiction. Unless it's an Austin ball shooting, which BCI usually handles the whole thing, I don't keep any evidence. I turn everything over when I'm done processing that evening. So the first night, I believe I collected 3 or 4 items, and those items were turned over to Westfield Police Department that night. And then when we went back out the next morning, I collected additional.
Sure, Jen. Sure. That's like Sue when she says, well, I accidentally kissed my brother. I was trying to kiss my cousin. It's the same person, but still.
Baker.
What? true story.
I highly doubt that.
I was in Discord one night, and Sue, she might have been at the pool, and she told these funny stories about their family get-togethers.
Oh my God.
items,
He is gonna
and then those all
find
got
you.
turned over.
You just wait till you come to the Americas.
I'm just trying to get her to come to Dollywood. That's why.
I know you are.
I know I will
Begging
be
her.
kneecapped at the entrance at Dollywood, and then dragged back to South Carolina, stuffed in an alligator, and she will say, "I don't know. I
I hope
was at
she
the
pulls a
pool."
Tanya Harding on you for sure.
Yeah, she's gonna go at me with a lead pipe. Would Kingfisher blue be okay? Or do you want another color? Hmm? What's wrong with me? A lot of people have tried to figure that out through the years.
Somebody actually say, "What's wrong with you? What's right with you?"
I hang out with cool people.
I should be rubbing off on you, but apparently not.
See, Jamie? She would if she could.
You're the worst.
When we were done.
Just so the jury can see what we're talking about, your state's Exhibit 118. Can you walk them through this form, please?
Yeah, so as you can see up top, just has all the information regarding agency, my name, the case number, is a question death, and then you get down further and you can see it's scene 1 of 1, and it was the address. And then on the left side of the chart, you can see the evidence numbers. Then if you look further over, the description, the location, my name, and then the date and time.
Who's gonna tell us? Who's gonna tell us what the content was in the water bottle? Because remember, we were trying to figure out those bus balls or whatever it was. We were just told that it smelled like alcohol and peachy. They never really told us what it was and how much was left. So
I mean, I know from the beginning of the trial they were talking about it. It's kind of like a rosé.
yeah, but
I don't know.
we looked at hard seltzers. They're like 5%, and then the bus balls I was showing you were 15%. So, but again, how much has she been drinking? It was 10 in the morning. I know
exactly.
some of us likes to start early, Jamie, but the rest of us try to wait till it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Don't whisper my name.
The time is not accurate, it's just an auto-generated when I put it into the system.
If you're going to be spread somewhere, Shenandoah Mountain, that's Shenandoah Valley. That's a cool place. In my town, we have some ferry routes, and you can actually get cremated, and then you can be scattered over the water. That's become a thing. Earlier, you weren't allowed to do that, but now you can do nature burials in Denmark. So that's I don't want to do it, but that's cool. Bottle might not have been hers. It was her bottle. That's they said it was her bottle. Thank you. It's one of my favorite I Can't Sing at Karaoke Night songs. Just for your information, some of these comments aren't in chat. I didn't see Sue or Lefty last one. I don't bring a Lefty up, so yeah. YouTube is glitching with chat. Sometimes no one can see someone. Sometimes you can see someone I can't see. Sometimes I can see someone you can't see. It's a YouTube glitch. I reached out to them again today. Haven't gotten a response. There's no response to anything. I've been trying to figure this out for the last 2 weeks. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, but hey, at least I can pull them up, some of them, and I know a lot of people have been, well, not a lot, but 5, 6, 7 people have been reaching out to me and say, "Did I get blocked in your chat?" And I said, "No," because they are sitting here chatting and trying to tag the normal people they talk to, and they're not seen by anyone. So it's a YouTube thing. I I can't fix it, and I wish I could. But YouTube, Jamie's hammer drunk again. Is it a Monday? Is it the day ending in a Y? Brandon,
God.
it's past 6 in the morning. Come on now. They couldn't obtain any DNA from outside of the bottle, but it was in her normal water bottle. That was testified to. I can see you, Sue. If you watch it from TV, you can't change chat settings. Oh, that could be. Are you on live chat? Remember to look if you are in live chat as well. Yeah, he might read them, but doesn't always bring up on screen. I don't know. Also, check whether top or live chat on laptop. Yeah, sometimes I'll just read, and I know I forget to tell you. Oh, Sue says for months experts are in and out for me. It's odd. It's odd. I'll forget to say. Oh, Sue says. Yeah. I'm still not able to see Nicola. But I can see her in my community, but I can't see her on my live stream. So yeah. Sometimes they might also have retracted a comment. Then it will still be in my feed. The one I'm clicking up on the screen is my streaming program. They'll just take everything in. So if you delete some, it'll still be here. Or if one of the mods, Brandon, deletes a comment, I will still see it on my screen because it'll take everything in there. So maybe that could be stuff like that. But yes, if you're talking to your friends here and they can't see you, I don't know what to say. Try clear your cache, go in, go out, do all the things. It's a YouTube problem, and I can't fix it, and I can't get help to fix it. That's the yeah. It's a new glitch for me. Yeah, I'm sorry. Other creators are having problems, issues with some people not showing too. Yeah, and it's been a problem before because Melanie and EDB have talked about it, and they had a fix where you could go in, even though they weren't blocked. Then you would block the person with the channel URL. You would block the person, go back and unblock the person, and it would work again. I have tried it a million times. Every time anyone reaches out to me, I'll try it, and it doesn't work. I always check because hey, a mod can have fat fingers and hit a block button. It happens sometimes. But I have been looking at it, and I haven't had new people added to the block list in I think over a year. So I'm it's a YouTube thing. I can't fix it, sadly. Yeah, everyone pick on Jamie. She's drunk.
No, I'm not. I'm drinking water and working hard.
Working hard or hardly working?
Well, I'm on a break now, so.
Yeah.
But an actual break.
So here it shows items number 1 through 4 was released by me to, I believe it was Detective Grubbs at that point, at the 17th of September 2020 at 12:39 a.m.
And then States Exhibit 118A.
So this is the same chart as you saw earlier. Just now you're adding numbers 5, 6, 7, and 8 on, which was the stuff that I collected. We didn't talk about 8. 8 is just the photographs that I provided. And then at the bottom is where there's a hole punched through it, but it's going to say 5-8. And then I released that evidence to Detective Peachy, I believe.
And the date and time of that?
I released it at September 17th, 2020 at 10:12 a.m.
I'm not gonna do that, Zach. Absolutely not. Brendan just won Mod of the Year. We don't need any of that negativity.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 119. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And what is it?
This would be the soil sample that I collected from underneath where her body was located at.
Same white stamp on it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Special Agent Holcomb, are you aware in this case that various items you collected were in fact submitted to the laboratory part of BCI?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware what those items are?
I believe there was the e-cigarette and the USB cord are the two ones that I know for sure.
So I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
You collected, and the necklace in the outside of the bottle.
It's just evidence, it's not the results.
Yeah, skip. I saw that.
Training
Good
in
catch it.
interpreting lab reports.
No, ma'am.
Or the conclusions.
No, ma'am.
Or the findings.
No, ma'am.
But you've reviewed the lab report in this case, and so you can testify that State's Exhibit 120 is a fair and accurate copy of that report.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you're looking at State's Exhibit 120, can you walk the jury through this part of the report?
So this is stating the laboratory number, who the agency submitted was, the offense, the subject, the victim. As you see over on the right side, my name as BCI agent, and then the analysis date and the issue date of the report. Further down, you can see submitted on September 23rd, 2020 by Detective Grubbs, the 4 items that were submitted to the lab for analysis.
And I'll scoot it up on the left-hand side of the screen under item.
So as you can see up top where it says submitted on September, the brown bag.
So there was no DNA to qualify for comparison due to insufficient data, and they swapped the necklace and the bottle, and there was no DNA profile. Okay, we don't have to.
Brown paper, but one DNA.
121. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
As you can see, once again, the white label is my evidence label, item number. The contents inside the bag say the black water bottle that I collected, and then I did not collect this. It says number 4, possible hair, which was inside the bag as well.
The water bottle appeared to be in the same or similar condition as you found it on September 16th.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we have a moment, please. You wouldn't mind. Did you take your gloves off?
I did.
Oh, all right. Well,
Would you like me to put them back on?
No, we'll get a new set.
Oh.
We'll get a new set. Because I've got some physical items I'd love to go through. Gloves. Works sometimes.
Sounded
Not at all.
like she said,
You
"Did you
notice
take
the
your
beginning of
clothes
your-
off? Can you take your clothes off?"
What?
I said, I was just listening halfway, and I thought she said, "Can you take your clothes off?"
Well, she might be a little, you know.
Examination.
She said, "Yeah, do you want me to put them back on?"
Used the phrase crime scene quite a lot. I want to be clear about something, is that you obviously work for the state of Ohio, but you would agree with me that your work is to be objective, right?
Absolutely.
So crime scene, it's a scene, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's not a crime scene or a suicide scene until it's determined by someone to be so, right?
Correct.
So when I'm asking you the questions, I'm going to ask you about the scene, which is the area where the remains of Emily Noble were found. So let's talk about, through the course of your work at BCI, tools that you use. Tools, and you were asked this question about cadaver dogs. Do you remember that question?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that the times that you would use them, that they hadn't been successful. You would agree that cadaver dogs are only successful, that is, they only hit or they only alert when they find a cadaver.
Correct.
Right? And then you're aware of bloodhound dogs as well that track scent.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming you've used bloodhounds as well.
I actually have not.
But you're aware that bloodhounds is a tool that law enforcement can and sometimes does use.
Absolutely.
And the same is true of cadaver dogs, can and sometimes does use.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware through the course of your work at BCI that it's not like I can take a dog from my house and say this is a bloodhound or this is a cadaver dog, right?
Correct.
These dogs have very specialized training.
Absolutely.
And they have certificates even of the training that they've done. And like you have to keep up on your CLEs, right? Your continuing education. The same is true actually for cadaver dogs and bloodhounds as well, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk about well, we can just go, I'll start here. States Exhibit 120. This is obviously just the DNA report that was issued in this case with respect to these items listed right here. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about a bag of soil, and I'm sorry that I forget which item number it was, but the bag of soil.
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that while you testified as to why the soil might be collected, States Exhibit 119, right, there is no submission sheet on the soil, correct?
Correct. Our lab does not do that kind of testing.
And so that, and if it had gone out somewhere, right, it would be indicated by the labels, because the labels really tell us where that item goes in its lifespan.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm a juror and I want to know when an item is collected and where it goes thereafter, it'll all be right here.
At least for BCI, that's how we do it.
BCI,
Yes, ma'am.
exactly. And then I want to talk about showing you, and I'm going to this just a few minutes ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And next to the water bottle, as indicated by States Exhibit 118 and 118A, was the e-cigarette,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And you indicated in your report as to location is close to left knee.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm left-hand dominant, the water bottle and the e-cigarette would have been in this general area.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk about 108.
What are you doing where you're hanging out with cadaver dogs?
H again. Just, I'll zoom in so that I'm focused on my questioning. As found, you would agree with me that the USB cord is not actually truly encircling the neck.
No.
Okay. Because when we say around the neck, I want to, I know you know this and you would agree, words are so important. It's
Yeah, I like him. He's straight to the point. He's even working faster than the prosecutor with marking things off on the screen, so he's not wasting everyone's time. And again, this was a 9-hour day in court. We are getting close. We're about an hour left. My future sister-in-law has a cadaver dog. Well, you're not going to be found.
actually at this point in time, it being the USB cord is.
Sorry?
I said, can they be adopted like once they retire? Is that how you get one?
In Denmark you have, we call them Swiss dogs, Swisser dogs or something like that. So if you hit an animal in traffic, you will call a number and they'll send some civilian out, someone who's a hunter who has these specially trained animals to find injured animals in the wild. So maybe some of the cadaver dogs are just specially trained dogs that you have with civilians, and then they can call if needed. It's not like I don't think you don't have like a big stable of cadaver dogs at a police station. So you're not looking for that many cadavers. I don't know. But in Denmark, if you hit something with your car and it runs off because you didn't get it the right way, you will call them, and it's just a hunter who has an animal that's trained to find injured animals, and he'll go out and take care of it. I know someone who had a retired police dog, the best dog ever. My mom's friend's husband was a police dog trainer, and their own dog was the worst in the world. It was so bad behaving, but everyone he trained got amazing dogs.
Up like that, is it not?
It is.
So it's like all the way up here.
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. And I have a USB cord. Do you know the length of that cord ultimately that was found?
I do not.
And I just want to make sure. Tell me if this looks to you like a USB cord.
One has USB and another one's like for a printer, but it's the same.
Okay.
General idea.
All right. So this is what we call that USB, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So around the neck, and then it's up like this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about same exhibit. This is the end right here, which is that USB that you and I just spoke of,
It is.
right? And then here, if I can move this up, and tell me if you'd like me to approach, because it might be a little more clear. There's like one of these little clasps on that tank top, isn't it? Like a clasp you can kind of adjust the straps, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then this is a continuing piece of that clothing, it appears.
It is.
And the shoes, as you recall them, were still on the feet of Miss Noble, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they actually went with the remains to the coroner's office.
Correct.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108I. And I just want to focus in here. Up here. I'm going to use this as a demonstrative again. You would agree with me, and let me show where I'm focused, because it's hard to tell here. But right here is where the USB goes over the branch, does it not?
Correct.
And I just want to be clear about something, is that it's not, bear with me, it's not where someone actually tied it over the branch, right?
Correct.
It's more like this. It's over the branch like that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, with respect to the measurement, and tell me if I'm wrong, and if you need to refresh your report, I have no objection. I believe the 3 feet 9 inches was from her head to the branch. Because I thought you measured it from the ground, but I just want to be clear.
Yes, and then the prosecutor asked me, can I put it on the ground? Yes, so the 3 feet 9 inches was, I said, the distance from Miss Noble's neck to the tree branch was 3 feet 9 inches.
Okay, so 3 feet 9 inches. It's been a while since I used a tape measure. What does that say about me? So you measured this, the 3 feet 9 inches, from the neck to the top of the tree branch, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we knew that when you were measuring that, you were measuring with the remains being on the ground.
I was measuring the remains as they were sitting there.
Right,
Yes.
right? Okay, so that's 3 feet and 9 inches from neck. Did you go from the base of the neck, or where did you measure from?
Probably right about where, my Adam's apple is probably right there, center of the neck.
Okay. Now, you were obviously one of the first at the scene, so you got a good view of it. You would agree with me that the cord, as it's positioned, was taut, right? There wasn't like slack in the cord like that.
So I wouldn't say I was one of the first to the scene. It's going to take me a little bit to get there.
Sure.
But it was taut, yes.
Right. The scene was preserved in advance of you arriving there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because they had called you to come in and assist in your capacity.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you arrived on the scene, you would agree with me that as it's over the tree and then encircles Miss Noble's neck, that it's not loose, it's taut, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Taut, maybe another better way to say that is there's like tension somewhere. It's straight, right?
There was no slack.
There's no slack. That's better put. I know that we only have, we being the photos that you were shown today. I'll show you 108M. I just want to make sure that you would agree with me that while there are a number of photos, perhaps from the back, and this one capturing the top, is that we actually don't have any photos of the USB cord as it was under the neck.
Correct.
We do not have a photo of that.
I did not take any photos of that.
Okay. And you would be the one
that took the photographs from, as your scene, right? BCI comes to the scene, and I know you testified to the jurors that you just had a case where you took 2,200 photos,
Yes.
right? So you're at the scene, you're taking all the photos that you at the point in time find to be appropriate and important.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I remember you telling the jurors that you're always thinking about this day right here, right? When you want to give the jurors a visual of that scene, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Almost as if they were there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But we don't have, in any of the photos, none of the ones you've been shown today or in the digital group of photos, a photo of the USB and how it was under her chin or neck.
Correct.
I'm sorry, which exhibit is this one?
I'm sorry? I thought I said it was M, but let me check this. 108M. State's exhibit. These are all state's exhibits. I want to just ask you about this, too. 108N, as in Nancy. Fair to say that this, it appears that this plastic piece right here, right, is what's keeping this in place, if you will. Does that make sense how I said that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what's holding it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There's no knot there.
No.
It's this plastic piece that's literally holding this together.
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been marked as 108J. I've put it down here on the bottom, but I just want to make sure that this is obviously the tennis shoe right here.
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall that that tennis shoe was tied in a knot, do you not?
I can see it in the photograph.
It was knotted.
Yes, ma'am.
And then this is Miss Noble's leg,
It is.
and the fingers appear to go around the ankle, do they not?
It does.
And then this right here is, it appears a cloth, a piece of clothing, and her arm is actually underneath the clothing and then pops out through.
It is.
Showing you what's been marked as 115A. Did you happen to, sort of silly question, but I ask it anyway. Did you happen to measure just the circumference of that branch?
Can you rotate it 180?
Absolutely.
There we go.
There we go.
I did not measure the circumference of the branch.
Okay. Fair to say circumference was not as big as a baseball,
Accurate.
right? Showing you what's been marked as 112C. And I know this one's a little harder to see, but I just want to make sure. This picture is the engagement ring and the wedding ring that you spoke of.
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree that this picture is taken before the rings are removed from the soil.
Correct.
So they're fair to say they're like not directly stacked on top of one another, but they're certainly touching one another.
Yes.
And these were found on the the left side?
Can I refer to my report real quick?
Of course.
Location just underneath the body.
You don't specify whether it's the right or the left, just underneath the body.
Correct.
You were shown a picture. Give me just one moment. I'll find it. I thought you were shown a picture with a light source shining down. Did I misremember that?
It would have been early on in the photographs.
I think it's on the back again. One second. Perfect. Thank you.
No, it was around her ankle.
Oh, organized. And as you testified to on your direct, good police
No, she wasn't tied up. She only had one cord around her neck. She wasn't tied up. She just grabbed her own ankle.
protocol or law enforcement protocol. You arrive at a scene, and as you approach, you're taking pictures along the way so that you can document exactly everything that you're seeing.
Yes, ma'am.
And you arrived at the scene, and it was dark.
It was.
It was necessary, showing you what's been marked as 108A, just so to refresh. Remember that?
Yep.
It was so dark in there that, fair to say, that to see the area of where Emily's remains were, there was that large light source.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jurors, like, how big is that light source? Or,
So this isn't my light, but I have one just like it. It's about that big, that tall, but the light can extend, taller than me if we wanted to.
And that's obviously like a good voltage light, right? Because the point is it's trying to give you visibility so that you can accurately take the photos and capture what you need to.
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that were taken, and I'll just use 108I as an example, when they appear to be kind of with that light on them, that's because the light source of the flashlight.
And I also have a flash mount on top of my camera as well.
So it double light as you were under that canopy.
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that, let's say 9:45 or 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. at night, that if you had neither of the yellow light source or the light on your camera, you would not have been able to see really much of anything.
Correct.
It was real dark down there,
It was.
right?
Yes.
And very dense.
Yes, ma'am.
and so the light source was necessary, not just so that you could capture the good pictures, but really just so that you knew where you were going. That's how dark it was.
Absolutely.
You know, you opened
The water bottle. Do you remember the color of the liquid in the water bottle?
I do not.
You did not. Would you mind? I promise no more gloves, but there we go. And if I may approach, Your Honor.
Brownish.
It doesn't appear to be clear. Would you agree with me on that?
I cannot see through it.
Okay, let me put my gloves on. Did you open it at any point to smell it or in any way?
I did not, because I don't want to smell something I don't know what it is.
Oh, fair enough. That's good. Would you agree with me as we look at this bottle that the liquid inside, right, brown in color, is a little more than halfway where my finger is? Does that look about right?
It does.
So if we're the row where the bubbles go all the way to the top, it looks like it's kind of at the bottom of that second bubble.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you part of law enforcement taking a sample of this and getting it submitted, or BCI was not part of that?
I was not. I can't talk about the BCI laboratory.
Perfect. This bottle certainly, and there was swabs that were submitted by BCI and I for BCI for DNA purposes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
old habits. Just a few more questions about
You talked about your training with respect to evidence collection, right, and your certifications. You would agree with me that the collection of evidence is not something that just every layperson knows how to do correctly.
Correct.
There is proper policies and procedure with respect to evidence collection.
Yes.
Because, as always the case, is you never want evidence to be, broken or changed in any way from the moment that you find it.
Correct.
Now, I understand that when you're removing something from one place and you're putting it into a bag, you have to do that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you, in your capacity and expertise, you do whatever you can to make sure that that process has integrity.
Absolutely.
Once you release an item, though, into out of your custody into to the custody of other individuals, right? Of course, the continuation of the proper handling of evidence is always very important.
Yes.
And the storage of evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, we talked about these tags and really being able to track where evidence goes. You would agree in your expertise that that's something that's very important, and we call that a chain of custody.
We do.
And when we have a chain of custody and we know who did this and who did this and who did this, we can always know what training they had, what training maybe they didn't have, and we can also figure out how the evidence gets from point A to B to C to D, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The remains in this case, as they were collected from the scene, were put into what we call a body bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know you were shown two pictures of that, two pictures of the remains. How many individuals helped to move the remains into the body bag?
I know at least 3, myself, Special Agent Chung, who was there, and then the coroner investigator, Carlson, were the 3 I know for sure helped move it.
And because, and showing you what's been marked as 111B, the remains had to be they had to be not just cut down, right, the remains, but then they had to be positioned down into the bag, right?
Correct.
When you cut the remains from its original positioning, that's not on video.
It is not.
There aren't like simultaneous still shots watching you do that either. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you have did your camera have video capability?
It does not.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you.
You ready, please?
Over the branch like this, but again, we're missing that part that was up close to the branch, holding it all together. That was just simply sitting in a loop.
We are.
Now, Agent Holcomb, counsel was asking you about documenting the cord under Emily's neck, under the remains. What would you have had to do in order to document that cord under her neck?
We would have had to lift up her head to then photograph, the under part of her neck.
And that's because her head was pointed where?
It was pointing downwards.
And so I think when counsel was holding the cord up like this, do you remember her doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
She was saying it was up here. Emily's head was down like this.
Her head was pointing downward, or facing downward.
So her head was not straight up and down; it was down.
Her face was pointing downwards, not her head.
Okay, her face was down, and so the top of her skull is here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because she's leaning forward to get the pressure. How else should she do it? Stephen, we are not a part of the aviary conspiracy. We all know that since the 1970s, every bird has been substituted by the FBI and is now spy drones. So birds are not real. Please keep your pro-state propaganda away from this channel. Go watch The Expert, where he will explain to you what really happened to all the birds. I believe it was early 70s.
I'm going to put State's Exhibit 108M on the
Her pants.
overhead.
She does.
Does that demonstrate what we were just discussing?
So as you can see, the back of her hair, as I circled right there, is her head. So her face is going to be facing down that way.
And to get a view of the cord from there, you would have had to manipulate the body.
Correct.
And the body at this crime scene was evidence.
It was.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
There's no question about it. Observing the scene is so important. I want to ask you, though, about those neck pictures. So, if I'm the remains, right, and my face is down, facing downward, right? And we know that the cord is coming up here, right? There was nothing to prevent you, right, from coming from this angle and at least putting a camera down here and at least trying to capture a shot in this position without disturbing the remains.
No, ma'am.
There is nothing to stop you from doing that.
No, there was not.
And you did not take that photo.
I did not.
Nothing further.
All right, any questions you folks may have, please write them down. We'll go to the next.
Let's get the jury questions and then we're done for the day.
Yay.
have some questions from the jury, and I'll tell you, Agent, that I'm going to bounce around.
Okay.
Okay, so be prepared for that.
Got it.
We've had testimony about the water bottle containing contents, and were those contents ever tested?
Not to my knowledge. I didn't submit them for testing. I didn't recommend that they be submitted for testing, so I do not know.
Okay, so as a witness, you cannot answer the question one way or the other?
Nope.
Thank you. There was a shell casing found at the scene.
There was.
Was a bullet ever recovered from the scene?
There was not.
Was any testing, such as DNA testing, made upon the shell casing?
So it's a shot shell, so it's a shotgun. It was located approximately, I think, 20 feet away from the remains, and that's one of those, we don't know what's going on with the case, so we're going to collect it in case it turns out to be evidence that we need.
Was there any testing done on the shell casing?
Not to my knowledge.
We've had talk about the little plastic cylinder on the USB cord.
Yes.
If that cylinder piece were dislodged or moved from how it was held in there by the cord, would the tension in the ligature have loosened or created slack or something else?
It could have created some slack.
Okay. We've had some testimony that, as we saw Emily's right hand, there seemed to be cloth over that. Was her other hand, the left hand, restricted by cloth, similar as we saw for the right hand?
I would have to look at one of the photographs to tell you 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, the jury was the ones who asked these
We've
questions.
seen a photograph of Emily's right hand and the nature of what it looked like when you arrived at the scene. Was her left hand intact or similar in appearance as her right hand?
It was in the same general area down by her sides.
And I think you've answered the question. The lab or the shell that you obtained has not been tested?
Not to my knowledge.
Right. We've referred to the cord that you obtained from the scene as a USB cord. Can you tell if that cord is for purposes of being connected to a cell phone, a computer, or is it another type of USB cord?
It was just a very long USB cord that had the USB connections on both sides, so it could only be USB to USB.
Was the soil that you obtained in evidence tested?
Not to my knowledge, I never, since PCI doesn't do that kind of testing, I don't get those lab reports, so I don't know if Westerville PD sent it out to be tested through some other company.
As you arrived at the scene and made your observations, were there any evidence of tracks? And I say tracks, I think, in the sense of footprints or something similar to that, indentations in the soil.
So by the time I got there, numerous people had already been down there. The people who found the remains, I'm sure the coroner investigator went down there. I'm sure Westville detectives went down there. I didn't see, any, beautiful footprints that I needed to document or use dental stone to cast and collect.
Okay, you have no sense of when or who placed any footprints?
No, I can't tell you how long the footprint would have been there.
All right, and that's the next question. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Does everybody have any questions for the sake? Sure.
So I'm going to put where the cord was stuck.
It is right there in the middle of the green box.
There's nothing holding that in place besides the weight.
Correct.
So had that moved, the entire cord would have collapsed from the branch.
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Yes, please. Well, I'll follow up, showing you what's been marked as 108K. So just so we're clear, when I say we, just sort of generally clear, that if I was trying to ensure, right, that those two pieces are connected, there's no knot there, right?
There's not.
The knot is in another piece of the cord
that you testified to earlier. Did you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
The knot is, I don't see it in that.
It might not be. It's further up in the picture.
It's further up. I don't see it in this picture, right?
I do not see it either.
All right. I want to go back to the soil. Sorry, I had the 3 pictures and then I gave them away. Yes. 1 moment, Your Honor. Here it is. That's the knot, right?
It is.
State's Exhibit 108C. I want to just show you on the heels of one of the jurors' questions, 108J and 108V, with respect to whether it appears her hands are underneath the clothing on both hands. And if you could look at those and let me know if you need another photo, because I do have another one.
Yeah, if you have a closer up photograph of the left side.
Blame the guy that took the photos.
It's there somewhere.
Well, 11A, whether it...
I can, in this photo, the one that's a little bit more zoomed out, I can definitely see her black tank top that we talked about that class earlier. The left strap is down around her wrist area.
And if you can, sorry to crowd the witness box, do you see where that white material is that I'm pointing to there?
I do.
And if we can correspond that material whitish on the right-hand side, do you see that?
I do.
Let me show the jurors so that what we just talked about. This is 108J, and we just spoke about this material seemingly, right, of that is around her wrist, and then as her wrist is on her right ankle there. Do you see that?
I do.
Then going to the other side, we talked about that same whitish material. Is that what we just talked about, Agent?
Correct.
And the second photo I'm showing you is 108V. And just so we're clear as to the items that were recovered from her body, she's got the leggings,
Yes, ma'am.
right, and the tank top, right,
Yep.
and then the shoes.
Correct.
I don't even, and there wasn't any kind of like, you would have certainly made a note or bagged it independently if there was some kind of separate wrapping or sheet or clothing around her, right?
We might not necessarily have collected it because a lot of times we want to send the body as it is to autopsy so the pathologist can look at it. But I would have some point dictated that in my report that there was something wrapping the body or something.
But what we know is there.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Objection?
Oh, and the court reporter. Double foul. The clothing. The remains were kept intact with the clothing, and that, as a whole, was sent to the coroner's office. So they would have collected the tank and the leggings and anything else.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't mean to say any differently. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Will counsel like to place on the record at the conclusion of today's proceedings?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. As I'm thinking about the presentation of a defense case, there's still the issue of Angel Kessler, who is the therapist who's currently residing in West Virginia. As a matter of background, in the state's trial brief, she was on their witness list. She was also on my witness list. I have marked the counseling records as an exhibit with Detective Grubbs, but pursuant to the court's order, I did not ask any questions as to the contents of the records because that was the court's order. Ms. Kessler has been in contact with us, and I know through Detective Grubbs, at some point in the last few weeks, she's also been in contact with the state. She's 4.5 hours away, and she does have patients all week. She is willing to testify by Zoom. I would ask the court their position on that. If the court does not allow it, I can file a motion. I just need to know, I would anticipate that testimony on, I think, Wednesday, Your Honor.
Well, after having researched the issue, if it's asked to be admitted, I will allow her statements in that report to be admitted, but no statements by the therapist or any diagnosis or anything related to either one of those. So I will tell you that's what the court will permit.
Perfect.
You can proceed accordingly.
And so we're clear, her statements, you mean Emily Noble's statements as...
What she told her therapist.
Perfect. Is the court allowing me to present the testimony by Zoom?
I'll have to field an objection from the state, but I will tell you I personally, fundamentally don't have an issue with it, but I'll allow the state to address that as well.
Well, Your Honor, I want to make sure I'm clear about what your intended evidentiary ruling is going to be.
Okay, with the report that Detective Grubbs had, there are comments made by Ms. Noble to her therapist. I would permit those to be admitted, but I will not permit basically anything else. No diagnosis made by the therapist or any therapist notes or therapist comments. Does that make sense?
If the therapist testifies, can she not testify to her own notes and diagnoses?
Well, she may. She may if she's called as a witness. I'm just saying, I was asked what would my ruling be as to where we are right now. And right now, I would allow her statements to be admitted as, in other words, the rest of the report would be redacted, except for the statement she made. And then she has one on about maybe half the pages in there. So that's my ruling. Now, if she testifies, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there, if there's something more that would be addressed.
I understand the court's ruling, and I'm not trying to sound like touch one child, but there is no testimony right now without the therapist that the statements contained in those records from Ms. Noble were made for a medical purpose or diagnosis. We need the therapist to do that. Understanding she can testify via Zoom. We don't object to this witness authenticating records to testify by Zoom.
Okay. Just for housekeeping purposes, I want to hold you to this. Who do you have tomorrow?
Judge, the remaining state witnesses include Investigator Charlie Carlson, Montgomery County Coroner, Deputy Coroner, Dr. Richmond, Dr. Amanda Agnew, Dr. Smock, and Dr. Hickman, the Delaware County Coroner, Dr. Hickman. 5 left.
Okay. I don't know how long they will go. Do you think they'll be done tomorrow or carry over into Wednesday?
It's hard to tell, Your Honor, with cross-examination. I don't mean that to sound disrespectful.
Well, I guess the reason I ask that is for the defense to be aware of the state's case may carry over into Wednesday. I don't know what your schedule is or how you arrange it, but I think.
I agree, and I actually had travel plans for an expert to be here late Tuesday night so that she would be first to go on Wednesday morning, and I just need to reassess that. As this court knows, when we pay experts, we pay by the day. So if I have her here and I don't use her, right, that's a full day. So I'm just trying to be cognizant.
Okay, well, for both sides, I'm always very accommodating for witnesses, particularly experts, to be able to get them on, even if it's out of order, if it comes down to that sort of thing.
And
But I appreciate.
yes, so I'm just
reevaluating.
yes. But I will be ready to present evidence on Wednesday should the state's case carry over into Wednesday. I will be ready to present evidence on Wednesday.
All right. Okay. Have a good night, everybody. See you tomorrow. We'll start up as soon as everybody's here.
I love this judge.
Yeah, he is really calm and not that bothered by anything. And he seems to be fair with his rulings as well. But I did a poll earlier than I normally do in a trial because I'm getting more confused by every witness they put on. Not guilty 65%. To be honest, I don't know 25%. Guilty 10% out of 80 votes. Yeah, I would be in. And I know if I don't know, I should be saying innocent, but I just wanted to put it in there because there's still room to move us. Just have a hard time seeing where they're going.
So, yeah, and they're almost done. So what else are they bringing in?
Well, maybe the forensic shows us a very interesting picture that can show she couldn't be strangled in the woods. So it's a staged crime scene. She can't stage her own crime scene if she was dead. Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, I love it when you lie. But I think the general feeling is we all just want the smoking gun. And I just get confused. Oh, there's a shotgun shell at the scene all of a sudden. Okay. And again, they ran around for 4 months in those woods and no one found anyone. But these biddies who couldn't handle poison Ivy, Sumac, whatever, they found her.
Yeah.
I just don't. I have a hard time figuring out what's up and down in this trial. It's actually getting worse the more days goes on. That's not the way it should be. It should getting better.
Well, we should know by now. We should have had some evidence.
Yeah.
Not waiting until the medical examiner shows up and then is proving it to us or something.
At least we should have, because if there's another detective and then some medical examiners and anthropologists, yeah, then we should be. Oh, we just need the 2 last building blocks. But I need a lot more. So he thought out ahead to slide her rings off and leave them right there. Yeah, again, that's coinkydinky. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know.
Nope. And the lead detective should have had it laid out, and we should have been like, "Yep,
Yeah,
you got it."
and all of that was, oh, he did some web searches and he talked about her in the past tense, and her friends really didn't like him.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's all he has.
Yeah. Even if the ME can show she was choked to death prior to being staged, they still haven't linked him to it. No, that's the thing, because even if she comes in and say, well, she could, the the abrasions to the skin, or which you can't see because she's so decomposed, but the ligature shows that it must have been hands or something. It couldn't have been the cord. Then you still have to put
Highway bone or
and
something.
you have to put his hands around her neck. And I don't think anyone have done that so far. Someone is starting early. I don't know. I want to go out. I don't want to, but I have to go out and remove some snow, and God forbid she might get thirsty from some brown liquid while she's getting into position. I want to know if it happened often that she was day drinking. Because again, we're talking about how much is this? A couple of shots of medium strength alcohol. Well, not even. It's maybe only, it would probably the same amount of alcohol as is in one shot. So it's not that much alcohol she drank. So she's not blasted out of her mind. But how many go foraging at 9-10 in the morning with a bottle of alcohol? While we hear he's the vodka drinker, he's such a bad person because he's getting drunk. I don't want to come home to that. But she's carrying around a bottle of alcohol at 9 or 10 in the morning out in the woods.
Exactly.
It's one of those where you think, I just have a hard time figuring this one out. I assume 1 can of that bubbles would fit in that bottle. No, because that bottle is 750 milliliters, I think, and a can of those are 330. So it would be roughly 2 bottles. That would probably line up good if you put 2 bottles in, and then there'll be this much, and then she only had a few swigs of it. But hopefully we'll get it fixed later. Haven't had the ME yet. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock, which is 3 o'clock. You all need to go harass someone else. Jamie's going to harass me, and I'm going to go in and sit in my chair and watch an episode of something and go to bed. I'm a little, so I'm setting up a night stream, but let's see. I think Aiden talked something about maybe doing a members Monday as well. So, but I'll set up a night stream, and if I feel okay, I'll do something. If not, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow it's going to be another long day of testimony. Again, we might take it in bites, but come back tomorrow for this trial. I'm probably going to start at 8:30 again, so we don't have to sit here all night. And Jamie probably won't be joining us tomorrow, Jamie.
No, I can't.
Yeah.
Just tomorrow, though. After that, I should be okay.
I think she didn't mind him drinking. She just didn't want him wasted before she got there. She loved her drinking buddy. Yeah, that's the theory that a few of you've had, and I think that's yeah.
Well, that's what it sounded like in her messages. It was always like, "Don't get drinking before I get home," kind of thing.
Yeah, not not like I don't want to come home and find you drunk because we're gonna fight all night and I just don't want that. It's more like, hey, don't be wasted because I want to drink as well. And we know from her friend that they drank every time they met. We know from the bar tab they were drinking when they were out eating. So this whole, he drank vodka straight out of the bottle. Yeah, if I was going to listen to that stupid woman, I would probably have swigged a few. I didn't like the way they were acting. They were too, or the other one, he didn't show enough affection. He showed too much affection. Yeah.
God. What a miserable soul.
Yeah. Baker, stay off the Twitch what? No, I need to go and tell everyone all my dog whistles.
You don't need to do anything.
No, I'm gonna go in. No, I'm gonna go out and sweep snow off of my. We have like a little shared sidewalk out here, me and my neighbor. I'm gonna. He scraped it earlier, and if it's snowing again, I'm gonna go out and sweep it so it's clear for tomorrow when he has to go to school with his kid. And then I'm just gonna go watch an episode of something. I watched Die Hard 2 yesterday.
Aw.
It was a good movie.
You watched that for Christmas.
You should watch
Very
that
good
one.
movie. Yeah, I've seen it. We watched it
Let's-
on movie night.
Let's grab a handle and hang out on the stoop. It's 31 degrees here. I'm going out sweeping and then I'm going back in. Trust me. I can't not go on Twitch. That's where I promote my shows. So I have to be there. Well, I swept it earlier in the day, and he makes sure that I know he's doing it. Actually, he's also using my snow shovel. So, but he makes sure every time he sweeps out there or he cleans snow, he makes sure I know it because he will stop right outside the window and scrape more or go with his leaf blower. He's a weirdo, but yeah, that's how it is. Are you going to the Smex dungeon tonight? No Smex dungeon tonight either. So sadly, no Smex dungeon. Jamie, thank you so much for joining me today.
I do my best.
And everyone else, go out there and enjoy the rest of your day. And
Bye, guys.
if I'm going live tonight, it's going to be 11, 12-ish. Sometime around there. See you later.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I know English is your second language, but you don't word
It's
your
my
questions
third,
carefully.
but I'm still better at it than you. You are
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.